to the streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Salt the Streets podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am, of course, joined by my co-host, brother-in-arms, a man about town, we'll say today. That's this week's new title for you.
like
Donovan
it.
Phillips, how are you, good sir?
I am excellent, sir. Thank you very much for having me here
I'm
today.
coming in too hot. I am clipping on the high
Chill
end.
the fuck out, Colin.
I know. It's not good.
We're not supposed
Producer,
to swear
do
in the
your
first minute, right?
Oh, well, you know, if the algorithm cared about us.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Y'all seen us on the IGs. We're out here balling. Yes, thank you very much for joining us, everybody, here today. Episode 147, Salt of the Streets. Today is May 6th, 2023. It is a Saturday, of course. That is why we are here.
Also because we love you.
That is correct. Thank you again
It's also
for
one.
joining us. I'm pretty sure that's 3, but if not, thank you again for joining us. We're out here. It's going to be a great day today. We have a grab bag, listener request style show going on. It's pretty dead out there, as you guys probably know.
Yeah.
There are, as far as Salt of the Street style topics of news stories that directly impact your life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, these things are fairly limited. Just this show. Of course, there are things going on, of course, but as far as the things that we discussed. So we took some listener requests. We have some topics like that. We have,
Very excited.
MGTOW, right? The Men
MGTOW.
Go Their Own Way movement. That came from
Yes.
Josh. And I have not watched this video, so it's going to be a cold one for me. So that's going to be a lot of fun. It's another
So excited.
just Pearly Things video we
Because
watched.
I learned exactly what a MGTOW was
Yeah.
over this past week because of Josh Keaton's requests.
So that's going to
Very
be great.
excited.
We had another quest to talk about the Chinese nationals crossing the border, and we
Indeed.
are going to talk about Title 42 anyway because that's one of the things that is going on. So we're going to kind of wrap those things together. Of course, we have some local stories. We're going to go over some Instagram comments from the reel that we put out this week because I came up with it. Okay, so here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Here's the Instagram deal with Salt of the Streets, right? I run the account. I don't think it's any question at this point. We all know what's going on.
Indeed. I said so much last night on the beer show. It's like the Instagram game is fire right now, but you just talked to Donovan about that. He's the man on the IG.
So here's the deal. Here is the jam, right? I don't care what you have to say in the comments. I don't care. We're gonna keep making this content regardless, right? I thought a lot about this because when people commented, I was like, well, I'm just not gonna say anything because I don't care what they have to say, especially if it's critical. You don't know what you're talking about. But then the commenting is good for the algorithm, right? It's
Indeed.
good. It helps us with the algorithm. So this is the policy. If you guys know, you guys aren't going to go. It doesn't matter. But now you know this is the policy for everybody. 2 replies. You get 2 replies, right? If I deem that it is worthy of my time to reply to you because my time is precious, right? You know this. We talk about how busy I am. If it is deemed worthy of a reply, you will get 2. And then I'm going to talk about you on the show. I'm going to talk about the show probably regardless if it's warranted. I'm either going to roast you or commend you on the show. But you get 2 on Instagram and that's it.
Yep.
And then I'll tag you in it with these people that we talk about. I'll tag you when we turn this into another reel that you're going to go and watch. I'll tag you in it and I'll explain to you further why you're fucking wrong. But I'm not going to waste my time on Instagram doing that shit. So
2 comments is the
Get your shit together.
yeah,
moment, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's it. 2 replies. After that, you haven't won. You didn't win because I didn't come back. That's
Nope.
not how it works. Because I'm gonna roast you in the next episode.
I'm just done donating my brain power to
Yes.
this.
Yeah. 2 is that's all that I need for the algorithm. So 2 is what you get. 2 replies. I put that in our bio this week on Instagram. I changed it to whatever 1 sentence, and the second one you get 2 replies.
get 2
That's what
replies.
it says it in there. So no one will even know what that means until they only get 2 replies from us. So
That's fucking
so
fun.
that's the deal with the Instagram.
I like the generalized rule though. It feels good. It feels solid.
Yeah.
I like it.
You get 2.
I'm a fan of this situation.
Yeah, I gotta, most of the time I'm like at work when I'm doing it, I don't have time. I don't have time to waste like
No.
doing that. So
No, we're too busy doing arts and crafts, baby.
yeah, but it's good for the algo. So
The algo.
yeah,
Is this new term I need
I
to
don't
learn?
know.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just
This
saying
is
it.
your.
I'm sure I'm not the first person to say it. It's just what I said. It's good for the algorithm. It's good for the algo. We're doing it. So it's probably from somewhere else. I don't know.
Pull it up, J-Mo.
Yeah. No,
I
it's-
was okay. So let me tell you a little side story before we get rolling here.
Yep.
I spent almost 2 hours this morning trolling the depths of YouTube for a perfect soundbite worthy, soundboard level, like little tidbit from
Yeah.
either Shane Gillis calling himself a retard or Mark Norman trying to say comedy,
Yeah.
but I couldn't find one that was like good. I spent 2 hours doing this morning, which was a great way to start the day. I should
Yeah.
add, just by plugging just nothing but Shane Gillis and Mark Norman. But I found the lines I wanted to, but then there was like people talking over each other the whole time. I was like, this is not good soundboard material. I
clear.
can't do it.
Yeah.
But I did basically watch 2 hours of nothing but Shane Gillis and Mark Norman clips today, which was phenomenal,
Yeah.
including the clips from the very first ever Protect Our Parks, before they were dubbed Protect Our Parks. And
The
everybody's
throwback.
learning about Ari Shafir being like a middle-aged climate activist for a minute. It was really funny.
Protect that park.
Protect that park, and the park's gone. So that's fine. But yeah, so unfortunately, no Shane Gillis or Mark Norman sound clips on today's show.
Well, what the fuck?
Yep, just couldn't pull it together, close the deal. Just wasn't happening. But other than that, what? Because we're going to talk about like some generally, we break our things up into 4 segments: local, national, international.
We're doing what we want today.
Yeah, and we're just going to kind of do whatever we want today.
You don't tell us.
No, you tell us topic ideas, and we just, if we're willing to, get past 2 comments worthy of action on it. Then
That's
we'll
right.
find a place.
That's right. No, we'll start with the classic way because I got one. Just go ahead and hit the button, and then we'll do
Let's
this.
do it.
With that, let me ask you this. Okay, so I don't remember how I thought of this week. Doesn't matter. But I'll ask you the question, and then I'll give you my answer so that you have some time to go. So
Okay.
the question is, let me ask you, right, how old were you when you realized that people didn't have authority over you just because they were older than you? Right?
Okay.
And
Yep.
so this is my time when I first kind of like realized this and was like, wait, I don't have to listen to this person just because they're older than me. And I was 18 and I was working at I had bucked authority before this, but this like was a proper realization of like, oh, I'm an adult. I don't have to listen to someone just because they're older than me now. And I was working at the call center, and at the back of the call center in the smoking area, there was a turnstile door. Is that what they're called?
Yeah, those little roundy things.
Yes, and it maybe had like 3 or 4 spots in it for people, but you had a badge that you had to use to get in all the doors. So it was automated. So you would do the badge, and then it would start to go,
Okay.
and you had to just kind of jump in, and then you could follow it. But if you went in too early, it would like catch you, and then if you got stuck in there, it would stop, and it would go backwards, and it would force the other people out who were in there, and so new people at the call center would always fuck it up because you couldn't go right in. You had
There's
to
a timing involved.
Yeah. You had to scan it, let it go, like, and kind of close the partial, and then go in.
I've dealt with these doors before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're-
So it
those
would-
like automatic turnstile ones are
Yes.
stupid.
Yes. So it would happen all the time. And so I remember coming in one time and a person on the inside who had obviously worked there for quite some time, because there were a lot of people that worked there when it first opened, like as Teletech when I was in elementary school. So they'd worked there for 10 years through like 4 or 5 different companies owning this building. And they just continued to have this job. And
Rough life.
yes. And so I remember this person yelling at me from inside of the building when I'm trying to go inside that I went to scan my thing, and they were like, wait, you fucking wait to go in the door. And I heard this person tell me that, and I was like,
Fuck you.
fuck you. Absolutely not. I'm not going to do that. I don't have to listen to you. Like, you don't have any authority over what I'm doing. There's no reason that I need to do what you've just told me to do. So I fucked it up on purpose. I jumped in there immediately knowing that it would get stuck. And that person waited, and they got stuck too. And they had to go backwards. And that's what you fucking get. So I remember that time of like, I don't have to listen to you because you're older than me.
Yeah. I honestly could not tell you. I was a pretty well-trained slave to authority most of my life.
Yeah.
And then it was like when I turned, 17, I was joining the military and doing all that stuff. And then you're just doing what people tell you to do essentially, or what the book tells you to do, or something like that. And But yeah, I don't know, like the generalized age at which somebody like told me to do something. And I was like, I don't need to fucking do that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I guess it's just, I don't know.
'Cause
Maybe I'm so used to dealing with the authority that I knew had authority in my life that I just didn't. There was nothing outside of that really, other than like
Yeah.
maybe social pressure. But I don't remember like I'm like, oh, I don't have to listen to grown-ups no more because
Right.
these bitches are dumb. They've always been dumb in my mind. You know, I was having long, multiple-hour dinner table conversations with adults 20, 30 years my senior when I was an early teen, like at my grandparents' house and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
we had big dinners and so we talk politics and shit like that all the time. And like those guys never told me what to do. As far as I'm concerned, if I had like an opinion or at something at that point, if they said something I didn't agree with, I'd be like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, no, that's wrong.
Right.
Or I think it's wrong or whatever. And then, of course, being an untrained, like 14-year-old, I just got my dick stomped in the dirt by a bunch of 65-year-old, either progressives or conservatives.
Yeah.
Either way. but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't, there's no particular moment in time I can click, but it would have been something I feel like I've known for a long time. I didn't have to do that, especially when I turned 18. Now I can do whatever I want as long as
Right.
it's not directly part of my job or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one.
It's probably harder to answer for people who like enlisted straight out of high school.
Because I was like, no, I want to go take orders.
right,
What's up?
Right.
And
Be
half
it-
the time, those people were younger than me at a
Yeah.
certain point.
But if you just go into a job or to college or something like that afterwards,
Yeah.
that
I'd have a problem with
idea
like
of,
the professorial class. I'd have a
Yes.
problem with them
And
a lot.
because that idea of like age authority carries over for a little while,
Mm-hmm.
and so I think most people who didn't enlist probably have some point like that where they're like, I actually don't have to listen to you. Like, this is really a suggestion. You think that this is what I should be
Yeah.
doing, but I don't actually have to do that.
Exactly.
And I imagine
I have free will, baby.
yeah, probably most kids that went to college have some point where they're like, I was listening to everybody for so long, and I was like, wait, I actually don't have to. So
That's so funny.
yeah, but I thought about that moment in the turnstile today, and I was like, that was the time when I was like, fuck you. Like, I know, yes.
So, what were you listening to at this point in time? NPR on the way over here, or on the way home?
No,
from work
because it
one
was
day,
earlier
or-
this week that I
Yeah.
thought of that, and I was at work, so it must have been something that I was doing that made me think about the call center,
Mm-hmm.
and then thought about that time in the turnstile.
That's funny. And I'm like, yeah, what triggers that kind of thought to be like,
Yeah.
when did I quit listening to motherfuckers?
could
Just do
be-
what I want to do.
Could be anything. It could be literally anything. Because it wasn't about the original thought wasn't about that. I was just thinking about the call center and
Yeah.
then thought about that time. So and then
Gotcha.
this question grew from there because then I was thinking about that time and telling that person no. And then I thought I was like, that's probably the first time that I did
Yeah.
that, because I just didn't listen. And
I'm like, nah, I'm just,
Right.
just gonna go through this fucking door now, bud.
right.
Wait, you fucking wait for the
Yes,
door.
Yeah, I remember. It was a woman. It was like a short, very rotund woman with like a shaved haircut.
And she'd been there since day one, essentially.
Yeah, it was an OG for sure.
Yeah,
And
that definitely explains
you
a lot.
fucking wait. It's like, oh, no, absolutely not.
I have built my authority up here
Yeah.
at this place just by being here longer than anybody else.
Yes.
And my life is fucking terrible and I hate it. And I know exactly the smart ass type of kid that works here now because I was the same person back then and now I'm just a bitter, debilitated
Yes.
person who just fucking hates everything and exercises authority all over the junior people.
And they were bitter for a ton of different reasons, and part of it was because the job at each company who owned that building, the job got progressively worse.
Yeah,
like when
bet.
when it first started, I guess it was like really a pretty good job. It was always sprint stuff. But when it first started, it was business accounts. And so you were talking to like someone's assistant and you were going to do like the whole company got new phones. So you're going to do like 200 phone swaps. You'll be on
Yeah.
the phone for 2 hours and then you'll get off and you'll not have another call for like 40 minutes. You'll be chilling. And they used to project like all the football games inside of there. And they had different food vendors that came all the time and all kinds of like you could play board games with the people standing next to you. Like I guess when it first started, it was really a pretty lit job. If you were cool with doing like a desk job like that, it
Yeah.
was pretty cool. And then it got worse and worse and worse. And when I worked there, I told you I couldn't color, I couldn't read, I couldn't do anything. I had to get a doctor's note so that I could entertain myself at my desk because
If they had the technology at the time, if you weren't actively typing, you'd have to have your hands down, both palms
Yeah.
down on the desk, and there'd be sensors to make sure you're doing that. Eye recognition to make sure you're staring at your screen.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of that glory workplace that is really just like a myth at this point.
Yeah.
How much of it had got romanticized over the years, especially with how shit it was at
It
the time.
sucked.
We're like, yeah, man, it would have been like at lunch, there was like a common space, and they would play the TV, and people will watch Price is Right. And then somehow,
It's
over
grown.
10 years, it's now, oh yeah, man, we used to sit there, play board games between
Projectors,
calls.
dog. There were projectors here. That's hilarious.
Oh man, but yeah, I like living in that made-up world, just because I wanna assume that a good workplace can't go hardcore terrible like that. But change management a few times,
Yeah.
crunch numbers.
It was all
crunch
the different
numbers.
companies, that owned it. Yeah, that were just trying to make more and more money off of it. Because I assume the building gets sold because it's not as profitable as it should be.
Yeah.
And so it gets sold to another company that can take on that payroll and then also say, well, also we can trim fat here, here, and here and make it a more productive building.
Yeah.
And then they can't actually do that. And
Yeah,
someone
it's-
else comes in and promises even higher than they did before because it was Concentrix was the company that I worked for. And the attrition rate was like, I don't know, 20% or something like that. I mean, it was a ridiculous washout
Yeah.
because it was horrible. It just
Oh,
was
yeah.
a terrible, terrible job that even if you made it through the first 6 weeks of training or whatever it was, as soon as you got to the floor, it just was horrible. It was a horrific job.
It's basically fucking Buds, but for teenagers.
Yeah, I told you, when I was first started and I was working 10-hour shifts, I was taking like 60 to 70 calls a day.
That's so many.
That's a
dude.
lot of people to talk to when most of them are upset.
Yeah.
Because you're not calling there because you're happy.
No.
You know? It's because you need something or you're very upset.
And if
It
you
was
need
bad.
something, you need it right the fuck now.
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad.
terrible.
That's
That's
why
so
the early
terrible.
shift was best because the people were upset, but at least they were on the East Coast and they didn't have time to fuck around. Like they
Yeah.
weren't trying to scream at you because we opened at 4, so it was 7 a.m. there, and they're like, "I'm on my way to work. I cannot do this. Like I just need this thing done,
Yes.
and then I'll be a bitch to the next person I see, and I'll leave it alone."
There you go.
So that was better.
I just can't with that fucking call center business, man.
The late night, some people were closing it down, dude. It
Soul
closed.
crushing.
I mean, it closed at like 8 or 9. So some people had the closing shift, and they're there till like 10 because the person they're on the phone with, their issue is not resolved at 9, or you
no.
get the last call of the day, and they don't just close it like there's a queue still.
Yeah,
so the
yeah, yeah.
queue
You
has
gotta
to be
empty out
dealt
the queue.
with. Yep. So if there's 30 people in the queue, then 30 people are going to take a call at 9 o'clock when they're supposed to be leaving.
That's
Yes.
fucking gross. And
Yes.
they're probably getting in trouble for that, not getting bonuses because you're going over your time.
Yeah.
You should have this fucking shit
Your
handled by
your
now.
handle time, is
Yeah.
what it was called. And so you would get bitched at for that. And if you were waiting too long in between calls, they'd be screaming at you, "Get out of ACW!" After call wait. That's what it was.
Get out of ACW.
Yeah.
Fucking lazy pig. Pick up another phone call.
Corporate America. That's what I had. I had most of my notes because you only deal with like really 12 issues most of the time, something like that. So of the computer, I said I had notes pre-cut in just sticky notes on the side, and I would just copy and paste and then swap out the account number and add a little bit of sauce or whatever, and done.
Done. Yeah, I think that's like when you were talking earlier about how like it's not making money or something like that, so you sell it off. And I would assume almost the opposite, where somebody starts this company, dope company, people are working there, you're slaying it on the corporate commercial accounts, and then you built it up to a point like, I got a lot of fucking money invested. This thing's worth some money. Sell it off. It's profitable. Another company buys it. They want to trim the fat a little bit more.
yeah.
They cut down. They a little bit more corporatized. They make their nut. They sell it off. Somebody else goes, well, I can bring that profit from 10% up to 15 now. Let's just squeeze a little bit more. But I think only in that world, because you can just take those humans that work for you and then make them more and more and more into just a fucking serial number and a
Yeah.
robot doing a thing.
And that's how you
And
lose
then
the food
you-
vendors and stuff.
Yes.
Is because that's how they're trimming the
Yes.
fat. They're like, oh, we're spending all this money on fucking
Exactly.
having Azteca here twice
Yeah.
a week, you know?
Oh, man, that'd be nice, though.
And
That would've
they
been
did
sweet.
that when I worked. They did it one time, and it was cool as hell. They had a whole, just like a crew from Azteca that came in with like a buffet thing, and you just bought.
Yeah.
And it was like $10, whatever, and they give you a burrito or some tacos or some shit. And you're like, this is great, dude. This is excellent.
There's like the last 3 hours of my fucking paycheck, but hey, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah. That job, I think I made $10.50 an hour. That was my very first job.
That's not bad, though.
No,
Well, considering what you're doing, that's shitty.
Minimum-
But
yeah.
for like a no experience type of gig,
minimum was 10 at the time.
Yeah.
And so 50 cents over was like nice.
you're like, nice. I'm making some fucking money.
Yeah, all those McDonald's jobs and stuff were still minimum wage. You weren't getting 16, 17 an hour like you are now. I don't even know what minimum wage here is now. It's like 14 some shit, right? Like
I don't know,
14,
man.
27 or some horrific
Yeah.
number.
I remember when they did like Fight for 15 in Seattle, and then Seattle was like, we're fucking based. We'll do fucking 15 or whatever. We're offering people 17.
They're
And
banging on 20 now.
Yeah, they are. And that's, I don't know how many years the Fight for 15 thing came around, and as soon as like places started to do that, where they're like, well, actually, 10 years ago it would have been 15.
Right,
Now it needs to be
right,
25. I'm
right.
like, wait. What are we
Yes.
doing here, guys?
Ballin'.
We just did this. I told you were doing this. And then you did it, and you're shameless. You're fucking shameless.
They don't care.
You know who else is shameless?
Locals? Let's do it.
Fucking Governor Jay Inslee is shameless.
Yes.
And his wingman of, like, no kidding, it's like they got the idea from Obama and Eric Holder. They are fucking wingmen in together, governor and attorney general of the
They're,
state.
they're squatted, yeah.
I hate it, but thank God Inslee is on the way out.
Yeah, so Jay Inslee announced this last week that he's not going to run for re-election. He will not seek re-election for the seat or the office of governor in Washington State. So let's talk about this. Why? Why do you think he's not running again? Because it's not just because he's too old. Because he's, always talking about how I'm fucking playing tennis and I'm pickleball, fucking shit
yeah.
like that. Like, I'm at the dog park. I'm doing this. Like, and he's a huge dude, right? Like he's like 6'4", some shit like that. He's mad tall.
He's lurch style like me.
Yeah, he was a quarterback, like I think at UW.
Well, it explains the stroke symptoms.
Well, also the 9 fucking boosters that he had, and all the different times he had COVID.
That's
Probably
yeah.
has something to do with it.
I would imagine, because there is no state. He just goes, I'm just not going to run anymore. He
Yes.
didn't give any specific reasons. It's because this would be his 4th term, I believe
I
he'd be
think
running
so.
for, which I think only one other governor in the state had ever done that or some
I
shit.
think he would win if he ran again.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he probably would. So either he's going to run for president again once Bob Ferguson. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. But he's either going to run for president again, which I don't know if he would.
Against Biden?
Yeah, because if there's no establishment people coming out against him now, it's just like the, fucking RFK or Marianne Williamson coming out against Biden. Biden's officially announced at this point.
Yeah.
Well, a video said he did. So I would guess at this point he's not running because no one else is. If that changes in the future, I would expect him to throw his hat in the ring again because that's kind of what he does at this point.
Yeah.
But he's probably just sitting on a stack of fucking money and good spots and be like, yeah, I could just retire. Kick it in the private sector, do some PAC stuff, do some donors type stuff.
He'll
run
become
some-
super delegate,
Yes, super smoozing with all
Yeah.
the rich people, and then make more money on the outside and even feel more important. That'd be my guess. I don't know. Why would you want to be governor of the state? It's a shitty job. Why not get paid more on the outside?
He wants.
Well,
He just did that for the last 4 years. Like I can
And
literally
he
do
has-
whatever I want here.
and he has groomed his protege, which we'll talk about towards the tail end of it because
Yeah.
it just dovetails. But he's groomed his protege to be another version of him. All that he's going to be getting phone calls from Bob Ferguson
Oh, for sure.
if he becomes governor. Be like, well, what do you think about this? He'll be like a fucking hardcore advisor. His legacy will continue, Obama style with Biden.
I think I think that Jay Inslee expects Joe Biden to win re-election, and
Getting that cabinet spot.
yes, yeah, I think that he's going to just try and get into cabinet spot.
Which cabinet spot do you see Inslee filling?
Energy, maybe.
Ooh, I mean, he's super green.
Yeah.
He's always running on that green shit. That
Yeah.
would be good. 'Cause who's in charge of green energy now?
I
We
don't
don't know.
actually know.
That's-
I
and
don't
that
know
says something. We
who
don't got
is-
no all stars.
Right.
And that's an issue. I'd actually be really curious about that. If you
find out.
Pull that up there, JMO. But yeah, as a part of this, as he steps down, somebody has announced an exploratory committee to seek election.
See, it is.
It
What is
is.
this woman's name?
That's a good question. I like the fact that we don't know it.
Well, I can see a picture of her. It just isn't telling me what her name is.
Oh, sons of bitches. Means that she's not.
Jennifer Granholm is her name.
Oh, yeah.
She's the Secretary of Energy.
I have heard this name before, probably from Commentary Boys or something
Yeah.
like that. They're always cabinet level talk. Yeah, and I would assume that along with a bunch of other people that are in the cabinet, she's probably leaving this summer too. A lot of people are leaving this summer
Probably.
because tis the season to be taken off because you got elections in the fall.
It's pretty common.
Yeah, I mean, fucking Millie's fucking stepping down. Thank the gods.
Yeah, so I think that's what I think. I think that he's looking into cabinet
Yeah.
position because he expects that Joe Biden will win re-election.
Just make himself available type of thing.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, and this assault weapons ban was a big win for Bob Ferguson.
Yep.
So there's a couple of people who announced that
for
they
Bob
were,
Ferguson and Bob Ferguson only.
Yeah, there was
Piece
a
of
couple of
shit.
people who announced that they were going to be running for governor. Bob Ferguson being one of them, and he announced, I think, the morning after Jay Inslee
Oh yeah,
said that he wasn't going to run, and he put out this. Bob Ferguson put out this list of 150 endorsements the day after,
Yep.
right? Which raises obvious questions of how did you speak with 150 groups over the last 12 hours that all said that they were willing to endorse you? Oh, you didn't.
Oh,
You
wait.
fucking election meddling, you fucking piece of shit is what you're doing. You are actively working with people to endorse you before you have even announced your candidacy, which is illegal. Right? We got such a hard on Attorney General for the law, but you're actively breaking election law right now.
Oh, and it gets so much better with Bob Ferguson.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so obviously he's got his thing paid for by Bob Ferguson.
It's a
for-
movement, by the
for-
way. Bob
for-
Ferguson isn't just a campaign, it's a
it's a
movement, is what he
movement.
says. Yeah.
It's a movement.
It's clear to me this isn't just a campaign, it's a movement. That's why I had to start moving a month ago.
How self-assured of yourself can you get?
He is the worst.
So this is from the Seattle Times.
Yup.
Washington judge finds AG's office, DSHS, in cavalier withholding of lawsuit evidence. I think we talked about this a little bit the other day,
Yes.
right? Attorney General Office and Department of Social and Health Services.
Jim Bruner's a good reporter, too.
Yes, he is actually. They've been fined $200,000 and face the prospect of forking over hundreds of thousands of dollars more in legal fees for what a judge called egregious and cavalier withholding of evidence in an ongoing lawsuit. Excuse me. King County Superior Court Judge Michael Ryan, in a March 21st ruling, ordered the fine as a severe sanction. A quote, severe sanction for the state failing to turn over nearly 11,000 pages of records to attorneys suing over the alleged neglect of a developmentally disabled woman at an adult family home in Kent. So,
Also, for a second, shout out to the PCs because that phrase has been stable for like a decade now.
yeah, the developmentally disabled,
Yeah, that's been the PC term for a really long time.
it's very descriptive.
So shout out because they're not changing it around.
Yeah, right.
They're keeping it legit, and I like it.
I mean, I like it because it's like, it seems scientific.
Yeah.
You're not trying to deconstruct
No.
something and create new terms so
No.
that you can operate in this world of, nonsense.
Yes.
But-
of wokery.
Yes, indeed. You have to deconstruct everything so that you can have the ability and freedom to move around in logistical nonsense, logical nonsense.
A couple months ago when I was talking to my Jordan's stepdad about that shit going on at his work, with the fucking posters and whatever, and the trainings and stuff. And so I broke down all of the things, the Marxist and
Oh, yeah,
Militants,
yeah,
and
yeah.
So I'm using the term woke. I don't even like to use the word to the term woke. I was like, neither do I. I was like, but that's
what they call
What
it.
else do you want to call it?
Yeah.
It's like that's what the term is now. It's like it's dumb as hell. I don't disagree with you. It's
Yeah.
like, but that's what the term is now. That's the easiest way if you're trying to describe this to somebody. Wokeness. It's like they'll know what you're talking about. They might have a memed out version of it, but they'll know what you're talking
Exactly.
about. It's like, so I don't like it either. But this is what it is.
Yeah,
You know?
if you start off with like theoretical Marxist and communist theory,
Yes.
yeah, a lot of people will be like, "Well, I don't know what that means."
Yes.
Because we call it wokeness. You're like, "Oh yeah, I know what that is, more or less."
Translated to wokeness.
I
baby,
don't
by
know
Gen
what it is.
Z.
I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. Right?
Like porn.
Exactly.
You know when you see it.
Thanks for the reference.
Yes.
But yeah, so this is he's being sanctioned in an ongoing, or his office is being sanctioned by the court system because of them withholding 11,000 pages of documents relating to somebody that lives in a group living home like that. And so there's somebody's family is suing the state for neglect because all these retirement places are
Yes.
run by the state in our state.
Yes.
Sounds weird to say that. And ultimately, as the attorney general, he's the one in charge of these lawsuits. They all come back to his office. So there's that. Got it's a 12-point. It's a weird type of ruling because it's not really a ruling. It's kind of like it's just an order from the court because they're involved in this litigation.
Right.
And it's so there's no ruling or anything. It's just kind of like I am saying right now as the judge, this is a severe breach of legal practice, and you guys knowingly did that. So we're gonna sit you with a shit ton of fines and give you a slap on the hand, so that everybody now knows this is original. It goes in. It'll be on file forever. Everybody can find it, and they just detail some aspects of the case and essentially how the state failed to turn over 11,000 pages of documents that were required being turned over during the discovery process.
And again, shout out to Seattle Times because this came out the same week that he announced
Yes,
his.
it was like boom, boom.
Yes.
That was May 4th, and then his thing was on May 2nd. So it was 2 days after he dropped his endorsement list.
Bob Ferguson is a fascist,
He is a piece of human garbage.
and he now seeks to secure that role by taking the highest office in the state.
Yep.
This is not something that we should allow to happen. This is not a good thing that is happening here. He just within the last 2 weeks, the assault weapons ban was actually signed, right? We talked about it in the last few episodes. It was actually signed just a few days after we were here. So it's this is not good. He has a record now for 4 terms of actively infringing on people's rights, making the places that you live less safe, and removing your ability to keep yourself safe. So
Shout out Joseph.
this is
What up, big guy?
not a thing that we should be doing. I
Hard fucking no.
plead to the state, as much as I don't think any of you should have a say in anything anyway, because you do. I have to ask you, appeal to you, don't
do this.
Don't do this.
Don't
this
do
is
this.
a bad idea. I promise you it's a bad idea. I promise you that you will be effectively less free at the end of that term than you are in the beginning. I guarantee it. Even if you don't realize it, we talked about this yesterday. If you don't get it, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I feel I got a pretty good idea what freedom is. I got a pretty damn good idea what freedom is. Okay? And it boils down to choice. And I guarantee you, at the end of those 4 years, you will have less choice in your life than you do at the beginning. Just like we did for the last 3 terms with Jay Inslee. You will have less choices. You will have less options in your life. I guarantee it. Men's Warehouse. You'll like the way you look. I fucking guarantee it. I guarantee it. It will be worse. I promise you that. And when I leave by 2030, I will say, this is what you get. You put him in office because I fucking, same deal, Men's Warehouse, he will be in office. I Men's Warehouse that he'll be in office. I will leave, and I will tell you that I don't feel bad for what you've done. I will say I will be happier somewhere else. I'm taking my children and a business, 2 businesses, and we're going. And we're going to make more money somewhere else where we're not being raped in taxes.
So
So please don't do this.
So please
but
don't do this.
But you will.
Yes.
But please don't.
it's can imagine a world in which after Obama left office, Eric Holder ran for president and won. we're looking at that.
Fast and the Furious 2.0, 3.0.
Yeah, bro.
We be balling. He's like, okay, so I know it didn't work the first time,
But it'll work this time.
but it's a good plan.
It's a solid
It just
plan.
didn't turn out, but it's a good plan. The idea is good. Execution was bad. Idea is great. Let's go for it again.
Besides, I mean,
We got to get the cartel somehow.
when it comes to our state, right?
Yeah.
Our particular state, and it is not alone in the way this works, but like your perspective on freedom as it pertains to the state of Washington is completely wrong, because freedom isn't about choices.
right.
Freedom is about you making the right choice, and we're just going to help you make the correct choice.
Yes.
And so we're the good guys here, because we're eliminating your ability to make bad choices. And so that's the beauty of this communist centrally run state. We tell you what's bad, just don't do that. So you have the option, you have the choice
Yeah.
to go get a jab or go to a baseball game.
You
But
don't even have to think about it.
you don't even got to think about it. Just do what they tell you to do,
Yep.
and you'll be fine.
And you'll
Bob
feel
Ferguson will gleefully carry out that legacy and continue to push it forward. It's going to be beautiful.
at Men's Warehouse, dude. It's not good. I'm telling you.
At Men's Warehouse it.
Yeah, it's not
It's
good.
become a verb now. Men's Warehouse it.
Yeah.
Oh man. And there's another thing. I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it. There's something else with Bob Ferguson going on right now too, if I recall. There's some kind of other investigation. He's in hot water for something else.
Oh, I bet. Look
And
at his
I
face.
couldn't fucking find it last night.
Yeah.
But I have this feel. There's more there.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet.
He's
So,
also one of those guys that I got after him on Twitter a couple weeks ago for this, that when he was still appealing for the assault weapons ban, that he's like, as a father, we have to pass the assault weapons ban to fucking protect children. And I replied to him, like, as a father, you're a fucking fascist. Like, I'm not gonna, you don't get to use that to appeal, like, because you have children, you know better than everybody else. That's not how it works. Just because, literally, almost anybody can have a child. Almost anybody on the planet can create a child. There are some people who do not have that ability. Almost anybody.
Yep.
It doesn't make you fucking smart. It doesn't make my sister has 5 children. Not good. That's not. I wouldn't let her choose anything. I wouldn't let her tell anybody what to do. So, the fact that you think because you have you
going hard.
I don't want to be too crass, because you had children. I almost broke it down even worse, but we'll keep it.
Very surface level.
Yes. You think that you know better because you had children? It's hilarious. It's laughable. It's a joke. Just like this man here.
It's too bad Hitler didn't have kids, because then you could always draw the comparison and be like, well, yeah, everybody has kids. It's a good thing. They make. Well, Hitler had kids too.
Yeah, you know.
But
who else?
unfortunately, he didn't.
You know who else has children? Kim Jong Un. As a
Boom.
father, the
Boom.
best thing for you and everybody in the country is to shut the fuck up and get into camp and do everything that I tell you to. Dance when
Yep.
we tell you to dance, monkey. That's the best thing to do as a father. Fucking asshole, dude. He's a fascist. This guy is a fascist. I promise you. I guarantee it. There isn't even a question about it. We saw this happen. They are willing to remove your freedoms by force. They're happy to do so.
Yes. And Kevin, shout out in the chat. He says, if California is known as California, then I guess Washington State should just be known as Marks.
I like it.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
We are Marks. And that's just the way you have to say it, because
Marxington.
it's the ultimate collectivist verb.
We live in Marxington.
No. We are Marks.
It's just Marx.
We are Marks. There's no you are Marks. There's no I am Marks. It's just we are Marks. So I have to. And funny enough, when you really think about the timeline of how the last 5 years have gone,
Yeah.
particular in California. Like, what's 5 years ago? I can't. It's 2023, so it'd be 2018. From
Yep.
2018 to today, there's been a massive slide in a certain particular direction down in California. Very authoritarian, very, Marxist, whatever you want to call it, right? And Washington State is generally about 5 years behind
Yeah.
California. So we just now kicking it off. We got the shit going on in New York. Or, I mean, not in New York, in Seattle. The the decriminalization of drugs and shit
Yep.
like that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a right to rest type act that we might hit later on from Portland that legalizes homelessness. I mean, we're right there. We're just a few years behind. So your 2030 timeline seems to just to be about where it needs to be. We'll be the Bridget Fettises of Washington, just bailing out last minute.
Yeah.
Gotta go. It's officially too hot.
Just need money. Help us escape.
Indeed.
That's the tagline now.
Don't
Help
you
us-
wanna watch this
help
show
us
every
escape.
day?
Yeah. Help us escape. Go to the Patreon, subscribe, and that is how you help us escape Washington State. You can find us, obviously, our own personal social media, Salt of the Street on Twitter, and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Collins at Big Bird Off on both those things. saltofthestreets.com for all of this information. Patreon.com, Salt of the Streets. That is the most important one. We just put out a new article the last of the month. I put out mine. Colin's got his Kraken.
Indeed. It should be
So-
up by the end of the weekend.
Yep. I wrote about Crowder. Joseph, I know that you and Colin talked about Crowder yesterday. So peep that. It's in your inbox if you haven't seen it
it.
already. But yeah, I put that one out. I think I put it out. Usually they come out the morning of the 31st. And I
Yeah.
put it out the evening of. But, you know we're good for
We're
it.
cracking out
Yeah.
here.
We're good for it.
Kevin says we got Newsom in 2018.
Dude,
Ferguson is our Newsom, bro.
Yes.
It's going down. It's going down.
says you guys don't need guns. The cops got you. Even though there's not that many of them anymore. It'll be fine.
And they're not allowed to pursue anymore.
Yeah.
Speaking of, which one is it?
What do you got?
This is from our good friend that we love so much, Jason Rance.
I do like Jason
on
Rance.
KTTH, yep, radio. Seattle Police Chief Adrian Diaz told staff that pursuits have been effectively banned in all circumstances. Democrats police pursuit ban requires cops to have recent emergency vehicle operator training and be certified in at least one pursuit intervention option. Otherwise, they cannot pursue you if you're in the Seattle PD. So effective
In a
immediately.
vehicle?
Yes. No SPD officer may engage in a pursuit unless the officer involved in the pursuit has been trained in EVOC. So that would be the emergency vehicle operator training. Update within the last years and has been previously trained in the pursuit intervention technique, the pit maneuver, while employed by the Seattle Police Department. Any pursuit must also meet all current requirements in policy. So effectively,
Pit maneuver, you hit the car on the ass.
yeah, you hit it hit that back. What do you call it? Quarter panel.
Yeah,
Just
make them spin.
Yeah.
Turns them completely around.
Yep.
And then they're going forward so quickly they stop.
Yes. Yeah, it's very useful in Grand Theft Auto. If you've ever played that, it works like a champ.
It's a pretty interesting deal to see, honestly.
Yeah. Lots of good videos on the internet showing pit maneuvers.
When
Yeah.
I was watching live PD all the time, right? Because there was that time when I was
Is
like,
this pre George Floyd? 'Cause
yeah,
that's gone now, right?
Yeah, you can't
yeah.
watch it anymore. It's still on YouTube, but they don't make it anymore. Like the show is not on TV anymore, so there's no new clips. It's only old ones, and I kind of think they took the old ones down for a while. But
Let shit settle down. Like, okay, we
Yeah,
gotta
it-
put them back up. They were
it
good
was-
for ratings.
it was when I was like, I'm gonna be a cop. You know, I was
Oh, yeah,
watching.
yeah.
I was watching live PD all the time, and they had a device that was mounted on the front of a police car that shot a projectile that stuck to a vehicle that they were in pursuit of. That was a tracking mechanism.
Huh.
It there was a box probably about this big, right
Yeah.
about yay big, mounted on the grill that would open up, and there was like a laser that the cop could see in his car, and he could control it with a little joystick thing. Yeah, and then would hit a button, and it was probably like about this big because it was a pretty sizable thing that hit, and it stuck right on the end of their car, and you could see it kind of like waving off of it, but it would
like a radio
track the
antenna type of
vehicle.
thing.
Yeah.
That's like some sci-fi shit. to be
Yeah, I don't
honest.
remember what it was called, but
That's
I
wild.
I was so shocked by it. I showed it to Barbara because she was like the only person that was in office at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, "Did you know that this existed?" And she said, "No." I was like, "That's wild. Like that's
crazy.
fucked up." It's like that's a projectile. That's a tracking projectile on a police car.
Yeah.
Like that's fucked up. I don't like that at all. So I want to be a cop. I don't like that.
I don't like
that's
that at
not
all.
good. We shouldn't be doing that. I don't know. This strange deal.
Oh, yeah, that does. I don't like it when people can track other people. phones. I don't know, man. That whole thing
The AirTag thing
makes
is
me
getting
very uncomfortable.
the AirTag thing is getting really big. That you know what that is. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, so an AirTag
Maybe.
is an Apple item that you can get that looks like the key fob that we have for work, and you can attach it to anything so that you can find it. You can put it on your keys. You can put it on anything, just so that you can find it with your phone.
Yeah.
So criminals have started to take these and like put them on people's cars. That they're gonna like this, so that
Yeah.
they'll follow the women and then abduct this woman, you know, or steal your car or whatever they're gonna do. And so it's so bad that Android and Apple are working together to make a system that's cross-platform, so that there's a notification if your phone
Picks
you
up a
start to be
signal.
tracked. Yeah, because people can also just like attach them to your Bluetooth or like whatever the fuck. I don't know all the details,
Yeah.
but yeah. So if your phone or one of your AirTags or something, or if they attach an AirTag to your phone, you get a notification that someone is tracking you, so that you can like turn off your Bluetooth or whatever. It's that bad.
What the fuck?
Yeah. What started as a super cool thing of
Yeah.
I'll never have to lose my keys again has
Yeah.
turned into, well, I might get abducted because I'm a lonely woman, you know? Yeah. Horrific.
Dude, that's so fucking dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you, man, because you could use that for any number of fucked up things.
Yes.
Stalking and, I mean, Jesus, man, just you put it on some, in people's cars to make sure they're not home, so you can go burglarize their house. I mean,
Yep.
for fuck's sakes,
Yep.
what's this fucking world coming to? All these,
Check your Bluetooth, people. Check your Bluetooth. Same thing. Don't have a bunch of stickers on your car. Don't have a whole bunch of, stickers all over your car so that
right.
it's easily identifiable. I have enough on there that even now I'm like, I don't know why I want these. I'm not going to go scrape them off, But Jordan has like 2 stickers that for a long time she wanted in her car. She was like, but you freaked me out. So you talked about it so much. I don't want to put it on my car.
Yeah, bro.
Like, I just don't. I would rather be able to kind of slip into obscurity
Yes.
than someone to be able to easily identify exactly what my car looks like. That's why
yeah.
I don't have lift on my truck. I don't have new rims on my truck. I don't have any of that aftermarket shit. It's a stock vehicle that has some stickers on it that I put on there before I thought, like, oh, fuck, these
yeah.
are even,
Yeah. If there's an occasion where I drive by you, very rare, if ever.
Yeah.
But there's been a time or two, at least in the parking lot even. And it's like, I don't know it's you
Yes.
until it's too late to wave. Because then I'm like, oh, I got eyes on him. I see
as
him.
it should be.
And that's from going from my old truck, which was the only vehicle of its make, model, year, color in like the county at the time.
Yeah.
Everywhere I went, people knew exactly where I was because
Yes.
I was the only one with that vehicle.
Yes.
And so, like, I mean, I would get text messages, I get phone calls if I'm out and about someplace. Like, hey, I saw you over here. What's up? What are you? People see you coming from a mile away.
Right.
They can obviously track your vehicle very easily if they know generally where you're going to be at a certain time.
Yes.
Hence why my truck was gone. But now, nobody waves at me. I drove by somebody that I would have rather not interacted with, and they were able to look at my vehicle for a short amount of time and had no idea it was me.
Yeah.
Because I would have gotten a phone call from that person to like, hey man, what's up? Let's catch up. And I'm like, I don't want to fucking talk to you.
Yes.
And I just fit in everywhere now. If anything, I get more false flag calls of like, my brother was like, oh, hey man, you're not like down in South Kitsap or something right now, are you? I thought I saw your truck. Nah, bro.
No.
Ain't me. Ain't me.
That's
So
it.
nobody knows where I'm at anymore. Got no personalized plates. I just blend in with everybody. Just
Be elusive,
disappear
dude.
into the ether.
Be elusive. Be
right.
mysterious.
I don't even know if I can pick out my truck anymore. I might lose it if I went to Walmart.
The shit is good.
Exactly.
The shit is good.
Yep. Got to rely on the bleep bleep. Oh no,
Yes.
we're over there. Couple lines away. So I'm right there with that. I don't like take the stickers off, take all identifiable material off your vehicle, or at least keep a low profile, low key.
Yes.
I'm a huge fan of that. Huge fan of that. Forgot how we ended up there, but the air track,
Air tags.
air tags. Woo.
Yeah, that shit's terrifying.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, no, Jordan went out with her sister and some of their friends last night, and I was like, I would really appreciate if you would take your gun with you, like, because I know you're going to go into bars where like they're going to want you or whatever, and you can't have it in there. But I would like if you had it in your vehicle. And then one of her friends, brought a dude home from the bar, and Jordan drove, so they're all in the car together, and they asked Jordan to take them on base, and she was like, "I'm not doing that." She was like, "I have a firearm, like I have this fucking pen on me." She's like, "I'm not doing that." No. And this guy's like, "You have a gun on you?" And she's like, "Yeah, I do." There's a fucking random dude in her car. Of course she does. Are you a fucking idiot? Are you a goddamn asshole? What a stupid fucking thing to say. You're a small group of women going out by themselves. One of you is armed. How crazy, how ludicrous, how fucking wild that one of you would choose to be responsible to protect yourself and your fucking friends. That's crazy. As I, a grown man, sit in a car with you. What a fucking moron, dude. What an absolute moron. How privileged that you're just, I feel safe all the time. I'm never concerned about anything.
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot.
I'm in a car with a bunch of women by themselves, and I'm going to be like, well, you have a gun on you? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I definitely do.
Dude.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
I hope that makes you uncomfortable.
I just got magnetic sheets so I can put my stickers on the magnetic sheet and then cut the sticker out so I can put it on my car and take it off when I... Dude, there
That's
you go.
fire. That's fire.
There
That's a
you
good
go.
idea.
That is a good idea.
I like that a lot. All right, time to order up some magnet sheets. Let's
There you
go. Throw some Bemis tape on it. Call it good.
Let's close out this segment by talking about the Instagram reel and the comments.
Okay. Before we do that, can I
yes.
interject a small
Yes,
one?
of course.
So, we talk a lot on this show about Seattle's homelessness problem.
Dude, the Seattle City Council is wild.
I am convinced they got it figured out, and here is exactly why I believe that.
They got a couple legit commies on that board. Like legitimate actual socialists.
Oh yeah, they
that
do.
are like, yo, we're not even democratic socialists, we are socialists.
And it gets so much better.
And they love it.
It gets so much
All
better.
right, let's see it.
We'll go full screen on this one because you got to see.
In a way, we're sort of in uncharted waters here, but in another sense, we're walking down a very well-taken path, and this board will be the ones leading us. This board represents a broad array of experience and knowledge, from lived experience of housing instability, homelessness, and accessing services in our current ecosystem, as well as
Which
public
means,
finance.
pause for just a second, because it's a lot of gobbledygook, right? There's a lot of words. What that means, what she just said, lived experience with homelessness, that in this board they're creating, and this is not an inherently bad thing, but there are people who were, probably a good thing, there were people who were homeless at one point that are on this board, or people who access state services
Yes.
on this council that they're creating.
Yes.
I know I'm not, there's a lot of words.
There's
There's
a lot
ton
of
of
words.
words that's
Yes.
like super difficult to get through sometimes.
And I get immediately turned off by this woman. She feels like she'd be a super downer at a party.
Oh, for sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Like it's a high class wino party.
Yeah.
And she still will bring the room down.
Jordan's stepdad, great guy, can't ask him about his job. Works with homeless people. It's just inherently
Oh,
sad
yeah.
thing to talk
Can't
about.
do that.
If you even, and it's not like
No,
that's
it's
just
just-
the reality
it's
of
just a
that
sad
job.
situation.
That's a super fucking sad
Yeah.
thing to talk about. So talking about anything besides his job, absolutely great guy,
Yeah.
absolutely fantastic. Yeah, talking about his job, be like, well, I want to kill myself now because
Well, that's a downer.
yeah, it's rough, dude.
Finance, labor representation, public policy, nonprofit affordable housing development, social housing, and regional planning experience. So with that, I want to welcome our panelists here. Okay, I'm going to turn to the folks who are online, and
Masked
I will
up, bro.
just call
Masked
on
up.
you. If you could introduce yourself, Ivo.
Hello, my name is Ebo Barton. I use he, him pronouns. And I have lived experience with being chronically homeless, as well as professional experience working in permanent supportive housing, along with supporting the gender diverse community of Seattle.
That's about the most succinct answer you're going to get, by the way.
Yeah.
And so, experienced homeless before? Been
Yeah,
homeless, right?
chronically.
Chronic. Well, yeah. I don't know what the difference would mean,
I
other
guess-
than like you just
I
don't
wonder
have a
what the
spot.
time. I wonder what the time frame is because
Yeah, it's
you
like
could,
over
yeah,
6 months, or what are we
like
talking about?
temporarily homeless
Yeah.
versus chronically homeless.
And then sounded like more or less got out of that by working the other side of the system.
Yeah,
That's a good deal. That's
it's
a good
pretty
deal.
common.
Very much so. But obviously, there's some pretty deep political persuasion, some ideology underlying all that.
Thank
Obviously.
you. Katie?
Hi, my name is Katie Lebret. I am a trans woman who lives in Seattle. I
am not prepared to be in a public office.
I have experience with working with youth, young adults, like, the younger generation of us.
Just really bad at public
I also
speaking.
have lived experience with being homeless as well and navigating the systems.
Thank you.
So works with young people, has experience working with the younger
Of us. The fuck?
Yeah, obviously,
Do you know what you do?
A trans person. So this is very important for the city of Seattle, diversity, and all those. There's a massive problem with underrepresentation in the homeless population of Seattle, so we have to make sure to connect with them on that level.
Right.
Devin.
My favorite.
Hi, my name is Devin Fortunate. I'm one of the board members appointed by the Seattle Renters Coalition. I am a lifelong renter or renter for my whole adult life. Professionally, I am a Head Start teacher, so I work with low income and largely immigrant families. I have also had a lot of experience living in homes with unsafe conditions and poor maintenance and have that piece of lived experience. I am also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Answer
There
Coalition.
it is.
Okay.
And a gamer. Because look at that fucking headset, bro.
You guys know that I don't like doing this type of stuff, right? You know that I've got a comment about it before. You know I don't like doing this. If I was an immigrant, if I came here and I had a child who was going through the American school system and I was not from here, but I'm here, and this person is teaching my child, I would say, what the fuck is America? What the fuck is this place that I just came to?
Thank you for noticing that aspect of
What the
things.
fuck is this country that I just came to? Is it better here? Is it truly better here? I'd be really questioning what I'm doing.
I would
What
indeed.
am I getting my fucking child into in Spanish? What the shit, dude?
We took in a massive amount of Afghan. I always get the Afghan versus
Word.
Afghani because Afghani is the currency, but Afghan
Right.
is the collective
Is the
people.
people.
We had a ton of the Afghan migrants from the bug out
Yep.
from Kabul. We took in, I forget how many, it was like over 10,000. I'm
But yo,
pretty
these
sure.
people were telling us what to do. These motherfuckers are telling us what to do. Like, all right.
Word. And
American
an interesting
superiority,
thing.
huh?
Yeah,
Jesus
so,
Christ.
So there's that. But
This
hey,
person who's an advocate for socialism.
well, yeah, and that's going to be very confusing to a child that came from anywhere else in the world. It's going to be very confusing for them to see that as your tutor in the Head Start program.
What are we doing?
We're getting interesting.
What are
We're
we
trying
doing?
something new with solving the homelessness problem, and that
You guys remember,
You know?
maybe 2 episodes ago, we talked about the amount of money that had been spent in homeless services and the amount of money, the other things that had actually been done. It's nothing.
Yep.
There's nothing. The money, it's millions and millions of dollars that has just disappeared into people's pockets.
and it's gone.
And now we're bringing in people who I don't know, and I'm not.
They'll probably take a lower paycheck than the standard NGO nonprofit person.
I'm just not sure why this is going to be the thing that's going to fix the homeless issue. I don't understand that because it's not like, as you said, it's not like we don't interact with the homeless population with the millions and millions of dollars we've been spending in trying to do this, right? We are interacting with them because we're doing so because the people are accessing the services. So
Yeah.
it's not like we don't have a read on what the requests are from the homeless community. It's not like we don't have an understanding on what they need, what they're telling us would make it easier for them to not be homeless. Even
Yeah.
if that's what you're going for, not even this is what I think is going to be the best path. Even if your whole idea is we're going to tap into the community and find out what they think we should do. You have to set up a separate commission for that. You don't have the ability in your daily interactions with the homeless community to find out from them, the people who are actively homeless right now, what's going to help them not be homeless. You have to create a commission for 3 people, give them a job with the state. I don't understand this.
Well, it's Seattle. You're not supposed to understand. It just works. But there's a guy. He's like an on-the-ground gonzo journalist. Runs around Seattle. He's an Asian guy. Does some great stuff with anything Antifa involved. And he's been very all over the homeless stuff lately.
Yes.
I forget his name.
Jim or James or...
Yeah.
I know you're talking
He's a
about.
Great Twitter follow, but
It's not Andy, no.
No, but he did a the interview with a homeless guy who'd been homeless, I think, in Seattle for like 4 or 5 years, and he's having a conversation with this guy, and essentially he said, he's like, the biggest problem within the homeless communities that I run in, there's a lot of people that have no concept of actually how to get a hold of any form of service that they might need that the city does provide. And he said that's, for one, so that might be an outreach issue or something like that, but there's you're not going to go looking for services if you don't know they exist or whatever, or you don't think you can have ready access to them or something. But he's about the only guy that I know that's actually on the ground talking to these people, trying to find out their actual desires of what they're looking for. Seattle City Council's not going to be doing any of that.
So I don't think they're even doing like the one night counts like they used to, because they're saying it's not an effective grade or of how many people are really out there. That's fine. You can still use this as an opportunity to talk to the people who are refusing or can't go into a shelter to find out what the fucking deal is. Because we've talked about this issue for a very long time, because it's been an issue in our state for longer than this, far longer than we've been doing this.
It just gets worse every day.
And so we've just had many segments on it. We've discussed it in great detail. There are a lot of different reasons why people are not in shelters. Part of it is the limitation of the shelters. Like some of them, you can do drugs there. You can't do drugs there. You can't have a dog. You have to be just man or just woman or no children, or you have to have children, and I think part of what that guy was getting at is you don't know which one is which. You show up somewhere, and if they turn you away, I'm not going to go to 3 other fucking shelters to try and do it. I'm just going to sleep at the place I slept at last night, because it's not, you know, there's an understandable degradation of your level of vigor and willingness to harshly pursue things if you've been homeless for a long time. I'm not surprised that you get turned down one time and you're like, I want to do it, right? Where most people would say, well, maybe I'll try somewhere else. I know there's another shelter down here. I know there's another one over here. If you've been homeless for 4 years or whatever, fuck it. I don't want to deal with it. Yeah,
I got a system.
I got a place that I know that I can go, and I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I just don't think the city's gonna. They're not tapping into it.
No,
they never are. No. They never will. So I'm running into a problem here.
The place that we talked a while ago, the end of last year, when right around the time that we bought our house, there was another place that we were looking at that was next to a facility, and you can look it up if you're not from here, and it is called Pendleton Place, and it is a facility that was built in Bremerton, that is a long-term housing facility for the chronically homeless, and there is no prohibition on drug use there, and they've had more than one person overdose and die there, and it's been up and operating for less than 2 years. Mm-hmm. This is not the way. This is not the answer.
Mandalorian would not be thrilled with this. This is not the way.
Destroyed people's ability to live in those areas because it's now fucking terrifying. I mean, the house we bought is still not much farther from it, but it's not 2 blocks down like the other one was. So just none of this makes any sense. What's the issue that you're running into?
I can't open replies.
Oh.
So we might have to do this one off the cuff here, because we can get some. Show more. Why is this Instagram on the computer?
That is weird.
Below sometimes. Because I want to see, and it just goes back.
All right. Well, I can pull it up on my phone and I can read it from there.
There we go. We'll just pull up the
Yes,
the main post here.
Yes. So
excellent social media game, I might add, good sir.
All experience. It only takes a cursory glance around the globe to see this as a.
That was so fire. It was so fire.
Yeah. So this reel, we're not going to listen to the reel. You guys can go and you can watch it if you want. I think most of the people here have seen it already. It is a selection from Salty Newsletter number 14, and the article that I wrote for it that is entitled, "What Does This Have to Do with Freedom and Liberty?" And I think that I might take it and post it on our website so that anybody can go and read it. It's been a few months now, and that way you guys can get better context. This particular article is about the federal government, right? And the ways in which the federal government infringes on people's freedoms and liberties on a daily basis. That's what this article is about. Keep that in mind as we move through this. So I'll pull it up here on my phone and we'll be able to go through it.
Yeah, at least I'll be able to see some,
Yes.
like the main comment.
Okay. Comments, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you can see the first one and the person that we're talking about. So this person, the first one is, well, Kevin, of course.
Shout out.
And this person is B. Tracar.
B.
something.
Tracar.
Yeah, so this is actually the last person that I talked to, but the most recent one. So this person says it's a woman from Colorado, because of course I fucking snooped on her shit. And she said,
Oppo research.
yeah, bro, Americans have all the government oppression, cops, harsh drug laws, homophobic and transphobic laws, fascists in Florida and Texas, but we still don't have the benefits of safety or security. Hyper-individualism leads to the worst of both worlds.
So their point being, it's dangerous for people to have too much freedom and liberty. They see that as
yes.
hyper individualism,
Yes.
which means that it's all for me, fuck everything else around me,
Right.
burn it all to the ground. And of course, hyper individualism leads to harsh drug laws, homophobic and transphobic laws, fascists in Florida and Texas, apparently.
Right.
That's what individualism gets you.
Hyper-individualism.
Hyper individualism.
Which is, of course, not what we advocate for here.
It's also made up. That's
Yes.
not a real
No.
thing.
Hyper-individualism, no.
Yeah, it's
And
individualist
when
or not.
Right. When you Google it, because I did look it up because I wanted to make sure that I knew exactly what she was talking about. So I'll Google it so that we have like the exact definition of it.
It's like a wokey term. It's really, I mean, it comes from that. It's a modern day lexicon
Yes.
only. You know, individualism can't be that bad. So, but hyper individualism
I
is.
have to Google it.
It's an all or nothing. I could probably do that since my Instagram's
I
broken.
got it. Hyper-individualism, a tendency for people to act in a highly individual way without regard to society. So when you don't think enough about society as a whole, and that's just the Wikipedia one. There was a longer one that I had that was like, hyper-individualism is a tendency in liberal individual society for social actors to understand themselves as disparate entities rather than part of a like
Collective.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, it's woke
Yep,
talk.
precisely.
So if you're not in the collective, you're a hyper individualist.
Yes.
If you don't do whatever you're doing in your day-to-day life, if you're not doing it at least within the mindset of the greater good, you're hyper individualist,
Yeah.
and that's bad.
And that's how we got here.
And that's how you get fascists in Florida and Texas.
Yes.
Still. How the fuck? Okay.
So my response was, we don't advocate for hyper-individualism. Community and groups are necessary for long-term survival. The ways in which we choose to secure our communities and ensure our safety and are directly limited by the government, federal and state, and they should not be. The piece this is taken from makes the larger point that the federal government in particular is the cause of limitations and infringements on our rights that we feel every day, and that is morally wrong. The reply to that is, but it's not the feds that are the oppressors in most communities. It's the local government in the form of cops and local businesses, wage theft and profit, and hyper-individualism leading to the elimination of public services that provide a safety net. Okay, so as we just went over in our own communities here, you cannot argue in America that there is a overall lacking in public services. That's factually incorrect. You are factually incorrect. That is not true. You can't argue for that. Even if they don't exist in your state, there are federal welfare programs. You are wrong. That is not correct. You can argue that they are inadequate. I would argue that I'm not even going to go into it because in certain circumstances they are, in certain circumstances they aren't. But you cannot argue that there is just a complete dearth of that across the country. That's not true. It's factually incorrect.
Yeah. If anything, you could make the argument that there's a ton of programs out there, and most of them may not be run very well.
They are difficult to
But
navigate
yes,
purposefully because they are designed by the federal government who doesn't want to help you. The government is not here to help you. That's where you're wrong. To the original premise of your thought that the government is here to help is wrong. You're incorrect. They're here to steal from you and coerce you into what they want you to do. That is why it is intentionally difficult for you to get these services. You have to do what they want to get the service. right? Whereas instead, if you had a strong community like we advocate for, not hyper individualism, right? Because we've never done that on the show. There's a difference between you need to convince me and fuck you, I don't care about you at all. Those are very different things. If you want me to do something, you need to convince me. You don't get to tell me what to do. You can't coerce me. You need to convince me, right? I need to have a choice in this. That's what we advocate for here. We are also enormous advocates, as you can see by the fucking shooting footage that we show here all the time. Community is very important. It's extremely important. You literally can't survive without a community. It is more beneficial. It would be easier and long-term more beneficial if you could appeal to your community for aid. They could then look at the case because they know you, give you the things that you need to get you off of your feet, and then you can move on with your life, which is the actual intent of the welfare system, is for you to have temporary assistance so you can get a job and support yourself again, not live on it for 30 years. That's not a safety net. A safety net is not a thing that you can sustain yourself on for the entirety of your life. That's a welfare program. That's not how this works. It's ludicrous. I mean, the idea that your original premise is wrong. You are incorrect. Without a safety net and with a corrupt justice system, we guarantee crime in our communities. No fucking shit. Hyper-individualism also leads to our dispersal of homes. Everyone has to have a single family home in the burbs and drive a big truck and drive as fast as they want, wherever they want. Speed limits? We need speed limits? It's not good for anyone to drive how fast wherever they want.
Well, and let's not even take into account the fact that you're obviously neglecting to even think about the majority of populations that live in cities that where they're affected most for people, or there's the most concentrated amount of people that need public assistance of some kind revolve primarily within giant cities that are run and occupied by people of your political ideology.
And
you're essentially defeating your own argument, because you're saying that people that live out in the suburbs and drive big trucks they're causing the lack of help for people that need social programs.
Yeah, her claim is that
none of this makes sense,
because the people that want to live in single family homes are the reason that the people who live in cities, the good people, right, who aren't hyper individual, who live in cities and apartments, that's why they get fucked by the corrupt justice system. It's because of us. Because we don't want to be a part of that. And that's what feeds into the corrupt justice system that they're a fault of, right? Because it's the police that are oppressing them. Right? The people who live in the country, to remind you, don't want police help. We live too far out. That's why we want guns. We don't want police help. We want our choice to defend ourselves. You who are claiming that you're oppressed by the police, you live in the city. You choose to subjugate yourself. You do this to yourself. No one is oppressing you. You are oppressing yourself. You live in the city. You live in a place that is run by your ideology, as Colin has just pointed out to you. You are oppressing yourself. We are not doing this to you. I don't want more intervention. I want less intervention.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this to you. You're doing this to yourself. Yeah.
And to think that any individualistic person wants to push their values into the inner city is ludicrous.
Yes.
Because if they did, they'd be there. But they don't, which is why they left. They're not fucking with your shit.
No.
You're the only one doing it.
And let's explain to me how your ideology holds up when we have seen the fleeing of people in droves from the states that are run by the ideology that you're advocating for. All these people who live in California that fled to red states because of the things that you're talking about, that you're advocating for, that's why they left. That's why they're not living there anymore. Because it doesn't work.
They're just a bunch of hyper-individualist fascists.
Yeah,
so.
These destroy our communities and isolate people from one another. They make our shared spaces exceptionally dangerous. Oppression is real. Okay, you removing yourself makes the shared space more dangerous. How? In what world does that make sense? It doesn't. It does not. Me wanting choice, and in that choosing to defend myself and the people around me with a firearm, in what world are you now less safe because I've made that choice?
I mean,
what are you talking about?
In a realistic world.
You're just ranting. You came here, you heard a robot woman's voice, made up something in your head, and then just ran with it. Ignored everything that I said and ran with it. You literally don't know what you're talking about. It's pretty delicious. It's pretty awesome. Oppression is real, but you're fighting the feds while the real oppressors have already robbed you blind.
Well, also, yes, we're fighting the feds,
Yeah.
but also we're fighting anybody attached to the corrupt establishment, whether that be corporations
Yes.
or crony capitalists. I mean, you name it. Name me a politician, and I'll tell you why they shouldn't be in office.
And
I don't care
underlines-
which side.
It underlines the level of ignorance that's involved here because I said in the first reply, this piece that this is taken from is about the federal government. This piece, the one that you chose to comment on, is about the federal government. That's the point. That's the idea. That's the plot, man. That's what we're talking about here is the federal government.
The plot.
Yes. So yes, you're so right.
You've lost the
Yep.
plot.
Yeah. So in response to that, we are well aware of the ways the state governments affect our lives. We are an anti-government and live in Washington state. This piece is about the federal government. We speak regularly on our show about state governments and the ways they too infringe on our liberties. See the assault weapons ban that we fucking talked about until our asses fell off. We advocate for choice on all levels, not hyper-individualism, as we said before. There is no question we are oppressed by government, state and federal alike. I think you fail to see the level of influence the federal government has on individual state governments through federal funding, cops, housing, schools, the same examples that she gave, right? Because all of those things, if we forget, are controlled by the federal government. If you want money for your schools, you do what they say. If you want money for your cops, you do what they say. That's how this works. On average, a quarter of state funding comes from the federal government. Or a quarter of it. If you want the money, you do what they say. You're dumb. You have to be choosing to be this ignorant. You have to choose it. It's impossible to not do that because you can't have researched this issue and still be trying to blame people who want to live by themselves. That's insanity. The federal government controls what the states do with the money that go into the programs that you have just discussed. The federal government controls these things through housing and urban development, the Department of Education. Come on, dog. You're kidding me, right? You're joking me. When the vast majority of states are tapping into the Medicare system, you're joking me, right? The federal government controls the same things that you are complaining about.
She's in a cult.
You don't know what you're talking about. I hear you. I understand it. You don't understand what freedom is. You don't get it. You think that for everyone to be free, we have to all live in a building together. If I don't want to live in a building with you, I don't want community. That's insane. That doesn't make any sense because I don't want to live within your definition of community. That is not freedom. That is authoritarianism. You are telling me what freedom is. I already exist in that ideology in this state. As we just talked about, they tell us what is right and wrong, and we choose to do what they say. That's what freedom is here. That's not freedom. That isn't choice. That's not real. That is a false reality that you have chosen to buy into that these people have constructed. I get it. You don't know what freedom is. I get it. You're wrong, though. I understand. I'm not going to argue with you. You're wrong. If you are advocating for someone else to not be able to choose what they want, that's authoritarianism. You're choosing for someone else. That's not freedom. That is not freedom. And if you think that in some way they should be forced to do so, that's fascism. That's what that is. The threat of violence, using that to force someone to do what you want. That's fascism. That is what that is. So that's fine if that's what you advocate for. We are, that was really close. We're anti-fascist on this podcast. We are not Antifa. We are against fascism on all levels, right? I'm not going to support you in this.
No.
You're wrong, and that's okay. You don't know what freedom is. At the end of the day, I still want you to be able to choose. I want you to have freedom because that's what choice really is. That's what freedom really is. It's okay if you don't get that. That's why you only get 2 replies.
Cult members only get 2 replies.
That's why you get 2.
And that's what it is. Is this woman's in a cult? She is in a what do you call that? The chamber, the ideological fucking bubble chamber, whatever they call that, the echo chamber, where there are only certain prescribed correct answers for anything, and that has to be essentially approved by the collectivist narrative in the cult. And anything outside of that is dangerous and scary and wrong and bad. And when the problem is when you're in that cult, you don't know that you're in a cult.
Yes.
And you don't have the ability to even perceive outside of the narrow boundaries of ideology that your cult allows you to live within. You don't even know that there's something beyond the wall. Uh-oh, what do you got?
The first guy that I roasted, he deleted his comments.
No way.
Yeah, that's why I can't even see him. What a little bitch. I was gonna roast you and you got scared. You did this. I'm saying your name. You did it.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
Harsh Bing with 2 H at the end of harsh. You did this. You came here. You asked for the smoke. You're a pussy. You deleted your own comment. You're a pussy, dude.
Would that be in the...
Yes. Yeah, keep scrolling. Keep
scrolling.
Because Deborah liked him. Then so she liked my replies. You can only see the things that I said because this is the guy that tried to say that other countries, maybe you could scroll down more. It might say that he commented, but I don't know. It might just say this dude commented on your post. But
No.
nope, he deleted him because he's a pussy.
Wow.
Wow, dog. You came, dude. Okay. You showed up here. You asked for this fucking smoke. You came and you said, actually, other countries are more free and America's not even a top 10 place to live. It actually sucks here. You said that. And then made some comment about how Americans can't argue on the internet. So you're obviously not actually from here. You're from somewhere else. And you got a rash on your ass because I said that America's the shit. It is, right? We complain about it all the time. There is not a better place to live in the world than America. Hands down, no question, no challenge. There isn't a place that is better. There are places you can get other services. You can have more things of some variety. There is not a place in the world that is better to live in America, in a place where you have a higher likelihood of going from nothing to something. There isn't one. It doesn't exist. There isn't a place where you can be more free than America. It's not real. If you believe that, you're believing a lie. That's a fallacy. Again, same deal as the other woman from Colorado. That's fine. You're wrong. But that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I'm going to tell you that you're wrong. That's why I sent you the smoke. You could see what I said. The first thing, the only country with anything close to freedom is the U.S. That is the truth. That is reality. And if you take a look at all the countries that founded themselves after this one, their constitutions are based on ours. And then a more limited version. That's how it works. Less freedom.
Yeah, they're like, no, we can't give them all those things.
Whoa,
I mean,
it's too much.
it's too much freedom. Baby.
You idiot. There is no doubt there are problems here, but this is the only place where we have the right, ability, and duty to fight for our freedom as well as the recourse to do so. This is the only country with free speech. In multiple EU countries, you can be jailed for speech and have no rights to defend yourself. Canada included, as we have seen in the video from Justin Trudeau, you don't have a right to defend yourself with a firearm in Canada.
Nope.
You don't have that right there. It doesn't exist because he used Canada as an example of like even Canada is better. We are the only place with anything close to freedom.
Canada jailed people for going to church during COVID.
They stole their money for protesting.
They locked them, they froze their bank accounts, took money from them because they were not part of a approved protest.
Because they honked a horn.
You know, or even maybe sent $5 to somebody that was there to honk their horn.
Bilbo.
Those people also got down.
Yes.
And you see it happen in the UK all the time. People getting arrested for memes.
Yeah.
We had the case. I forget the dude's name that he posted that meme during the 2016 election, and it was like a meme with Hillary Clinton on it. It said, you know, don't vote by mail or something like that. Text your vote in to this number. He's guilty. He's going to fucking jail now. Because for posting a fucking meme, they call it election interference or some shit.
Yep.
It's bro.
So his
Don't
response
tell me that.
was something to the effect of like, I'm wrong on every level, and he could prove it categorically, but
I can't.
something's razor. I don't remember some fucking college bullshit, you know. But this guy's razor applies, and because you made the claim, you have to substantiate it, and I don't have to refute it because you're the one that said that America's more free. Okay, are you not the one that said America is less free? Do you not then, by the same principle, need to justify what you said after I showed you that you're wrong? So my response to him, because can't remember exactly what he said, said it's very simple. If you can be jailed for hate speech, like in many EU countries, including Germany, which you can, because I even looked it up after that to fucking make sure. Because after I said it, I was like, God damn, what if I'm wrong? Like maybe I'm wrong about that.
Better check.
A cursory Google search will show you that I am correct. Your speech is not free. If you don't have the right to defend yourself how you choose, like in Canada, you aren't really free. The point of the piece in this video is that the government is at the root of the violations of our rights we experience every day. And these are two very basic examples. Nothing. No response.
No.
Then came back and deleted his comments like a pussy.
Did that cursory Google search and was like,
yeah,
oh,
oh
fuck.
shit, I'm
Oh,
wrong.
shit.
Oh no. Oh no. You can be jailed for saying bad shit in Canada.
Oh,
They do get to
no.
define what's hate speech and what's free speech there. Isn't that terrible?
Oh, man.
You idiot.
Dumb,
That's
dumb,
what you
dumb,
get.
dumb.
You come here, you fucking come correct, or I will destroy you in the comments and on the show. I will roast you. I do not care. I am not here for you. I am here, I guess, in the long term to show you what freedom is. But if you don't get it, get the fuck out. I don't care.
Get out.
I don't care. I will fucking destroy you if you come here. If you come correct. God damn it.
I mean, I could give you an
Dude, if you
example.
throw a spear at the king, you better fucking hit, dog. Like, I'm not, fuck you. I'm not taking it. I will destroy you. I cannot believe what a pussy that guy is. Hilarious. You're on the internet. I don't even know who you are. This is as anonymous as it could be, but you put your own picture on there. That's why you knew you were gonna catch the smoke, you idiot. You knew. Fucker, dude.
Oh, dude, he stole that W from you. You know, he just ripped it out of your hands.
No, this is still a dub. You ran. You deleted your own comment. That's a dub. Because my comments are still there. Deborah liked them. I can still see it. I know that we interacted, you
Shout
fucker.
out Debs.
I'm screenshotting those responses and tweet them out. You're a bitch. God damn it.
Well, then you can inevitably screenshot the picture of him blocking you, and then the circle
Fuck
will
yeah.
have been completed.
Ooh, I wonder if he has a Twitter with the same name.
Oh, well, I'm telling you, you're going to find out.
I don't have time for that. I can't be following people
don't wanna
around
chase
different
that
social
down?
medias. Be like, hey, pussy, why did you delete your comments? That would be so funny, though. Dude, if I didn't have kids, the time that I would have to do this type of shit.
Oh, buddy, you'd be tearing it up
Oh, it
on
would
the
be
internet.
horrible. It would be horrible. I would be drinking so much. I would just been sloshed and going through our comments.
Oh, that would be. I mean, we can hire a guy. We can find somebody.
To get drunk and comment to people.
We'll just pay him in booze.
Yes.
We'll be like, all
Hilarious.
right, man. So here's the deal. I'm gonna give you a bottle every week, and you're just gonna light up the comments. Go
Yeah.
for it. We need a troll in chief. Let's go.
Well, that's how you know that we're right, because he
Yep.
ran away.
Yep.
All right, what do you got here? This is tack down?
Yeah. I mean, we could show it real quick before we
Yeah,
pull it
let's
out.
see it.
The Tacoma Police, the community has officially turned in 128 firearms,
What, do they have a give
buckets
back
of
or whatever?
ammunition. Yep, a buyback, and 50 gun lock boxes were handed out during our gun give back event on Sunday. Thank you to everyone who participated. So 128 firearms that people no longer own.
Why would you not sell them? Why would you not make money? Because look at all like the handguns. A bunch of those are like snub nose revolvers. Like
Yeah.
it looks like looks like some sweet pieces in there.
Yeah, it does.
So the handguns at the very least. And if you have a wood stocked long rifle, sell it because it's worth money, even if it's in shit shape. Someone can take it and reshape the stock in a more ergonomic fashion, sand it down, and sell it for even more money. Why? Don't do this to yourself.
The reason they're doing it is because they have fallen prey to the same ideological mind virus that says guns are bad and I shouldn't have guns and neither should you. So I'm going to give them back to the state because I can't. I believe there's like an MSRP refund check you can get. 'Cause
Right.
we had talked about there's a program now state level that like local PDs and stuff can do buyback programs pretty much at any time they want.
Okay.
And you get some form of compensation back for it.
Dude.
But the reason they're not turning around and doing something smart like selling them to a gun shop and getting some form of recompense back for the initial purchase, it's because they are ideologically swayed to the point they don't think anybody should have this gun either.
Fools.
So they're just going to give it back to the state, which will do what the fuck ever with them. But 128 on one Sunday last week.
There was a guy in one of these states, I don't remember what it was, that bought a bunch of PLA for his 3D printer and 3D printed like fucking 90 of these lowers.
Woo.
And then went and sold them to the police. Yeah, they had a buyback and like made a shitload of money in profit off of it.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute. Well, at this point now, don't be doing that because where's the serial number? Well, there's not one. I made it. I'm like, well, you're right to jail.
Well, they can't prove when you made it though. So
That's
as long
true.
as it's not warm when you hand it in, you know, then there's like
Fresh
there's
off the
no
printer.
one can prove it. I mean, you could be like, I've literally had them sitting around for years, and I just didn't know what to do. And then I
Yep.
saw that you were having this thing.
So
So I
I'm
woke
getting
up
mine.
last night and realized that guns are bad.
Yes.
And so I was gonna attack something, and now I don't want to. And I
I'm a
wanna-
convertee. You have fixed me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here you go. Give me my checks, please.
Yes.
I'm going to go buy 10 times more fucking resin now. Let's go.
Go get paid. Do
Go
it.
get paid.
Go get paid.
Love it.
Yeah, a bunch of those are like long rifles, like both actions, because they don't look like AR stocks.
No.
They're like,
None of those guns seem to be ones. I mean,
come on,
I'm
guys.
firmly a believer that any gun is worth keeping.
You're losing money.
Come on.
You're losing money here.
But hey, that's Tacoma. Those people are going to be. They're making the streets of Tacoma a safe place.
Yes. Yeah, much safer now that civilians don't have those guns.
Exactly, and the government will definitely be responsible with
Should have
them.
just thrown it over a bridge. That's
Yeah.
exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, thank God. Hopefully, they just don't turn them over to the ATF because they lose thousands of guns every year.
I think the police department chops them up.
That's can you? That's worse than like a factory farming video
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah,
I don't want
and
to
they
see that
just chop
shit.
'em
That
up.
is heartbreaking.
Just use a fucking
Going poor man over here. Give me some guns.
chop saw with a thick ass blade on it, and just which is should be a crime. I'm talking about punishable. That should be a crime.
That hurts me emotionally.
Yeah. You got anything else for part one?
That's what I got, baby.
All right, guys. Well, with that, we will go and take our first break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2 of episode. Oh, come on.
Don't get in my personal space.
Episode 147, Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm calling.
We have been happy to have you guys here. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our YouTube and our patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe, help us make more, better content just like this. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you, guys. Bye.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 147, part 2. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We're happy to have you here. You can find all of our social medias over at our website, saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both of those things. Go to the Patreon. Sign up. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Helps us make more, better content just like this. Okay, part 2.
Mr. Hand. Delicious.
So you've got our beers going. It's part 2. We have a
time.
Lucha Libre. This is the Mexican lager. Came out yesterday from Rainy Days.
Rainy days.
So, it's pretty good.
Came out on Cinco de Mayo because that's just what we do these days. It's called cultural appropriation, and I'm here for it.
I'm going to tell you, the lefties were out in full
Force?
regalia yesterday. Yeah, of like, it's not even Mexican Independence Day, and everybody is different. And just because I'm Hispanic and speak Spanish doesn't mean that I'm Mexican. And it's not an excuse for white people to get dressed up and go get drunk. And shut up. Shut up.
Shut
I'm
up.
Mexican. Shut up. It doesn't. No one cares. Shut up. Shut up. We've done it with everything else. It's too late now.
Yep.
Shut up. It
Can't do
doesn't
it.
matter.
Can't do it. So
You're
we're-
just being an unpleasant asshole. That's all you're doing, is just making people not want to talk to you.
Yep.
Just stop.
I'm trying to like.
If you're white, don't talk about it. If you're white, don't tell anybody else what they should do with another person's holiday. It's not yours. Shut up. You don't get to choose. You don't get to decide how other people celebrate another culture's holidays. You don't tell me. It's not yours, right? Then shut up.
Donovan, you're just being so hyper individualist right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
if
you're
you
not
didn't,
thinking about the collective consciousness of all these oppressed minority communities out here who are disaffected by our systemic racist and systemic. Fuck, I lost it.
You know
Damn
what
it.
you can do?
I can only go so long.
You know what you can do?
Too many
You can tell
buzzwords.
people how to celebrate Mother's Day. Do you know why? Because Richard Nixon made Mother's Day. So you could tell someone how to celebrate Mother's Day. A white person made that holiday. That's what you can do. You can tell someone how they should celebrate Mother's Day. You don't get to tell me how I should celebrate fucking Cinco de Mayo. It doesn't work that way. It's not yours. You didn't make it up. You don't get to choose for me. It doesn't. No. You can even talk about Thanksgiving. You can be wrong about that and do something different. That's fine because you're white also and we were involved in that. I'm still not going to do what you want because you're wrong, but you can have a say in that. That's fine. We made that one. If you didn't make it, shut up. It's so irritating.
Can we-
that it's
okay,
the
now-
white, it's the what is the awfuls, right? The affluent white
Oh,
liberals,
yes.
like, shut up. You're the ones that are being unpleasant. You are the ones that are trying to choose how other people can celebrate a different culture's holiday. Why are you
College-educated white
offended?
women.
Why are you offended for me? Why?
Everybody's favorite voting block.
Yeah, stop. I don't want to hear it anymore. And this one's mine. I actually owned this one, and I don't want it. I don't want you to talk about it. That's what I want. That's how I want to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, is by you shutting the fuck up about Cinco de Mayo. Don't even tell me happy Cinco de Mayo. Don't want to hear it. Just don't talk about it. Don't talk about it again. And if I want to drink fucking Coronas and put on a culturally offensive costume, I'm going to do that. And that's my right as a Mexican person. You fucking assholes. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. It's not even yours.
Okay, now do St. Patty's Day for me.
Dude, that one's fine too. If you're white, go for it. That's
What-
fine. But that one's about getting fucked up. I don't care. That one's inherent in the culture. I don't care even what that's about. That's inherent in the culture. You get fucked up that day.
Irish people are just regular white folks now,
Yeah,
so
I'm not going to
doesn't
hear it.
matter.
I'm Irish too. I'm telling you. I don't want to hear it.
All their oppression counts for shit anymore. You're just one of the club. Sorry, guys.
don't
You're
wanna
in
hear it.
You're in the oppressors class now.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus. I'm just I'm slowly creating a list, right, of all these super offensive things out there, issues that I am for these days.
Yeah.
Like I think we've covered it pretty well on this show. Like I'm for child labor.
Do we figure out what the deal is with the 10-year-olds in the McDonald's?
No, we
Because
didn't.
I know the Crystal Ball talked about it on
That's
Breaking
right.
Points. I didn't watch it,
You
but
know what? I'm gonna just do a cursory Google glance.
because when
again.
we talked about it, I said
Yeah.
it's got to be people. How do you hire a 10-year-old and don't pay them? Like, that's what I don't understand. That's why I feel like someone
it's
brought
the
their
first
kid
thing
in
that
and
comes
got
up.
them to do fucking work, right? Let's read an article. Let's talk about
let's
it.
go to Axios.
Yes.
They're always
All
fair
right.
and balanced, right? So 10-year-olds found, oh, fuck you, Axios. You're not getting any money. Found working at McDonald's until 2 a.m. Okay, so more than 300 minors, including 2 10-year-olds, were found working at McDonald's later and longer than laws permit, and the Department of Labor investigate. Found the big picture child labor is on the rise in the U.S., and federal government announced a crackdown earlier this year after tracking a 69% increase in illegally employed kids since 2018.
Fuckers, dude, I knew it.
Go ahead.
Bauer Food LLC said in a statement that the 2 10-year-olds are children of a night manager and were not approved by franchise organization management to be in that part of the restaurant. The fuck did I say? What the fuck did I say? I read the headline. It said, this sounds to me like someone brought their kids into work and made them do shit. Okay, McDonald's did not employ 10-year-olds. That's not how. That's not what happened. That is not what happened. But
this entire article is about child labor being on the rise.
Yes.
And you run that as your headline because that's clickbait. That gets you into
10-year-olds
it.
found working at McDonald's until 2 a.m. Certainly seems
That's not right.
It seems to imply that they were employed by McDonald's. They
Yeah.
were not. That's not. And dude. When we talked about it, I'm not even going to justify it. You understand. You get it. That's not what happened. That's an intentionally misleading headline. And I didn't even have to read the fucking article to know that that's what happened.
It's like,
someone brought their
there's that
kids
thing.
in.
Done. The whole article is nonsense now.
I done told you. I told you.
That was about the fastest we've ever done one of those. That's
Yeah,
healthy.
I don't, if you're overworking children, that's whatever. That's another thing.
It's a big deal. That's a different thing.
Are the children, are they taking those shifts? Are they telling you they don't want them and you're saying if you don't take it, you're fired? That's a totally separate issue than giving a person who's not 18 years old more than their legally allowed hours because they're asking for it. The fuck out of my face. If you want to make money, make money. The government shouldn't be telling you this, and that's precisely what this is. The government is labor relations board. This is horrible. This is fucking terrible.
Well, let's do a.
Are you being abused? Are you being abused, or was this your choice?
Yes.
Are you being coerced into this? Is this unfair? Did you choose this? Then fuck off.
Well, let me do crystal ball now, right? Because I didn't watch this clip.
No, me
and
either.
I think it'd be really funny if you find the clip, maybe find it real quick, see how long it is. If
You
it's really
Googled
short,
it came right up.
okay, I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
But I would. So I'm going to do Crystal's take, and then depending on how long it is, we should watch it and find out because I want to see how right I am. Her take on this essentially would be if she indeed knows that these kids were not actually working at the McDonald's, they were there with their parent.
Yeah.
Right? I would assume that the argument then is this person who is on the night shift is not getting paid a living wage and has no access to childcare at that time of night and is then forced by circumstance to bring their kids with them to work at 2 a.m. and how this is a fucking crime and it's really McDonald's fault because they need more. Hey, buddy, I'm trying to make a point here. Quit barking.
I thought one of the dogs was at the door.
Oh, she psyched you out, bro.
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, I guarantee you that's her thing. It's McDonald's. It's corporate greed. They're
the
not giving
corporations.
living wages, all that good shit. That's the Crystal take on that one. It's still gonna come down to
Boom, found it at 7 minutes.
I'm thinking we need to.
Yes.
I'm thinking we need to. Let's just do it. Okay, let me pull it up here. Luckily, we
there you go.
follow them on there, do we? Maybe we don't. Okay, breaking points.
No, you unfollowed them from our Salt of the
That's
Streets
right, I
page.
did, didn't I?
He has
And then I had to turn around and refollow
if
them on
you just
mine
scroll
too.
down a little bit, it's one of the top ones. Yep, right there.
Oh, McDonald's kids.
All right, let's hear it.
God, I'm so excited. No free ads. I am so tired of running into Joe Biden ads.
Well, we're going to talk about that because he's running again. So that's the portion of the ad.
There is a new
okay.
All right, let's hear it, Crystal. This is off the cuff. We have not watched this before. This is breaking down breaking points totally off. Do we have a thing for that? Do we have a drop for breaking points?
We don't.
Oh, I
but
thought
I
we
think
did.
we need to because it's a regular occurrence.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, first of all,
We may
let
or
me
may not
just
shit
say-
on her. We don't know.
yeah, exactly. We don't know. She might have a base take. And I'm loving this whole Sauger 5 o'clock shadow type look he's got going on. He started fucking with it lately, and I'm here for it, buddy. You look
classy.
good. All right, let's do this. Oh, hang on. We fucked up. We got to turn that back on. There we go.
There's a new shocking report out of Louisville, Kentucky. So apparently, the Department of Labor found that 2 10-year-olds were working unpaid shifts at a McDonald's restaurant.
That's not
False.
That's not
False.
what happened. That's not
False.
what happened. The cursory glance of the overview of the Axios article disproves that. That's not what happened. They weren't working unpaid shifts. You fucking asshole.
She didn't even get through her first sentence, and she's
No,
already
you're
lying.
Already wrong.
All right, carry on, Crystal.
This is just as horrifying as it sounds, according to CBS News.
It's not though.
Officials
That's
said
the thing, is that it's not, because she lied.
She'll explain why
Yeah.
she's right.
Yep.
the children were not paid, yet sometimes worked as late as 2 a.m. And they, quote, prepared and distributed food orders, cleaned the store, worked at the drive-through window, and operated a register.
Nice.
Investigators learned that one of the 2 children was allowed to operate a deep fryer. That is a prohibited task for workers under the age of 16.
Okay, pause that.
Sounds like these kids are getting some really sweet like life skills from here.
Also notice that she doesn't mention they're the children of the night manager. Not that they were hired by fucking McDonald's, because again, the line that she's spinning now is a world in which 2 individual 10-year-old children, because at this point there's no reason to believe they're connected, right? It's just 2 10-year-olds, 2 individual 10-year-old children were able to turn in an application to an adult who managed a McDonald's, who accepted it, interviewed them, and hired them.
Yes.
That's not what happened.
And
That
then put
isn't-
them on night shift. And put them on work in the fryer.
and said work the fryer.
Yep.
That's not what happened. That isn't the reality. She's intentionally misleading you.
Now, there's a good reason kids under 16 are barred from working the deep fryer. It's really dangerous.
They're too short.
Just a year ago.
That's why they're too short.
Too short. This woman has never worked a deep fryer in her life, by the way. I
A
can tell you that
15-year-old
right
in Tennessee suffered hot oil burns while working the deep fryer at a different McDonald's. Now,
Guarantee
the
it, you
owner
work
of
the
this
fryer
offense
anywhere, you're going to get burned. At the
Yeah,
oil.
it's called-
Guarantee it.
It's called working in the kitchen, bro. That's what happens.
Dude, I men's warehouse it. If you work at a fryer, you are going to get burned. I men's fucking warehouse it. It's ridiculous.
Add that to the list of Donisms. There we go. A men's warehouse.
Yeah. God.
defending McDonald's, Bauer LLC, claimed no awareness of the fact that 10-year-olds were working the register, manning the drive-thru, and operating the deep
Because
fryer.
they didn't get hired there.
Owner Sean
That's because
Bauer
they
told
weren't actually employees. You idiot. That's because they didn't actually work there. Because their parent brought them there and had them do shit.
CBS
She's the
News,
spinning
kids
line
were
now
not
that's
approved
like
to be in that
it's
part of the
so
restaurant.
big. The company Bauer Foods is so large, they don't even have a track when 10-year-olds get hired there. They don't even know. They're not even tapped in because it's just too big to even manage. This corporation is out of control. Industry scheme, nothing sacred. It's just scary. They didn't hire 10-year-olds. You're being an asshole.
And that they were there at the direction of and in the presence of their parents. But this
Finally.
is far from the first child labor law violation from Mr. Bauer's company. They were hit with a $40,000.
All right. Okay.
Jesus.
Yep, it's the same thing because they didn't hire 10-year-olds. How can this company, in this individual circumstance, how can this be a violation of the labor rights if they didn't fucking hire them?
They didn't do it, bro.
How could the company? Is this poor parenting? Probably. If you have a 10-year-old, probably shouldn't be up at 2 a.m. Probably not.
Probably
You have
not.
shit you need to do the next day. Even if it's you're homeschooled, you need more sleep at 10 years old because you're a child. You're growing. You're developing. Probably shouldn't have them up at 2 a.m. If they're up at 2 a.m., they definitely shouldn't be working a fryer, right? Is this the fault of Bauer Foods? No. Are we here defending corporatist fucking shill terrible people? No. Come on, man. This is intentionally, I mean,
We're only a minute in.
oh God, Crystal. All right, let's go.
Assessment after the Department of Labor found they had 24 kids under 16 working longer than approved hours. Nor is this a problem confined to this one McDonald's franchisee. There are 3 McDonald's franchisees, which combined operate 62 McDonald's, that were found to have worked 305 children longer than the allowable hours.
Okay,
Now,
same question rises. Did they ask for these shifts? Did they decline them, say they didn't want them? Were they forced to work these shifts? Were they coerced into it? If not, then I don't fucking care, and the government shouldn't have anything to say about it. If you're 15 and you want to take an extra shift, do it. You deserve that money. That's your right to use your labor, your power to get money from that. That's your right. You have that ability as a human being. This woman, the government, some nameless, faceless fucking figure who works the Department of Labor shouldn't tell you what you should or shouldn't do. This is a decision between you and your parents if they love you and they care about you. This is This is not good. People shouldn't be controlled like this. It is up to you to choose. It should be up to you to choose.
That's freedom, choice.
I don't like this.
On top of that,
yes.
she's already established that there is at least a percentage of these kids that are quote unquote working, as she would say,
Yep.
that are not actually hired there. They're not. They might be doing jobs to help their parents or whatever, but they're not working
No.
at that place. That's not how you've already screwed up your entire point at this point. You're going to drop another number. 300 other kids or whatever are found to have been working here. You've already established that they probably aren't actually hired, or if they are hired, they have gone over the legally prescribed allowable hours.
Which
And
is
then
bullshit
which case
anyway.
is like, you don't know the individual circumstance, so you're not making the point you think you are. And you've already disproven, you've already removed credence from your initial argument, because you've already stated right off the top that at least some percentage of these kids are not actually hired there, which is a totally different conversation. It has nothing really to do with McDonald's.
No. Or Bauer Foods.
Yeah.
This is part of a larger trend, which through new laws and violations of existing laws is working to roll back a century's worth of child labor protections. According to the Economic Policy Institute, the number of child labor law violations has skyrocketed over 200% since 2015, and we have seen a 37% increase just year over year. A recent investigation
You should probably talk to your Democratic leadership for destroying the economy so bad that kids are actually wanting to go out and get jobs.
on kids age 13.
Two-parent homes or single-parent homes can't support
Yeah.
their own families like they should, right? That's not the discussion. It isn't the fact that we live in a world where if someone has a job, they should be able to support themselves or a family, right? It's not about that. It's just about these labor violations. These fucking corporations are horrific, right? It's not about the ways that you're being destroyed in taxes. It's not about the things that you're forced to pay into or the things that you can or can't do in your everyday life that limit you. Nope. It's about this corporation. It's about this Bauer Foods. They're fascist. They're terrible because they're stealing money from you and they're forcing you into work. And it's too much.
It's terrible.
To 17 employed by a meat packing sanitation company.
We did
These
that
kids
one
were
already.
forced to clean back saws, brisket saws, and head splitters at meat packing plants owned by some of the top names in big food in this country. New York Times recently published a heartbreaking report on the way undocumented kids are being funneled into a nationwide network of effectively indentured servitude, exploited for low wages, backbreaking labor, and horrifying conditions, all because their youth and immigration status make them easy prey.
No, well, we'll save that for border talk.
It's the fault of the
because-
corporations. It's
yeah,
your
it's
fault.
100%.
Yep.
Just as disturbing is the successful industry lobbying effort to make some of these harmful practices perfectly legal. This year alone,
So is the argument right? Because they're already here. They're the kids, the people are here. The immigrants are here regardless, right?
Yeah.
So is the argument that no one should get paid then, right? If you're here, fuck you. Then if you're illegal, you don't get to make any money. That's your argument. That's your argument now.
Yeah, you're breaking
That's
labor
a
laws.
Pretty bold fucking claim that you're here and you shouldn't be employing illegal immigrants. What the fuck?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, but
that's a very
but these
interesting
people
turn.
need jobs and they need to be able to work.
And we need them, or else we can't sustain our economy. Because that's the argument. That's the consistent line for like the quote unquote opening up the borders is that we need these people to work jobs that we don't want to work.
Well,
then go work at McDonald's, bitch. Go
Yep.
work the fucking fryer then, because that's what these guys are working. That's what you're bitching about. Then go
Yep.
work the fucking fryer then.
Well,
send your kids to go and work there instead of doing their homeschool, their private school, and then not having a job. Send your kids to go work at McDonald's then.
In the words of Nancy Pelosi, well, who's gonna pick our fruit?
Yeah, who's gonna clean Donald Trump's toilet? Right? How's he gonna feel when who's cleaning his toilet?
Yep.
It's great. That's a beautiful fucking view.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely awesome.
You can't take this one line, this one like avenue of narrative without addressing any of its issues from coming in, any of the externalities that are going to totally devastate your narrative line. You can't do that. It's too easy.
8 bills have been pushed in 6 different states to roll back child labor restrictions.
You know how easy it would be for
Arkansas
us to
made
never
headline.
talk about people who died in an unsavory way because of gun violence? You know how fucking easy that would be?
It's
There
super
are
easy.
multiple times more defensive use of firearms in the United States than aggressive ones every year on a yearly basis. That's CDC statistics.
Yes.
Do you know how fucking easy it would be to never talk about a school shooting? You know how simple it would be? Very, very simple. You know, it's very difficult, and I'm not patting myself on the back, right? This is part of the show. This is part of what we're doing here. It's very difficult with 2 young children to come on a show, put it on the internet, and tell somebody, I understand how hard it is to lose your. I don't. I fear for the reality that could happen to me. I still think you should be able to own an automatic weapon. It's a real difficult point to make. It's very hard. We do it all the time. It's you're not doing yourself a service or the people who are watching you by not addressing the difficult points of your argument. It removes your credibility, like you said.
Yes.
It takes away all credence from your argument because you're not willing to address the inconsistencies, right? It's very difficult. It's very, very hard. It's not fun. It's very uncomfortable. This is the reality of this. You're being a shit ass host by doing this.
Yes. Well, you know, you're talking to your echo chamber.
Yep.
You're talking to your fans who only care about your opinions
Sarah
because
Sanders
they
is
always agree with
bad.
it. I mean, I'm not going to argue with it, but I love the fact that they chose the meme picture from this because all the adults are super jazzed about this new child labor law, and these 3 kids are sitting there like, I fucking hate my life.
Yes.
I have to
Because they're being used as pawns for this fucking
Yes,
political picture.
it's so
Not
bad.
because they're scared they're going to work too many
No.
hours, because they're not.
They're definitely not going to be. They're going to private school because their parents all work in fucking government.
This young boy on the far right is saying, my friends are playing football right now.
And you drag me
Yeah,
here.
my
You're
dog's
an
out on the
asshole.
field, and I'm dressed up in a goddamn tie when I should be at school. I should be in PE right now, and I'm in a tie instead. Thanks, Mom.
Thanks. The one day I'd rather fucking be at
Yeah,
school.
it's field day, Mom. What the hell?
When Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders signed a law repealing restrictions on 14 and 15-year-olds as a group of children appearing rather bereft looked on. We
I
covered
don't think any of those kids are 14.
Because you know that one picture shows the span of an hour,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't collect one singular moment. There isn't a thing as like a candid photo or a bad picture, right? That doesn't exist. This is obviously exactly how these kids felt. They didn't feel any other emotions, right? It's not the fact there's a fucking camera in their face. That has nothing to do with it. That they're fucking 8, 9, 10 years old, however they are. That has nothing to do with it. It's all about that they're scared that they're going to have to work more hours because this woman removed restrictions, arbitrary restrictions on the amount of hours that they could work when they become of age, right?
my God.
The, again, arbitrarily set age. That's why they're scared. You're an asshole.
recently how Iowa has gone even further. A newly signed law brings us straight back to Dickens with young teens working on assembly lines, in meat coolers, in construction, and in industrial laundries. And to circle back here
And the
to
worst part
McDonald's.
about it, no unions and there's no protective equipment. They did nothing at all. It's straight back to Dickens. Straight back to the. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. We're going back to old school. This is the coal miner shit.
This is Industrial Revolution.
We are intentionally introducing them to cancerous things.
That's right.
Because we can. Shut up.
Because of corporate greed, obviously.
Illegally employing literal 10-year-olds, one of the main drivers.
That's a lie. That's a lie. She even already contradicted that point
Yes, she
that
did.
they weren't employed there. They are not illegally employing 10-year-olds. There is
2 minutes ago.
There is a yes, because I've been fucking going at this woman. there is a shitty parent who manages that McDonald's who made or asked or however their child worked there. They were not illegally employed by Bauer Foods. You're lying. You're intentionally lying. You know that this is not true, and you're still saying it.
You just said the opposite 2 minutes ago. Come on, Crystal.
Behind these
Even
changes
for
is
you.
the powerful National Restaurant Association, a giant lobby for big food interests,
other
including
NRA. Big
lobby.
McDonald's. More Perfect Union basically got one of their lobbyists to admit that they wrote the draconian Iowa bill. The timing of this push to get kids into meat lockers and handling deep fryers, by the way, is no accident. For my entire life, employers had the upper hand.
So it's draconian. It's a draconian law, which, do me a favor, Google draconian.
it right
yes,
now.
because I'd like to know this, because it just gets tossed around all the fucking
Exceedingly
time.
harsh and very severe.
It seems like it's subjective adjective, correct?
Absolutely.
So,
because again,
word.
this is removing arbitrarily set restrictions for people who happen to be underneath the age of 18.
Yes, and then so this draconian set of laws
The
being
same
repealed
people that she. I'm sorry. Go
is
ahead.
pushing kids into the meat locker.
Yep.
Okay.
The same people that she thinks, because she's argued for before, should be able to make decisions about their own sexual futures, right?
You can't make the decision to work.
Aren't old enough to choose whether or not how many hours they can work.
For fuck's sake.
You're mature enough to choose whether or not you want to undergo so-called gender-affirming care, but you're not old enough to choose if you want to work more hours and make more money.
No.
You don't have that choice. You don't have that right to choose and use your labor the way that you want. You only have the right to choose what you do with your genitals. That's nice. That's very consistent. That's super good, right? That's what I want to teach my kid. You have very limited things that you can choose, and your labor is not one of them. Your actual physical output, what your body and you choose to do with, you have a certain amount of say over.
You have say over your health care. That's how they
and
get
with
around
workers
it.
in every single way. They could treat them as disposable, they could crush any fledgling union attempts, they could steal their wages, and they could pay them very little. Well, a lot of this is still going on, but now workers are starting to get a modicum of power back.
They can pay them very
Unemployment
little. Okay, so the same
The minimum wage?
Dude, the same federal group that's regulating the same thing you're bitching about also sets how much they get paid. So no, I mean if they can,
This
it's
was more than I
wild.
bargained
I
for.
couldn't write something this inconsistent and feel comfortable coming out and reading it to you. I couldn't. I wouldn't do
You'd
it.
stop and be like, wait a minute, I just contradicted myself like 3 sentences ago.
is low, labor market is tight. That gives individual workers more power on their own since they can leave an abusive, low-paying or exploitative jobs with a higher level of confidence that they will be able to find something else. In fact, even as inflation continues to bite, there are some decently encouraging things happening for the lowest wage workers. A working paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research finds that wages are rising quickest for the lowest paid workers, and that this trend has actually reduced inequality. That's a phrase I have not heard in my entire life.
And it's happening. It's happening because they're able to choose what they want to do with their labor. The same point that you just made, they know they can go to another job. There is no dearth of employment right now. I understand the unemployment rate is low. We've talked about this long time ago, right? But there's a difference between the amount of people that are working, which is called the labor force participation rate,
Sure.
and the people who are collecting unemployment, which is what the unemployment rate is, right?
Yep.
And if we take a look at the last 4 years, right? Because COVID played a huge role in this. There were people that were able to be on unemployment for an exceedingly long time. Even after the increases and stuff like that went away, they still stayed on unemployment. So again, you can only be on it for so long that that percentage point has to go down eventually. It has to. That's the only way that it could go because we limit how much unemployment you can collect, right? That number is going to go down. The labor force participation rate is still fucking low.
Yep.
There isn't a dearth of jobs. There are jobs everywhere. And the reason people in low wage positions are getting more money is because there are more jobs. And that's why you're starting $16, $17, $18 an hour at McDonald's.
Because they don't have the bodies.
That's why when you're 15 years old, you're 16 years old, and you're being paid $17 an hour to work at a McDonald's, it behooves you to work a few more hours. You're making a lot of money for 15 years old, for 16 years old. If you're 18, if you're making $18 an hour, that's a goddamn good wage for 16 years old.
Yeah. I wonder if
There's no question why they want to work more hours. They're making good money. I started my first job at $10.50. If I started at $16 an hour, I would have worked way more. I would have signed up for overtime way more.
Oh yeah.
That's
Pay
a lot
me.
more money. Dude, you're being silly. I can't even think of like a metaphor for the type of argument that it's being made. It's just inconsistent. It's wrong. You're just pointing out different things and saying that they're all connected, but not talking about the underlying issues that support all of these things.
And I would venture a guess it's because
It's sad and confusing to watch.
it's because this is somebody in the white collar laptop class that has lost complete connection with any kind of blue collar work at all.
it's
It's
just
been out the
numbers.
game for so long. Yeah, it's just numbers and it's just politics. That's all. That's all she's into.
This trend has also shrunk the college wage premium. Retailers like Target and Walmart have been forced to hike wages in order to retain or attract the workers that they need to staff their stores. And obviously, they're not doing all of this out of the goodness of their hearts. But
No, and they're also closing down stores at a record level, which is then in turn laying all those people off.
Because people are stealing shit.
Yeah, yeah.
rather than have to raise wages, big business would rather maintain their record-breaking profit margins and just find cheaper and more vulnerable labor. And that, of course, is where the kids come in.
Record-breaking profit margins because the cost and price of things have gone up so high because of inflation. They're making more money than ever.
Well, and let's make sure to understand that any corporation out there that doesn't lose money that year made a record profit.
Yes.
That's how they do this thing. That's why, like, anytime anybody says, well, they're making record profits, you go, okay, so it's a successful corporation that's constantly in the black.
Right.
Which means they are always
Goes up every year.
because they consistently invest in their own company and expand. That is what a corporation does. Period. Full stop. Every single time. They're always looking to be in the black at the end of every quarter. Those are record-breaking wages or profits every single time, which is why she's never wrong, but she's completely disingenuous
Right.
because she's talking about something that is happening to essentially all businesses at all time.
Yes.
If you have a quarter where you are in the red, you have lost money and you will no longer be in business if that keeps up for much longer.
Right.
You have to make profit. Otherwise, you don't get to continue your business, which is something somebody like her in this little fucking echo chamber of the white collar laptop class has no connection to. They have no idea. They just see the numbers. Those are bad people. You're stealing money from people.
And
you're not making the point you think you are when you say record breaking profits.
That's because in her world, like you said, none of these businesses would be making those profits, which would lead to them the federal government being forced to subsidize them because all these product companies that make things that we use every day, we need those items, right? We can't all of a sudden go without fucking toothbrushes or whatever the fuck, right? Any random thing that is made by one enormous conglomerate company. Anything that's made by Honeywell because Honeywell makes goddamn everything, right? If Honeywell goes under, we are the choices that we have in the market have now shrunk by 10% because a whole company
3M.
that precisely right. If these companies go under, because there's a ton of companies that are like that just make all of the products,
things.
right? They
It's
go
like the
under.
base layer things that other companies use to build other products.
If
with.
they start to lose money, they will have to be subsidized by the federal government, which will grow them, which is precisely what she wants.
Yep.
So that's why that's the argument. Is because we want you to lose money so that you will be forced to request money and subsidization from the federal government.
Yeah, and in reality, the Walmarts in Portland area, the reason they're closing their doors and closing the businesses down altogether, those locations, are because they're not making money there.
Right.
They're losing money, which that's cutting into their corporate profits. And so the reality is when you come after their corporate profit, they go away. If they're not making money there, no more jobs. No more jobs.
Employers love child labor for the same reason today as they did 100 years ago.
I love child
Kids
labor.
are cheap, they can be
Build
more
skills.
easily manipulated, and crucially, they're less likely to form a union. In fact, it was the labor movement which successfully pushed the first federal child labor protections all the way back in the 1930s. Photographer Louis Hine traveled the country,
'Cause that makes
documenting
sense.
kids in
What
dangerous
she's
and
not
horrible
telling you, this is actually a picture of the 10-year-olds working at McDonald's.
Exactly. She's trying to
working
make that
conditions.
point.
This
Yeah,
shocked
these ones too.
and horrified
These
America.
definitely aren't
This-
children who worked in fucking coal mines.
Yes.
Right? That's not what it is.
Same
These are the
time,
children
activists made the case
worked
the
in
country
McDonald's. And
that
that's
child
why she's
labor was
showing you
bad
these
for
pictures
everyone
to
except
try
big
and draw a
business.
direct correlation between the horrific circumstances that brought on the child labor movements that she is promoting, which I also support, right? Saying that these are the exact same thing. These are not the same thing. When the federal government has fucked your life over to where you have to work and it incentivizes you to work for a higher wage is not the same thing as no one can make any money at all because there is no regulation on business and we are literally being forced to buy and sell everything in this store owned by the same company who gives us money.
Yep.
That's not the same thing. They couldn't be farther from the same thing.
I like Bill said the children want to go back to the mines.
Dude.
I'm telling you right now, you take those kids, you pluck them out of the fucking 1940s or 30s or whenever this was, and you're like, hey man, would you rather like operate a cash register at this fast food joint, they'll be like, word.
Do you know how much a coal miner makes? Like a lot of money.
They make
if
a lot of
you
money.
gave a 16-year-old the choice, do you want to work in McDonald's or do you want to work
That's
in a coal
true.
mine for twice the amount of money? He probably, I'll work in the coal mine.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. My grandpa did it. My dad does it, but I'll do it.
Oh, yeah.
Same time, activists made the case to the country that child labor was bad for everyone except big business because it also depressed wages for adult workers. That was a compelling argument at the time as the nation was struggling through the Great Depression.
Just don't bring up illegal immigrant workers at that point. Don't bring that in
Nope.
because that'll work too well with the point you're trying
God
to make.
Organized
Damn,
labor
dude.
made the success
This
of
is
this
a mess.
multi-pronged effort possible. Now, in our current moment, unions have been beaten back. Union density is at historic lows. However, employers, especially those in the
Do
service
you know
sector,
why?
feel
You know why? It's because the unions steal money from you and
Yep.
then turn their backs on you when you actually need something that they tell you that they provide. That's a consistent story that I've heard from people who are part of unions. It is anecdotal. I will give you that. I will grant that. It totally. But it's not just because business is bad that unions are going away.
No. They also exist to coerce the free market into raising prices
Yeah.
for the consumer.
Do you remember how long children didn't go to school for during COVID? That was because of a union. That was because of the teachers' union.
We'll talk about that.
This is nonsense. This is nonsense.
I got some Randy Weingartner
When
topics today.
people who work with adults with disabilities are brought into the machinist union, eventually they don't stay there.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So I think maybe the unions overgrew a little bit, when they we're the Teamsters, like you said, we're a Teamster.
We're Teamster.
Anybody can be a Teamster.
Yeah, bro.
It's just a job. You got
Just
a job.
apply
You're
and
part of
pay
a
us.
crew, right? You don't employ yourself.
Yep.
You're part of a team. You're a Teamster,
Let's
dog.
get it.
Come on. I'm not
Feels a
against
threat.
unions. I am pro people collectively deciding what is best for them so long as they actually have a choice. So long as you're not coerced by that union to vote in favor of what they want, which so commonly happens now. So long as you have a choice and you're all making that choice together, I'm fucking fine with that.
This is good. This is good. I'm hitting two of my points today. I'm pro child labor and I'm anti-union.
Crushing it, dude.
And then bring up I'm also pro cultural appropriation from what you were discussing earlier today. I mean, the list is good. It's
La
solid.
cucaracha, dude.
of potential unionization like they
call me a
haven't in
cockroach.
decades. Successful union drives at Starbucks, REI, Chipotle, and elsewhere, they have made fast food and retail a real target.
expensive.
The desire to avoid a union is another often overlooked reason
And they've
that
worked.
big business prefers.
They've worked, right? We talked about that. Those
Mm-hmm.
places, the unions are real. They exist now. So,
Oh, but they had to fight hard. Okay.
oh,
Oh no.
oh,
Oh no. You mean you had to fight for something that you wanted and you got it?
I'm shocked by that.
Shocked.
I'm
I tell you.
shocked. That,
Rely
I'm
on
shocked
young
that the
teens for their
corporation that
workforce.
you worked for didn't willingly take money out of their own pocket and throw it at you. I can't fucking believe that.
Yeah, money and the ability to control their own business.
Right. I'm
No,
shocked.
yeah.
I'm shocked by that. You took
Or
away
even
their
apparently
autonomy and
intent-
yep, I'm here for
Yep.
it. I get it. In favor yeah. Yep, in favor of yours. I understand. Okay.
Year-olds.
All right.
Now, if there's one thing I've realized in the past few years, it's that bad old ideas, they're never really dead. They're just dormant, waiting for a moment of opportunity to rear their ugly heads again.
Like
Whether it's the
communism.
post-Dobbs horrors, women being forced to bleed out in a parking lot until they're near death before doctors will actually treat them, or do effort to trap spouses in unhappy or abusive marriages by rolling back no-fault divorce laws, or kids being sent to clean head splitters in meatpacking plants when they should be,
They love that
doing
term.
homework and getting ready for school or
What
just
else do
being
you want to
kids.
call it?
It's a term, bro.
Like
it's
that's
a
what
tool.
it's for, right?
It's a tool.
That's what the whole thing is for.
the right tool for the right job.
Yeah, what's the call? A hacksaw, right? Should we not? That's a scary name, right?
It's for hacking shit.
Right. Butchers use a hacksaw
Yeah.
like all the time, right? Shouldn't be using that, and that's a scary thing. You
Yep.
shouldn't be forced to hack animals apart in the back of a butcher shop like a savage.
That's why we call it veal, because nobody likes tortured baby cow.
Come on, man.
You know?
Like you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
What's like they call it like a meat saw? It's just a hacksaw. That's all.
It's the same thing.
It's the same shit.
Probably
it's just a tool.
yeah, maybe a slightly different blade. you
Yeah.
know, a butcher's blade
Yeah,
or something
maybe-
like
may-
that.
yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Almost guarantee a company has a market
I
for a
could still
butcher's
cut
hacksaw
PVC pipe
blade.
with it.
You could
still
use
does the
a
same
metal
shit.
saw blade and still cut through a bone with it. You could
Sure
do that.
can.
kids.
I don't like it.
We must apparently remain ever vigilant to make sure that rights remain intact and that our fast food is not being served up by Happy Meal age
Dog,
children.
she's actively, I want to let her
She keeps
finish,
doing it.
but she's actively trying to remove your rights as a family, as a cohesive unit to choose what is best for you. She's advocating for more government intervention to remove your guys' ability to control the amount of money and labor flow, right? Then transaction that happens in your household. That's what she just finished advocating for.
And the point
she's talking
she's-
about how the federal government is trying to remove your rights. That's not true. She just made the counter argument in the last 6 minutes, 16 seconds.
Yes. And she is consistently using the same argument that she destroyed herself in the first 2 minutes. She's continuing to hit on these Happy Meal age kids working at McDonald's serving you food when she already said they weren't hired there. They're not getting paid to do that. They're there with their parents. You got a problem with that? You take it out with their parents.
These days, nothing is sacred. This story has sparked a national outcry just because of the tender age of
Just
these
because they were
youth.
so young. Yeah.
Hey guys, ready?
I'm surprised. I really thought you were on.
Me
like
too.
I thought that she
I
was
was
gonna,
very disappointed.
because that's the only legitimate point. I think that's the would be the only consistent argument is that like
And
it's
she
so
didn't even
fucked.
do it.
It's so fucked that we're in a state, the country is so bad that this parent has to take their child to work.
Yep.
Didn't mention it.
Didn't even mention.
Didn't
just
mention it.
glossed over it because that, I mean, that's
Yeah.
the central. That is the core of her narrative. She dismissed it, so she lied about it right off the bat. And about 2 minutes in, she said, "Well, that's not real." But then here's all these other things that are going to rely solely on the point that I just negated right off the bat. That's got
Fuck, dude.
that's got Kyle Kalinske written all over it.
That was bad.
That was real
super bad.
That was.
And you guys, that was off the cuff. That was off the cuff. That was unprepared. That was bad.
Neither of us saw that at all.
Well, we got another clip for this week.
We do.
God damn.
Oh, that's a good one.
That was breaking down breaking points. Jesus Christ.
Good Lord.
What do you got here?
That's for later. You don't get
okay.
to see that yet. The football club Wrexham, WREX. No, okay. There's a Always Sunny in Philadelphia crossover in this, and we're gonna get a few
Is
layers
this the one
deep
that they
into
own?
that. Yes.
Because one of them, Rob and like
No,
Ryan-
no more talking
Don't
about
worry.
it. We'll talk about it later.
But I'm right about that,
yes.
right? Okay.
You're on point. And there's layers to this that I
Okay,
think are
cool.
perfect for the
I'm
grab bag.
excited. I love that show. It's Always Sunny. I oftentimes.
I can't believe it's still going. I forget.
Yeah.
Like
when
I haven't watched it for so long. I'm like, there's still more
It's
shit
on
coming
Hulu.
out.
Yeah, it's
I
all
know.
on Hulu.
It's always in my recommended.
I'm tempted sometimes to ask you for your passwords, but I know that I would. There's like 17 seasons or whatever. Like that's a
It's
rabbit
a
hole. I
lot.
don't know that I can even jump down again.
It would ruin your life.
But if for those of you who are relatively new to the show, the first like I don't know 90 episodes or something like that, we ended the show with a random line from
Yes.
It's Always Sunny, and it took that long for someone to find out what the show like what the line was
took
from.
years.
And that was the deal. It was like whoever finds out what this is from, I'll give you a free T-shirt. And it was our friend Haley who was on the show.
Yeah.
It was like a few episodes later, she was listening. She's like, "Is that from Always Sunny?" I was like, "God damn it! What the
Yes!
fuck?" But she was right. Yeah, and that was getting tough. Sometimes I would forget, and I
Yeah,
would have
man.
to text Jordan and be like, "Yo, I don't have a line. You have to watch It's Always Sunny and give me one." And she would. She'd send me 2 or 3, and I'd be like, "Yeah, okay, that one's good. That one's good."
Perfect.
But go
Oh,
back to the
God.
OGs and go to the very end.
Very end.
There's some pretty golden endings there.
Mm-hmm. So if I recall correctly, one of our listener requests today was about border stuff, right?
Yes.
So let's
shout out Bronson.
Yes, shout out Bronson who likes action.
Yes.
So let's do border stuff.
Okay. Title 42 is coming to an end.
That's that's like the lead on this one.
Who in like
is-
5 days, huh? So
Yeah,
Title
it's
42
the 11th, I believe.
is a COVID era policy that had to do with COVID. That because of the public health emergency, we weren't accepting any immigrants the way that we were before. We were turning people away, and that coincided, I believe, with like the Wait in Mexico policy.
Yes,
Right.
because it was specifically asylum seekers.
Yes.
So in this NPR article, because I figured they'd give the most charitable interpretation of what Title
Yes.
42 is now, because even though it's a Trump era policy, the Biden administration has adopted it wholeheartedly
Yeah.
because it's been their only fallback.
Even though
at
they
this point.
both called it like fascist or authoritarian.
I'm sure
or,
draconian was in there somewhere.
Yeah, I know for sure that Kamala Harris did, and then she went to the border and was like, I don't know.
I don't know.
You know, this is what we're doing.
I got near the border.
Joe Biden,
We've
same
been to the
thing.
border.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is a human rights abuse. That's
Yes,
what it was. This is a
yes.
human rights abuse. This is a tragedy. They can't be
Yep.
doing this, right? And it's worth mentioning that we mentioned the asylum seekers because that seems to be like, quote, that's like the problem area, right? As far as immigration goes, there's the legal immigration side of it, people just coming over through the border through not in a checkpoint, and then there are the people. And this is like Republicans always talk about this, conservatives talk about this a lot. People that come here are able to apply for asylum, go to maybe their first court date. They're given like a cell phone and some money and some other shit. And then they're told the lines are so long for, the rolls for the courts are so long that it can take months for them to come back for their second court date. And they're told, do what you do.
or
We'll
over
see you.
over a year.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Do what you do. We'll see you at your next court date. And then don't show up.
Well, they
Because
gave
there's-
us a contact number
Yeah.
that was definitely provided by a cartel member.
Yes.
Because this is not human trafficking at all. And most of the illegal immigration that crosses not at a checkpoint or doesn't do anything like that, they'll cross over and then try to claim asylum.
Yes.
And then there were essentially at that point various avenues of asylum that you could use at that point to get in. But and then
it's-
again, it's the same thing. It's like, okay, well, phone number. We'll see you.
It's
you know?
rarer for people to sneak in and then just stay completely under the radar the whole time.
Yeah.
They will, like you're saying, they'll cross, and then the first person they see, they'll say, "I'm applying. I need asylum. Like I
Yeah.
need asylum," and that just starts the process. That's all they have to do
Yeah.
to begin the process.
Yes, and in
And then their
NPR's
case-
words, Title 42, which allows the U.S. to reject asylum seekers without a hearing, is set to end May 11th. So that was the big thing about Title 42. It was just, go back, wait over there. We'll talk about you when we get to you, right?
Yeah.
So President Biden is sending troops to the border in anticipation of an increase in asylum seekers there.
Which certainly
Because-
leads you to believe there's going to be like troops on the border with guns, and that's not.
That's not what's happening.
No, they're going to be paper pushing. At least that's what they're saying.
Supposedly.
No apprehensions, no law, not in a law enforcement capacity. That's supposedly not why they're being sent there.
Yeah. So Biden admin to send 1,500 troops to southern border for support roles ahead of expected migrant surge.
Yeah.
So they're already assuming that as soon as dropping Title 42, there will be another influx. Again, there'll be another wave of migration that comes across, and they need some backup as far as pushing papers through, which I think is asinine because that's not the choke point at the funnel.
Right.
You're creating a new choke point by allowing all those extra people to just come in and claim they're asylum seekers, whether they
Yes.
are or they aren't. They know the cartel trains people exactly what to say, the right way to say it, how to do it, all this good stuff, so they have the best case to come in. Because there's no real fucking investigation. You can't do that. You're going to go down to Guatemala or El Salvador and investigate this person's case to see if they're a real fucking,
Right.
under threat back home. There's no fucking way you're going to be able to figure any of that. That's
No.
all nonsense. It's
Especially in
100% nonsense. How can you do a
countries that-
background check on somebody from a foreign fucking country?
Right. With not a real address, a house with
yeah.
no number.
Exactly. I know that we essentially installed most of the governments down there, but
Yeah.
we're not on good relations anymore.
Yeah. When there's a general, when people are dying all the time there because of gang violence, it's it's hard to argue that you're not in direct threat because people just get fucking randomly shot on your street all the time,
That's true.
But
yeah,
same goes for people on Rainier Ave, it is what it is.
It sure does.
We care about some gun violence and not others.
Yep. Let's see here. So the Biden administration making plans to send an additional 1,500 active duty troops to the U.S.-Mexico border in anticipation of influx of migrants. When
National Guard, right?
Yes, National Guard. Title 42, Public Health Authority expires next week, blah, blah, blah. The U.S. military has long provided support to the Department of Homeland Security on the border, and a surge of personnel to the area is not unprecedented. Currently, there are approximately 2,500 National Guard troops
Damn,
on the
bro.
border already. So we're going up to 4.
That's
we're going up
'cause-
to $4,000 now.
That's because anytime the conservatives say they want to give more money to CBP, the Democrats are like, y'all are fucking authoritarian.
That's right.
You're just trying to shove people out the country. And they're like, no, we have stacks of actual literal paperwork in the corners.
Literal stacks.
Like actual paper because we have no computers.
Yes. We have no computers.
It's too hot. They do turn
They,
off.
they
I
do
don't-
this overheat all the time, bro.
We use paper down there.
We're basically in Mexico, okay? Let's be realistic.
I
here.
literally need someone to run paper from one building to another. I actually need someone to do that.
We need broadband internet down here, okay? We can't be sending things.
Give us something, dude. These Sprint Air cards that we're plugging into the USBs are just not doing it anymore.
And never mind the fact that we get all this paperwork done and we'll send it to the DOJ or whatever
Right.
The system of judges involved in immigration courts. We'll send it all to them, and then our stacks will be lower, but their stacks will be higher. And then it's not our fault anymore. Then it's a problem with the judicial system.
Because you also don't want more judges.
Can't do that. Can't do that. There's too many Republicans in power these days. They'll
Y'all
get all
know-
the judges in.
You guys know that we're actually in favor of comprehensive immigration reform? We've talked about this so many times. It's like sad to watch.
It's so bad.
Yeah, but it's literally the same story every time. That they don't actually care about this. Neither side actually cares. This one and abortion are like super convenient issues to be used as political like volleyballs.
You
know,
can't
there's-
solve the problem
No.
because then there's no problem to get people riled up
Yes.
about. This we've talked about 1,000 times. The problem stems with the original fucking Flores agreement during the Obama administration and the massive influx of migrants that have come ever since that day.
Yeah, because
And the system is fucked up because now we have multiple points of government involved here. You've got a legal case that says you can't do this, but then you've got legislation or you have regulation that says this is how you do it, and the two collide against each other. And then when everybody sees kids separated from their parents hanging out in fucking cages down there, everybody gets all upset when you realized it's been this way for over a decade now.
yeah, every president since Flores has done this.
Yep.
Obama, Trump, and we've seen Biden do it as well.
That's right.
They put the kids in cages. They've all done it.
Yep.
They're
And then
all doing it.
And then without any kind of verification or anything like that, they take the kids with the fucking slavery armbands on and they ship them out to wherever the cartel wants them to go.
Yep.
And then it's indentured servitude all around.
Because as Crystal just told us, children are very easy to coerce and scare into doing shit that they don't want to do.
Yep.
So
The majority of children crossing the southern border are there because they're being trafficked.
yeah.
Period. You know, Mayorkas, there was a video, I don't know if we showed it or not at one point, but it was Ted Cruz giving Mayorkas the business about the fucking bracelets. And he had no idea what they were. And so, and Ted Cruz has more or less just learned about this.
Yeah. That's what he's talking about.
And that's why he's hot about it. And then he's like, all these colors that they wear they have different meanings. The little codes on them, their fucking phone number that's written on there.
Yeah.
It's a phone number. It's that phone number for a reason because it belongs to this particular network of cartel.
Yes.
I mean,
The
it's
family member that they're saying they have this phone number belongs to is actually a fucking cartel member.
it is 1,000%.
Yes.
So
Because and this whatever, but when you both of your last names are Flores, what the fuck are you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're gonna be like, no, he's not actually your uncle.
and how the fuck are you gonna verify it?
If you're in the cartel, you can definitely get some fake paperwork that says what your name is.
I got an ID.
Yeah, this is
Done.
birth certificate. I came here
Word.
with it, but I lost him on the way. Like
Yep.
I have his papers, dude. It's stupid.
It's so stupid.
That's how you know these people don't live here.
Yeah.
Because you talk to someone on the border and they're like, this is actually exactly how it happens. Like I live in Texas and this is exactly how it's done. Like I've seen it be done in my yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, the people were like, this is terrible. Like I know.
Just whatever you do, don't get in a gunfight with them because if you kill one of them, you'll go to jail.
yeah.
That has happened. Well, that's all right. That's all right because we're sending troops down there, some more troops down there. We'll get up to 4,000 down there to help out Mr. Mayorkas. And when asked about it, these are his comments.
This guy's a rat.
Let's take it on.
Secretary, you guys have been talking about the pathways and the plans that are in place, obviously, for majority Venezuelan migrants that was expanded to Haitian, Cuban, and Nicaraguan migrants. Why isn't that policy being enforced right now? Many of the migrants I'm meeting along the streets of Brownsville are swimming in between The ports of entry, as you have mentioned, if that happens, they're supposed to be returned. They're not being returned, and they're single adults without family here. Why is that happening?
Now, in particular, she's talking about the added countries to essentially the non. It's like the pre-Title 42 being repealed thing.
Yes.
A bunch more like Nicaragua and El Salvador and all that. They were added back onto this list that they were once removed from for basically an automatic turnaround.
Yeah.
And they're still here. They're in Texas right now, and they're not attached with the family. Why are they here? This program you have that was implemented a while ago, it's not working because these people are here right now. They're on the streets in
Right.
Brownsville, Texas.
And
they're
that's-
on the streets in El Paso, Texas. Everywhere along the southern border, they are there.
That's why she's asking in particular about the individual adults, because
Yes.
that's where we're talking. That's why we were talking about children, because
Yes.
that's kind of
That ties to like
what
the
gets,
Flores
that's,
agreement and
that's
stuff.
what gets your foot into the door. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how you can help make that asylum claim, and that's
Mhm.
why the children are so often used to traffic people, is because individual coyotes or different members of whatever organization can bring
Mhm.
a child with them, and that helps their asylum claim.
Yep. Yeah, oftentimes
we have to take care of children according to this Flores agreement.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name? He's a Gonzo reporter. Been on Timcast a bunch. It's like Jorge or Gonzalez. Jorge Gonzalez, maybe?
Jorge Ventura?
Ventura? Could be. He goes
Drew
down.
Hernandez?
Drew Hernandez. That's who I'm thinking of. Jesus Christ. But there's a gang of people down there doing this shit. But him in particular, he did tons of great videos on this when he was down there. And he found that oftentimes, so a family unit would be coming up, either a mother and father with their kids, or one of the parents with their kids, or whatever, and they'd be coming up with a coyote from the cartel that would bring them all the way up, and then you get to the line of scrimmage, and it goes, okay, well, here's how this is going to work. I can guarantee you that your kid will get in, because I'm going to take them in. I'm going to say they're mine, and I will ensure that they get in.
Yes.
And then you two you make it across when you can. I've taught you all the skills. You have the training. Make it over there, and then we'll reunite you with your kids. But little do you know, it's not how it works, because I'm already getting rid of your kid, and then I'm going to bring you guys in. And if you want any chance of reunification, you're going to come work for us now until your debt is paid off, and then we'll reunite you with your kid, which does not happen.
Talk about indentured servitude.
Yeah.
So I think you are actually mistaken, because the parole process for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans that we first announced and implemented on January 5th is underway and continues to be underway. And
So it started in January. It's not working.
Yeah, so
We
don't
continue-
trust your lying eyes.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
things
yeah.
you've seen are actually not real.
The policy is there.
Yes, and we are turning them around, even if you have seen them in these towns.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eye.
if I may, it does. And if I may, we continue to parole individuals of those four nationalities when they qualify under the program that we established and announced. And that requires a sponsor here in the United States to ensure that those individuals have financial stability and they are able to arrive in a safe and orderly way. That is indeed underway. And we continue,
So in other words, they're working with cartel members to ensure that their trafficking can be completed. That's how the vast majority of this is working.
continue to expel Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans. The number of Venezuelans that we've been able to expel has actually diminished over the past 2 weeks. The cause of that is a very complicated one. We've sat down with the Mexican government, and those expulsions, and of course, in a post-Title 42 environment, those removals will continue. And that is why the message is so important, that people, vulnerable people, are receiving false information. They are being lied to that if they come and arrive at our border, that they can stay in the United States. That is not what the law provides. That is not the consequence that we will deliver.
But you are already.
Even though that's the reality of the situation.
It's like, bro, that's what's happening. I hate to tell you this. I know you like to live in this world where, we have policy that's in place and, we're doing these things. No, you're not. You might be doing them on a minute scale. Yeah, we turned around some people because they came here, but all the other people that we didn't catch, they're on the streets right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to do here, man.
Well, it's the same deal as like, well, this was a gun-free zone. You know,
Yeah.
people follow the laws. If we make all
Yeah.
these guns illegal, then no one's going to get shot anymore.
Yeah, it's not a
It's the
big
same
deal.
thing. We have the laws in the books. How could someone possibly get a new firearm and use it in a crime? Because we have laws against that.
Yeah, it's
That's
illegal.
ridiculous.
Come on.
We banned them. You can't have that here. Don't be stupid.
Did you see the Timcast clip from the fiasco episode where Tim makes the point about like meth in a pregnant woman and all that?
Yes.
And he ultimately goes, well, meth is illegal anyway, so it's
Right.
like the same shit. You know that, yeah, we know you have laws and policies on the books, but they're not working.
No.
Obviously.
Also, the place that they were all wrong, right, is it's not illegal, this is my understanding, to use narcotics. Possession of them is illegal.
right.
Sale of them is illegal. To be acting a fool in public is illegal. To be high is not illegal. If you smoke meth in your house and then go sit in the park and you tell a cop, I'm high on meth, he cannot arrest you. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not acting a fucking fool. You're not endangering anybody.
Yeah.
You're high on meth.
I'm just here. I'm just chilling.
It's not illegal to
Watching the
do that
pigeons.
drug. It's illegal to be in possession of it, to sell it, to to have the paraphernalia. Those
Yes.
things are illegal. It's not illegal to do meth. That's not true.
Ask all the kids on Adderall.
Yeah, it is child endangerment if you do it when you are pregnant. That is true. It's illegal to do it when you're pregnant.
Yes.
But not you and I could. Okay, we couldn't do it on this stream, but we could smoke meth right now and then go and do something.
Yeah.
That's not illegal.
I'm not trying to do that, though.
I'm not. Neither am I.
That sounds like a rough
the
idea.
point being, that's not illegal. That's not
Nope.
true. That is not true.
But every step you took to get high was illegal.
There was a law that
It's Schrodinger's law.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. You can't be high because if you are high,
Right.
you got high because you were in possession of it.
Yes.
You have paraphernalia on it. You bought it from somebody.
Yeah.
It's Schrodinger's law. That's
Yeah.
what I'm going to call that now. Schrodinger's law. So border. It's not great. It continues to get worse as
Yes.
per the usual. It will continue to get worse.
And I had some articles for the Chinese
that's
crossing the
right.
border. That's my bad, right? Because that's specifically what Bronson asked about. But I remember the numbers that there have been 4,300 or so Chinese nationals that have crossed the southern border in the last 5 months.
Let's see here. Here's our lovely friend Axios again. We'll just pull something up here. Inside the
Yep.
boom in Chinese migrants at the southern
4,300.
border.
God damn it, I'm good.
Oh, shiza.
It's like 3 times as many as this period last year.
God damn. Why it matters, Donovan. Tell me why
Yes.
it matters while I go pee.
It matters for some of a lot of the same reasons. Some of the same reasons that we were discussing with the immigrants or the illegal immigrants that are coming from other countries, right? There is, in my personal opinion, an increased concern with Chinese nationals because of how prominent the CCP is and how much control they have over people's lives. And many, if not most, of these immigrants coming from China are doing so or saying they're doing so to flee the Chinese government. They're fleeing retribution for having doing something. They're fleeing just overall subjugation by the Chinese government. They are fleeing the CCP because it's a horrific regime to live underneath. But my increased concern would be we've talked about it on the show many times, there are Chinese spies from the CCP operating within this country on a day-to-day basis. They have worked themselves all the way up to the bedrooms of federal representatives. We have also seen them in
Fang Fang?
maybe the hotel rooms of federal representatives.
We're talking about Swallow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We've also shown conclusive evidence multiple times of Chinese nationals, Chinese spies working their way into the university systems to implant Marxist ideology in a direct attempt to destroy our government and the people, the citizens that live here.
And steal research properties, too.
100%. So there's a lot of concerns, especially as tensions arise with the CCP. A lot of extra concerns with Chinese nationals coming here in particular, and this number specifically.
Yeah, some of
It's a
them.
lot of goddamn people.
It's a lot of goddamn people.
It's a
and
huge increase. Really, is I think the biggest.
That's the biggest concern. Yeah,
Yeah.
is like why is this all happening now? And I mean, if you look at the I don't know how I want to put that, but like the come down on the illegal Chinese CCP police stations
Yes.
around the country. I
In
mean,
big ass cities.
I would highly doubt that the increase it's not unrelated. I would
Right.
assume it's not completely unrelated to that.
Like, if we can't have them in uniform, we'll just send them in plain clothes.
Yeah. Or is it maybe that the CCP is getting so authoritarian that people are trying to flee?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's probably both.
It's probably both. Yeah. It's
Because
probably both.
it's getting rough there. Like, there, by all accounts, it's getting rough to live in China. The prosperity is starting to run out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
for
would
sure.
imagine that starts at the bottom. You know, in many cases, the fish rots from the head down. But I think in this type of backwards economic system they live in, the people who are at the bottom are going to get fucked way before the people at the top.
yeah.
So if that's who you are, if you're kind of an everyday citizen that is maybe a lower party member or not a party member at all, your life is going to get shitty really fast.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really fast.
Generationally shitty.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you got kids, you know, it's the same deal as coming from any other country in the South or South America. That's
Yeah.
I got a kid. Why would I want to raise my child in a place that I'm scared to die in?
Yeah.
They will continue to be scared to die if they live here.
Yeah. Man, and you think about all the other places you could go to if you were like a Chinese national that wanted to escape somewhere.
Yes.
Like I don't know if this would be the spot I would go to first. You know what I mean? It seems like
United
there's
States?
Yeah. I don't know, because when you look in the vicinity
If I
of
was
China,
Chinese, I would try and go to Europe. I would try and make
Yeah.
my way to the EU.
yeah, you know, by way of like Turkey or something like
Yeah,
that.
I don't know what type of rules and regulations they have on Chinese nationals in particular, but that seems like what I would do is try and
But it would also be very
you
difficult.
get across the desert. But
It would also be really difficult to get there because the CCP's Belt Road Initiative is so expansive throughout the entirety of the Middle East, Northern Africa, Central Europe. I mean, yeah, it might be easier just to come over here, to be honest, get away from the CCP spread. I mean, even like Laos and Vietnam and stuff like they're all pretty tight with the CCP too. I mean, they put out the bulletin and say, hey, these people are on the run and we think they're in your country. You're getting
Right.
nabbed up and
Right.
you ain't going to like the end. Hey. So why does Axios say it's important? It's another example of people from well beyond the Americas seeking refuge in the U.S. through the southwestern border and reflects an ongoing backlash to Chinese President Xi Jinping's harsh domestic policies. Hey, there you go. Quote, so the word is out, right? Rep. Vincent Gonzalez, a Texas border Democrat, told Axios, if you can get to the southern border, you have a pretty good shot at getting in, and it has changed the demographics. So it's just so much easier now, according to this representative. It's just so much easier now that it's just a wider target. You're getting a wider demographic of people that know how much easier it will be than it was. So let's just try it now, if that makes sense.
right.
Let's see this one.
When they made the same argument when Donald Trump was in office before Title 42, I don't remember what the regulation was, but it was when there was like the caravan that was coming. You know, they're like, they're coming now because of, I wish I could remember what the circumstance was, but it was the same.
There's always a reason.
Yeah,
There's
like,
always a
now is the
reason
time.
now. But here's another angle, actually. I didn't really think about this, but when you think about the amount of fentanyl that is coming over the southern border, right?
Yes.
It all originates from China.
Yep.
You're making business relations with the cartels. It would not surprise me if you're going to be sending Chinese nationals over here that are involved with that trade
Ooh,
to
okay.
work closer, get hired on, contracted maybe with the cartels, all
Yeah.
this kind of stuff. That could definitely be an aspect of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It certainly could. They're going to get in bed with those criminal organizations that they're doing business
yeah,
with.
Chinese government's slinging hell of drugs.
Bro.
Mad drugs. Same thing
Just
in
don't
North
have them
Korea.
on you in the country,
Yeah.
otherwise we'll shoot you.
Same thing as in North Korea.
Yeah.
I used to know some people that did but it was
Some blow?
some black market Valium that or Xanax. It was Xanax.
Oh, yeah.
But it came in a liquid form. It wasn't a bar. It was in a liquid form.
I just
And-
recently realized that Xanax comes in like bars.
Yeah.
I had no
so
idea.
yeah, you're supposed to break them, you
Yeah.
know.
Crush 'em,
And
snort 'em.
so the story of this particular concoction that they were taking, that now we're all pretty sure was fucking Rufinol, because I never did it, because that was like, I think right around the time that we were getting ready to have kids, and I was like, I can't be doing this shit,
I'm
you
not
know.
doing
But
this.
I had many
Not
friends.
fucking with my sperm
I had
count.
many friends that did it, and they lost entire days. Like they would do it in the morning and then lose the whole day, and then wake up the next day and be like, I literally don't remember anything I did next day.
That's not good.
And the story of it was that this was like a runoff from the production of it in China. And it came over in, you know, cases. And that's like how
You're getting seed oil Xanax is what you're
Yeah,
getting.
Yeah.
Oh, gross.
Yes.
People will
So-
do anything to get fucked
So
up,
that
bro.
shit happens all the time, you know.
That's not.
Yeah, they
bro.
were doing bars, but Xanax is expensive. You know,
Yeah.
I never bought it, so I don't know exactly how much. But Xanax is expensive, especially if you're buying whole bars. So,
It's expensive, and it's probably one of the most commonly used drugs in America.
yeah,
Everybody be on Xanax, bro.
yes,
Like a lot.
people love it.
And it's fucking terrible for you. It's an SSRI.
Right.
Not good to be just, you know, like recreationally or passively popping Xanax all fucking day. Because you know what's going to happen is one day you're not going to be able to get off of it.
Yeah,
That's how that shit works. Ask fucking JBB how well that went.
I've taken
Not great.
tons of pills, but I've never taken Xanax before.
And fuck, man, I'd never be taking a pill ever. Especially these days. Especially these days.
I do not exaggerate when I say this. When me and my friends look back on the combination of things that we did,
Surprised you're
I am
alive.
shocked that we are alive.
Yeah.
The amount of times that we took like 2 or 3 oxys and then split a fifth of fucking something.
Oh,
I mean, I couldn't count it on my fingers and toes. I
Yeah.
mean, dozens of times. And the fact that we all woke up the next day every single time is shocking. I mean, it's
Yeah.
truly surprising that none of us had a time where we even like overdosed or like nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. We
Everything
all
was
just,
fine.
just what we were doing. I mean, there was a time in high school. I dated one girl for a super long time. It was like a year and a half or whatever.
a super long time
in
for-
high school.
for that
yeah,
age,
yeah.
yeah.
And then when we broke up, I just
Multiple
went
grades?
on.
Shit.
I just went on a tear. You know, there was probably a month. I knew the count at one point, but it was like
Whoa.
over a month of days that I drank every single day in a row. And in that time, I also was doing, any pills that I could get my hands on. I had a couple friends that were like tapping into the system and just getting anything they could get from their doctors. And so they were selling everything. I mean, from wild shit, gabapentin and Dilaudid, like a heavy muscle relaxers, antipsychotics, crazy things that were just taken. I'm buying from someone and just throwing down the goal like it wasn't anything. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. And I don't obviously I don't fuck with that shit anymore. You
Yeah.
know, I don't do, because
And-
it's
I was saying, if you were doing that 5 years ago, you would be dead.
yeah.
Because that's, well, a couple of years ago, really. Whenever the fentanyl thing really hit.
Yeah, it was high school, so that's
would- yeah.
When we were doing it so much that we were only buying, not that it's any better, but we were only buying pills from people that had prescriptions. You know, we didn't have like pill dealers outside of people that we knew that were getting them.
Yeah. You
But-
just had friends that had to hook up. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that had prescriptions, but they didn't actually need them. You know, they had gotten it for whatever reason. And I had one friend that, he had probably 10 prescriptions for different antipsychotics and stuff because he just had convinced different doctors that these things were happening.
Yeah.
And then was with us and was like, that's totally fine.
Yep.
Like,
And he's not paying anything for them pills because the parents are. And then I'm just
Well,
making cash
was on
money.
state insurance.
Oh, there
That's
you go.
all those people that I knew that sold them like that were on state insurance, and so
So it's the
no
state
one
doing
paid
it. Hmm.
for them anyway. You know, yeah. Well, we paid for. I didn't pay for them. I was also a child, but I paid dollars. So
Yeah.
actually, I did pay
You
for them.
did pay
Someone
into it,
did
yeah.
pay for
That's
those
right.
pills, and it was me and my mom. And she didn't know it, but it's true.
She was paying a portion, and
That's
so were
right.
you.
That's right. That's really funny.
That's the underground economy at work.
Yeah, on different levels too.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like it. Yeah, no, it's a crazy thing. And that proliferation of that stuff really scares me because I know from experience like how easy it is to get.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? And
It was easy in my
only-
day too.
And I only know from growing up how easy it is to fucking die from doing that, you know? And like I said, it truly shocks me that none of us ever had any type of incident.
Yep.
You know, it's crazy. It's really, really insane. And I don't know if it just speaks to how much other drugs we were doing at the time that we were, you know, had some horrible baseline of toxicity.
This is
that
where we're at.
existed, right? We're like, it's fine, you
Just
know?
keep it baseline, bro. It's
But,
fine.
yeah, no,
This
we
is
were-
all about tolerances.
I remember taking it, but I don't remember what I took, but sitting in someone else's car after I took pills, and where I was like, our friend Emily's car, so it was a Honda. It was like a Honda Civic, and sitting in the back seat in between other people, and I was super fucked up, and they're drinking beers, and I wasn't drinking just because I was so fucked up on these pills. And I was like, I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home over and over and over and over and over, and just wore them down, and just irritated them to the point they were like, oh my god, we will take you home. Just
You
shut
can't
the fuck
fucking
up.
hang.
Yes,
Get out of
but
here.
I was just so fucked up on pills. Yeah.
So that's the border. That's the border.
That's the border, dude.
That's the border, and that's where we're at. Now we'll break your brain with a trip down memory lane.
The Walensky piece,
Let's do it.
Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick, and that it's not just in the clinical trials, but it's also in real-world data.
Well, the woman who brought you that is officially out at the
out.
CDC, baby. Rochelle Walensky, courtesy of timcast.com. This published by none other than the great and powerful Hannah Claire Bremelo.
Do you
by the
think
way.
that she goes to the board of a pharmaceutical company now that she's done being the CDC director?
Which one?
Right.
That'll be the question.
I wonder how long she's supposed to wait, because I'm sure there's some type of legal period where like you can't immediately go and work for the pharmaceutical. Maybe there isn't. I don't know. I'm
don't know.
sure. Like I have some type of faith
Because
in the
there's
federal
some kind
government.
of thing about like elected representatives. I don't
Right.
know about, cabinet level appointees like this, but I will tell you, let's say, for example, let's just say benefit of the doubt, she can't go work for maybe a 5-year period in America.
Right.
She'll go work for AstraZeneca.
She can be a consultant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what she's
I don't
going to
work
do.
for anybody. I'm a consultant.
Yeah. So
I'm an outside. I have my own consulting firm, Walensky and Co.
It'll be W Strategies.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna have some type of name that doesn't sound like it's for her.
Yeah,
but-
we'll call it the Wall Strategies.
Right.
Or the Sky Strategies.
Yeah.
We'll do that. That'll be good.
The RW Foundation. Some fucking shit like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. The Institute for
yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
my
okay.
god. That's the real bed. What type of corporation or whatever is she gonna set up?
Yes.
Just what type of group? Yeah.
Okay,
is it
everybody
gonna-
fucking
right.
Hawkeyes on Walensky now
Is
because
it an institute
this
or
is going to go
oh,
fucking
that's so good.
somewhere.
That's so good.
All right, so I don't want to do Hannah Claire. I don't want to do her bad, so I'm going to read some of her article at least instead of just talk about her headline.
All right.
Because I'm sure Tim probably made sure the headline was what it was he wanted it to be. But Rachel Walensky resigns as CDC director. The national COVID-19 public health emergency expires next week. This was because that'll expire on the 11th along with Title 42.
So I'm out.
So the Center for Disease Control and Prevention announced Director Rochelle Walensky will step down at the end of June. Walensky joined the agency officially as its 19th director in January 20th, 2021. At the time, the United States was, almost a year into the COVID-19 pandemic. Quote, Dr. Walensky has saved lives with her steadfast and unwavering focus on the health of every American, said President Joe Biden in a May 5th press release. As press release should be confirmed is very different than a press conference. This is
Yes.
something from the White House press office that just comes out as a statement. As director of the CDC, she led a complex organization on the front lines of a once-in-a-generation pandemic with honesty and integrity. She never lied at all, like we just showed you.
Before this, it was Redfield, right?
Yes, it was Redfield before he had to.
Yeah.
You got to go away, buddy.
As soon as Biden came into office, because he would have been sworn in, I think, on like the 21st or something like that, or it had to be before this, so maybe like the 11th or the 18th of 2021. because the election
Yes.
happens in November of
Yep, yep,
2020.
yep.
He's inaugurated in January of 2021. So
Yep.
immediately when he gets
Immediately.
into office,
I'm
he
putting
gets
my guy
rid
in.
of Redfield, puts in Walensky.
Yep. Well, and I wouldn't be surprised if he resigned. Most of them
Redfield, yeah.
step down at the end of their, their president's term, whatever. But let's see, to protect all Americans. Yep. In addition to responding to the COVID-19 National Health Emergency Declaration, Walensky led the federal agency as it responded to the outbreak of monkeypox. The illness was detected for the first time outside of Africa, in Europe, and North America in spring of 2022, largely among communities of gay and bisexual men. Over 3 years of enacting federal emergency powers in response to the global outbreak of COVID-19, the government terminated its national emergency declaration on April 10th. The action formally recognized the end of the COVID-19 pandemic, although many restrictions on travel and personal conduct had already been lifted by individual states. The WHO, World Health Organization, trademark CCP, followed suit on May 5th, calling COVID-19 an established and ongoing health issue with which no longer constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. So that's back on yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday they said it's over. The federal COVID-19 emergency is set to expire May 11th, which of course makes sense because why would it not be on the 5th? The end of COVID-19 public health emergency marks a tremendous transition for our country for public health. And in my tenure at CDC, Walensky wrote in a letter to the president, according to CBS News, neither Walensky nor the CDC has revealed what she will do after parting ways with the agency. Good for you for asking that. Yeah, we know. We know what you're doing. You or the CDC hasn't said what you're doing. Prior to joining the CDC, Walensky was the chief of the Division of Infectious Disease of Massachusetts General Hospital from 2017-2020. She also taught at Harvard Medical School. That's also another thing. She could go back to hospitals, like in the administration level hospital stuff, or
teach,
or go into the university system again. So yeah, the Wicked Witch is dead and she's going out. We love it.
Bye.
Good. And we'll see who replaces her because I'm sure it'll be so much better. And this is always the tenuous time, right? Because you have a potentially not quite a lame duck, but you have a president that's going to be running for re-election and may not win. So they're going to appoint a new CDC director. I would imagine at this point her deputy director will probably just act as the CDC director.
Yeah.
Because they won't be able to get confirmed until after the election anyways.
So we all know 2024 is, alive and whatever crystal ball says.
So, they changed the... Because we just watched that one. It was the same. I noticed this week there was a new introduction.
Okay.
And it was not alive and well, or it's fully upon us.
There you go.
It was not fully upon us. It was like fully here or something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, word, that's nice. We changed the verbiage a little bit. But yeah, your initial thoughts on is this going to change fundamentally how the CDC is run?
No, federal government controls that shit.
That's right. But hey, it's news, baby.
And
She's
the
gone.
teachers union. Teachers union also controls the CDC.
That's correct.
We found that
That's
out.
correct. I should have had some combined clips of her and who was what was her name? The head of the biggest school, the teachers union.
Yeah. She's got a rough name too.
Because I always got it mixed up. It was Walensky and like Walatchet or something. I don't
like
fucking
that.
know.
Yeah, she's got
She's equally, if not worse, than Rochelle Walensky.
Yeah.
Randy Weidgardner.
There
it
you
is.
go.
Woo! Don't know how I did that
Weingartner.
one. These people
That was
occupy
clean.
way too much space in my mind.
Good pull. What is this?
Well, this is a plethora of
Oh,
our
these are
wonderful
all right.
president. Yeah, he's in fine order these days.
Do you want to talk about? Do you have something else right now that you want to talk about?
I mean, not in particular.
Do you want
That's
to do
what I'm
just pearly things? Do you want to talk about MGTOW?
Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that next segment? It's a 17-minute long video, so it'll take us a minute to get into it and to review all the stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm game if you are.
Do you have another small one that you want to do for part 2, or do you want to just go into part 3?
Like another story?
Yeah.
Well, let me consult the chart here. We could do debt. Let's talk about
Oh shit. Okay.
this. Let's
All
talk
right.
about this. We'll end on this one. This
I
will be a
just
fun
started
one.
hearing about this.
And so this is an article about the new Navy drag queen that is an active duty sailor.
Okay.
That also doubles as a drag queen.
And they're paying him for this,
And
right?
they are. It's confusing to find out.
Okay.
We'll read through this article. This comes from the Publica, or the Publica, as I
Okay.
like to say it. And this is a new media outlet that is just coming out, just literally fully launched in the beginning of May. And it's run and operated by Jeremy Hanley and Sydney Watson. Thank you. I love her to death, and I always forget her name. But Sydney's the one that she's the editor-in-chief. Jeremy is the CEO or COO, one of the two. But so I want to give one of their articles a shot here. This is written by their staff. They have a couple people that are actually staff writers, so it's not written by anybody in particular.
Okay.
So the U.S. Navy hires active duty drag queen to lead recruitment campaign. Why would we be leading a recruitment campaign right now? Because for the 5th year in a row, all military services are essentially missing their recruitment marks.
Need bodies.
And it's not by a little. I
Yeah.
mean, we're talking 20 to 30% in depending on the service in the area.
And that's part of the reason we've talked about like the lowering of fitness standards. That's when they start to do those things. That's when the last time this happened is when they expanded the age of people of enlistees.
Yeah.
They increased the age of enlistees. It used to be much lower.
I keep getting this fucking ad, and it still comes into my Twitter from the DOD, like their sponsored fucking page.
Yeah.
And it says, "How can seniors join the military?" And I'm like, "What the?
You can
no,
enlist at like
stop."
damn near 40, I think.
Because it used to be like 32 or 35 was the cutoff age.
Yeah, and it was even
at this
lower
point
before that.
and that was like without prior service.
Right.
With prior service, bro, I guarantee. If I walk down right now, they'd be
step
like,
back in.
"Sign up, baby, let's
Really?
go. We'll probably give you a bonus too."
Do they
Fuck
make
it.
you go back through basic and shit?
A altered version of it.
Just like a pretty
You
much to PT, make sure that you're.
It's like a 4-week thing. Especially if you're like a transfer from another service.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's PT, re-hit the basic qualifications you need, and then Jim Jam, you're back in. You'll probably lose 1 rank from last time, or
Yeah.
depending on needs of the service, if they need you at that rank,
Or if you went to
because
college.
of the specific job.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Or
that's
if you went to college, if you were not an officer before, then you went to school and then came back and re-enlisted.
Now they're like, "Hey,
make you an
we're an
officer.
officer corps. What's up?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll give you a sweet hat.
Fucking sweet hat, bro.
Yeah.
That's right. Or
Different pin and a sick hat.
Yeah, or just join the Coast Guard, then you get that sick hat right off the jump. E2s be getting that hat, baby.
There you go.
Let's go. All right, so the U.S. Navy appointed an active duty drag queen as a digital ambassador in an effort to increase recruitment and attract a diverse workforce. So this is why I'm
That's
not
what
sure.
we're lacking, right? We need
Yeah.
more diversity.
That's
That's
it'll do
what's-
it.
And I'm not saying
This is-
diversity is a bad thing. Obviously, it's fine, but
But if it's diversity trademark,
right.
if it's trademark diversity, then we're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
This is the same fucking poison pill that Anheuser-Busch has been dealing with for the last month 3 weeks, I think, at this point.
If Asians don't count,
same
it's not
shit.
real diversity.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right.
Asians should count. Hashtag Asians should count.
Yeah.
How do you
But-
like that? People are going to hate that one.
Hashtag stop Asian hate. What's
It
up?
makes it sound like they should be counting things, but really it means they count. Their
They count.
opinions count. Make yourself look doubly dumb when you come with that one.
It's like you're going to either come out as a racist.
That's
Or
right. Boom, roasted. Got you
Done.
already. Doesn't even need a segment. Boom, roasted.
That's a trap. That is a trap right there. So Yeoman Second Class Joshua Kelly, whose stage name is Harpy Daniels,
That's funny.
identifies as non-binary. He was selected as one of the 5 Navy digital ambassadors. So there's 5 digital ambassadors in
Whatever
the
the
Navy now.
other ones are.
And also, I'll say, anybody that's been in the military and knows what a yeoman is,
It's a desk job,
you
right?
go, of course the yeoman's also a drag queen.
Yeah, it's a
Come
desk
on.
job, right?
Yeah, 100%. They're paper pushers. They're
Yeah.
professional bureaucrats. That's what they do. They push paperwork around and oftentimes don't do that great a job at it. A U.S. Navy spokesperson said the recruitment initiative was an attempt to, quote, explore the digital environment to reach a wide range of potential candidates, end of quote. That's the beauty all-star right there.
I wonder how many drag queens want to join the military.
I wonder how many drag queens are already in the military.
Yeah.
Because this one's already in. So I'm very curious
This
about
one's
this.
already in there.
I don't know what we're doing. What kind of numbers are we talking about with here? The spokesperson added that the program had finished in April and the ambassador did not receive compensation for their work. So there you go. It's like an unofficial title. They just come to you and want to work with you, and you get special treatment. And besides, you're already working at an office, giant ass base anyways.
Right.
You're just going to become one of the special people.
Just dress different tomorrow when you come in.
We are now evaluating the program and how it will exist in the future. The spokesperson said, according to Kelly's TikTok and Instagram, he became an advocate for people who were oppressed for years in the service. Kelly wrote on Instagram in February.
That's an interesting way to phrase that because it makes it sound like the armed services were directly oppressive. And I can see military's boys club, so I can definitely see a world in which it's not a friendly place for your fellow servicemen to find out that you're a drag queen, but I don't think there's anything that would directly indicate that you can't be a drag queen and be in the military at the same time.
The only other drag queens I knew of at the time, during my time, which was a totally different world than these people today, right? That I do not recognize the service from when I was in. But the only people that you could call drag queens were recently advanced E7s that were becoming chiefs. And then as part of their non-existent hazing programs at the chief's mess, they would have to dress up in drag and do specific things and
That's
all that.
awesome.
And that was where it was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There were certain ceremonies involved in different things where like you would don ladies' attire and then do a thing as, you know, some kind of tradition. You cross this specific like latitudinal line or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
I remember listening to my brother-in-law talk about his initiation versus my father-in-law's, like just how vastly different it was.
Yeah, they'd be throwing people in jail for shit your father-in-law used to do.
they were pretty shocked at because they knew, you know,
wow,
that it was
seems
going to
tame.
They knew that it was going to be toned down, especially like my father-in-law was active or was in the reserves less than 5 years ago, so he knows what's up. But he still was like, that's some real bitch shit. Like, that's some real pussy shit that that's all they could do. And he was there actually, because that's the kind of guy that he is. When my brother-in-law was going through that, my father-in-law was present. Because he's a chief.
And especially if you're related, you got to be there.
Born officer, So he's like, well, I can do whatever I want.
Let's go.
Almost all these people are lower ranked than me.
That's
so
right.
I can just show up if I want to.
Yep. I love it. There's so many little traditions and stuff that don't exist anymore that used to exist even when I was in. Like we had called a crow pinning ceremony.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that? Where you get a new rank, right? You become a petty officer for the first time. So you're actually sporting some bars on your collars.
Okay.
And so when you get pinned, you get these little metal pins and they stick them in your thing.
I went to my brother-in-law's
congratulations, right?
pinning,
And then afterwards, you go out back with essentially your supervisor, your mentor, whoever helped get you to this area, and they'll take the little pieces off the back and then fucking punch them in. Earned your colors.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore unless you got a homeboy that's been around for a minute and can give you the proper rite of passage.
Yeah, no, they didn't do that. At least I didn't see that happen at this pinning.
Well, if you saw it, they'd have to kill you.
Yeah, they stayed in the room the whole time, from what I remember.
Not a lot of it happens anymore. Put it that way. Even when I did mine, I had to go to the saltiest motherfucker on the boat to hook me up a little bit.
Yeah,
and there was a small group of people that were down in I don't know how much of this I should prescribe, but we went down into the cargo hold after hours one day.
In the depths of the boat.
Indeed. And, you know, they said some words that had been passed down from the senior chief's time, and then we made it happen, and it was good to go. It was all scabbed up by the morning, and everything was fine.
So you're a real one.
I mean, I was a sailor. I like being a sailor. It was a good deal.
Yeah, you
know?
do.
Yeah, it was a good time. But, okay, where were we? Kelly wrote on Instagram because he's talking about advocating for people oppressed in the services for years, right? So we're talking like because we got sidetracked. We're talking about like don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah.
That kind of era of
Not
repression
just-
where you
not
could not
just
be
drag queens.
open and out about your gender, sexual identity at the time, because, I mean, you couldn't be gay for a while in the military. Sorry, you get medicaled out.
Yeah.
No dishonorable, no nothing. You just can't be here. So from joining in 2016 and being able to share my drag experience,
We only like
with
straight dudes fucking other dudes in this place.
I mean, it is the Navy. That's the nice thing about being in the Coast Guard.
Yeah, we can't have anybody here who likes it.
Nah.
It's not right.
No, not even. Jesus. And this is the other thing. You joined in 2016, okay? Very different.
Right.
I was out by 15, I think. And being able to share my drag experience on my off time with my fellow sailors has been a blessing. Thank you to the Navy for giving me the opportunity. I don't speak for the Navy, but simply sharing my experience in the Navy. Hooah, and let's go slay.
Slay queen.
Kelly has over 1,300,000 likes on TikTok. Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
Who cares about the likes, bro? How many followers you got on TikTok, B? What are we doing here? Despite the many campaigns and drives to bolster military numbers, it seems young people don't view the institution favorably. It is possible the Navy exploring new recruitment methods due to a survey conducted by the Ronald Reagan Institute. The survey found that there were mere 13% of people aged 18 to 29 were highly willing to join the military. Additionally, 25% are somewhat willing to join the armed forces, and 26% are not willing to. So only 13% are gung-ho about willing to join the military, and 25 are like, somewhat, and then the other ones are like, hard fucking no. So Senator Rubio of Florida expressed his frustration with the military's current initiatives. He said in a statement to Fox News Digital that Biden was turning the U.S. military into a woke social experiment. Well, that is kind of what it is.
Yeah,
He
so
added,
he's not wrong to a certain extent, but also General Milley was the head of the armed forces when Donald Trump was in office.
Yes.
So this
White Rage Milley.
This is a deeper ideological thing that leans towards the ideology of Joe Biden, but has taken root in the federal government way before Joe Biden got into office.
Because we all got to understand the president doesn't run the military. The unelected bureaucratic state underneath of him does. People in the DOD or at the Pentagon. Or Chief of Staff Mark Milley, White Rage Mark Milley. That's
the people
him.
that actually hand out the money.
Yeah, they're the ones that are actually in charge.
The money that half of it we can't account for.
Yep.
Those are the people that actually control the military.
Yeah. He added it was a stupid way to protect the nation. We need to spend more time thinking about how to counter threats like China, Russia, and North Korea, and less time thinking about pronouns, he said. On the other hand, Representative Sarah Michaels, Democrat from California, you can't get any more diametrically opposed. Republican senator from Florida and Democrat from California. Anyone willing and able to serve our country should be able to serve authentically. The debate about gender identity rages across the United States as more people focus on what is and isn't acceptable in the workplace and in advertisements. Time will only tell how it pans out. I like how that's how I end all my pieces for the website.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll see how this turns out because we don't know. So, drag queen spokesman for military recruitment. You feel pretty solid about this? Where are you at? Is it going to work?
I don't think it's going to work. No, there's not obviously an inherent issue with it, but I don't know. You want the military to be scary, right? Like, isn't that the whole point? You want other people to be afraid of it.
It helps.
Yeah.
When you watch the Russian military ads or the Chinese military propaganda, I mean, they look beastly.
You
they
want
look badass.
us to think it's cool and other people to think it's scary. That's the whole idea. That's why you make fucking cool movies, about whatever stories of people who won the Medal of Honor. And that's why you make up other stories and you turn them into just dope action movies and stuff like that.
Do you ever watch Family Guy? Do you ever a big Family Guy guy?
Yeah, I watched Family Guy for a time.
Do you remember there was an older episode where Brian and Stewie joined the military because they saw some badass fucking commercial, and it was like dudes drinking beers, tearing around in Humvees in the desert, and hanging out with chicks in bikinis. Like, let's fucking go.
Yes.
That's what it used to be.
And then they got shipped to the desert.
Exactly. And
Shot
then they shot themselves in the foot so
yes.
they can get out. They're like,
Yes.
wait, this was not what was advertised. But that's what it used to be. It was the fucking old school Marines commercials.
Right.
Remember those? Those were great. Or even, be all you can be for the Army. That old, there was a bunch of old school shit. They were trying to come off as like badasses. You want to come, you join us, we'll give you the training you need to be a fucking badass, and you'll set yourself up for life with all the
And
skills and training you're going to learn here. And we'll pay you.
The Special Forces vets that are active on social media now will kind of facetiously call what they did like cool guy stuff. Like you really only need the type of thing if you're doing like cool guy stuff. You know? And that's like, it's a joke because they don't belittle what they did, but that's true to the extent that that's what attracts young men with strength and high testosterone and high amounts of perseverance to that type of job, is to think that they are doing something that's super fucking cool and they're doing it for a legitimate reason.
Yeah.
But nothing that we could point to. I mean, the people that you want are people that are like 4 years younger than me, maybe 8 years younger than me that are going in. And those are the people you want for like special forces. Do the shit that's going to be really cool.
Yeah.
People that are 8 years younger than me have only lived in a world other than the last 2 years where we were in Afghanistan. And then they watched the government pull out and leave people in a horrific fashion.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue all day, it was going to be like that, whatever. That's what they watched. They just watched that happen, right? I told you I know a gal who was at Abbey Gate during the explosion. Jesus. We watched that happen.
Yeah.
You're not going to convince me that what we're doing is just. I just watched a girl who believes in that have to respond to a bombing that we knew was going to happen, that we hindered other soldiers from preventing. Why would anybody have faith in what we're doing? So even the people who would want to do that, the somewhat willing, they're unconvinced by looking at the track record of the United States military and seeing how greatly unjust and immoral those actions have been.
Yeah.
And not the actions of individual soldiers, right? I'm not talking about
as the
fucking
military
Tim
as a
Kennedy
whole.
no, I'm not talking about Tim Kennedy or any of these fucking guys, right? I'm saying these guys are pieces of shit. No,
Dan
those
Crenshaw.
people did what they thought was right at the time. I don't fault anybody who went over there and did that. You did what you thought was right at the time.
Yep.
And even if you don't question it now or anything, I don't blame you for that. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
right?
You blame the higher ups at that point for essentially
The people who lied to you.
when you get out and you're asking yourself, was it worth losing my friends or
Yes.
losing my legs or whatever it is for all the
Yes.
mental trauma I had, and you say no,
Yes.
it's their fault. It's Milley's fault. It's the people at the Pentagon. It's the fucking the senators and the president that decides that this is worth continuing to do.
Yes.
You're there on the ground for your buddies to do the mission, to try to keep everybody alive. And ideally, you're there to try to help in a big picture somehow, right? But at the end of the day, you're more concerned about you and your buddies taking out bad guys and protecting each other. Done. And then you have all the other shit that goes along with it that fucks it all up.
Why would anybody want to enlist? Why would you want to
Don't
be a
ask
part
me.
of that structure?
Don't ask me, bro. I entertained the thought, actually yesterday. I was like, if things were to change in my life, I was like, it's real easy to go back to the military. It's real simple. It's a simple life. It's more or less paved for you. It's a real easy way to like navigate life because there's so many, the road is laid out for you pretty well. You just don't get in trouble, do what you're supposed to do, and it's fine.
Your
You're good to
paycheck
go.
is the exact same every 2 weeks.
Yep, exactly. But at the end of the day, the same thing. It's like every time I think about like, well, there's all these people that go to the shipyard and all this. I'm like, I've worked for the federal government before.
Yeah.
Not doing it again, bro. I don't know why anybody would want to.
And I told you, I think the same thing about the cops. So there's not infrequent that I'm like, maybe I should still do it. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
This is a structure that I can't morally take part in anymore. Like I can't do that.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Can you be an anti-establishment fascist? Because I feel like that's probably as close as you can get. I'm like, no, I'm vehemently anti-establishment to the point. No, I will not even entertain working for these fucking scumbags.
Right. You
It's like,
can't,
no.
because you can only be so fucking based, you know. It's like
Exactly.
that story with your brother, the dude's eating.
Oh, yeah.
Like you can only be so based when you're willing to do behaviors that you're also going to arrest other people for.
Yeah,
you
that
know?
is unbased behavior.
And that doesn't mean that people who are shithouse drunk should be let to drive, right? That's not what that means.
No.
That's not at all what that means.
Not at all.
But
Don't be doing
fuck,
that.
dude, if you're going to be doing it, you definitely shouldn't be arresting people for doing it the next day. You know, that's morally wrong. And I'm not.
And people are doing it.
Yeah, and I'm not going to take a part in a structure where I can't have that type of discretion. You know,
Yeah.
like I can't enforce this because I also do this.
It's a common through line.
Yeah.
It's a common through line. Well, I think with that, we can wrap up and then we'll jump back in with some pearly things, yeah?
Absolutely, yes.
All
This
right.
has been part 2 of episode 147 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
You can find us at our social medias. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this. We'll be back, and I think we'll talk about Ukraine. Then we'll hit just pearly things, and that will bring us nicely into the grab bag.
I am here for it.
All right, we'll be back in just a little bit for part 3. Thank you very much.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is episode 147 of Salt of the Streets, part 3. My name is Donovan,
I'm Colin.
and we are happy to have you here. You can find us at our social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all that at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets.
You know, after 1,000 times of saying that, there was bound to be a time where you're like, oh wait, I already said that.
It's gonna happen eventually.
Good catch though. Good catch.
Thank you very much.
So now, oh shit, I just spilled beer. God damn it. Fat hands. So we're going to talk about Russia, Ukraine for a moment. And then we're going to get into another video review. This time, taking up a listener request, viewer request, whatever we call ourselves these days. The teams have requested. And so we're going to do that. I think this one goes out to Josh Keaton. We're going to be talking about there on the way.
MGTOW.
MGTOW. There it is. Like MGTOW. Which, don't get it confused, is not a college fraternity. It is. Although there's probably lots of frat boys in it.
I bet.
Or prior frat boys that have like, I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. All these girls fucking love me. I don't understand. But we'll get into that. It'll be fun. But of course, we need to bring on the Crush and Morosity beforehand.
As we have been doing for the last year and a half now, something like that.
This is the way.
Yeah, this is our episode or our bi-weekly Ukraine update.
Indeed.
So there's a couple of things that have been happening here. Obviously, the fighting continues in Ukraine. Earlier in the week, there were 2 drones that were shot down or exploded over top of the Kremlin.
Yes.
And immediately, obviously, Putin said, they're trying to kill me. They be getting after me.
So Ukrainians, they come after me.
Yes.
And
even though they made it all the way to the Kremlin.
Which
right?
is like highly questionable, correct?
Yeah, and there's also a question
Seems
about
weird.
the distance. Like supposedly the drones that the Ukrainians have can't travel the distance that is required to go from Ukraine to the Kremlin.
No.
So for the Ukrainians to have done it, then some form of special forces would have had to go behind enemy lines like over 100 miles and then launch these drones.
Or, like anti-Putin sympathizers or something like that. It's also very likely that this was some form of Ukrainian action carried out by people who were not necessarily under the control of the government.
Yes.
We talked about that a little bit with the leaks, the leaked documents, and so much spying's being done on the Ukrainians, partly because they're not fully in control of their own armed forces. They're not fully in control of every action that goes on over there. And a lot of times Zelensky is having to be playing catch up or pretend like he knew this was all going on and kind of smooth things over by accidentally dropping a bomb on another NATO country or shooting down your own drone, which was... I saw some more pictures of this video, some zoomed in ones, and it was 100% a Ukrainian drone that the Ukrainians shot down above Kyiv, which was really fucking hilarious. But it also is kind of par for the course. The last year plus that we've been watching this unfold, everything we've seen should lead one to come to that conclusion, because that would be more to the norm of what has been happening. But yeah, I do not believe for a second that these drones that got so close to the Kremlin and then conveniently blew up right above the Kremlin in a very, you could see the explosion. That's as big as it got. I mean, we're talking, it's not a huge explosion.
They're small drones.
So that's like, I don't know, if you're trying to assassinate the head of state of Russia at the Kremlin, I have a feeling you need a bigger bomb than that. It seems weird.
Same deal as if you're going to show up in the comments. If you're going to come for the king, you got to hit him. And that's not what they're doing here.
No, they're not. But they're going to get the smoke.
They are going to get the smoke.
They're going to get
sure.
the smoke.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah, there's also a question, obviously, this is a Russian false flag operation, so they can just point to further increases in the intensity of the violence and the fighting.
We want more escalation.
Yeah, of course, the super doomsdayers are like, they're doing this so they can launch a nuke. I still don't find that to be a realistic outcome of this, but...
I'm kind of out the nuke game these days.
We'll see.
I'm kind of out the nuke game these days. It really doesn't jive in my mind anymore. Not a lot of it makes sense. The minute a nuclear device is used, I don't know, though. I don't know if I even believe that.
No.
The minute a nuclear device is used on the battlefield by Russia, I don't think the West would do... I don't think they would retaliate in kind. They would not be doing that.
They're not launching two.
So it just seems... I don't even factor that in anymore, really. It's more about the getting just further down a world conflict level. That's the more concerning, getting China amped up and getting kind of more economic alliances going that ultimately leads to the downfall of the West. That's more my concern these days than nuclear stuff. But I'm kind of on board with the idea this is essentially still like a false flag from Russia to bolster support. It's easy at that point to take your state propagandist networks and just crank them up to 11.
Yeah.
Say, we need to fucking push more. We need to get more people involved, blah, 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 blah. It just add more fuel to the fire, which is seemingly what Russia could use at this point. Some more domestic fire to continue to push for more and more escalation, something like that. Why the fuck is Russia losing a war to Ukraine? We gotta make that sit right with the people somehow. And how about an attack on our dear leader? Even though he wasn't there. So bad intel from the jump. See, Moscow on Thursday accused the U.S. of masterminding a drone attack on the Kremlin, a charge denied by Washington, and said Ukrainian sabotage on Russian territory had reached unprecedented moments or momentum. So Washington's stance is that this is essentially Ukrainian sabotage in Russian territory.
Yeah.
Which
backed by the U.S.
Yeah. Which, generally speaking, every time the U.S. gets kind of like fingered as somebody that might have blown up a pipeline, they go, well, Ukrainian groups, they're always trying to fight Russians.
Right.
Because, we tried to sell you on the line that Russia did this to themselves, but that didn't make sense because they have nothing to gain in that realm. This one's a little bit more gray. It's not exactly a massive hurt on the Kremlin if they explode a drone above the Kremlin, and that doesn't really do any damage to it. The fucking flag was still flying in the background after the flames went away.
That's awesome.
It's you know what I mean? What are we talking about here?
But the explosion is small enough; it doesn't even look like there's like an actual munition on it. Like that's just the explosion from the drone itself with whatever fuel is left in the tanks.
Yeah, whatever fuel's is in the tank, or whatever projectile or explosive was used to take it down.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's like that's not a bomb laden fucking. Maybe it was like one of those little buzz drones that had a grenade on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what's on the battlefield drone, if you will. I don't know. I'm not into it. It seems like I feel like it's pretty easy to put this one on the Russians as just a way to bolster more support because they didn't really lose anything. Makes it look like they're under attack.
Do you think they're hoping for international support based on this? Like if they can try and make it look like Washington is leading these attacks on the Kremlin, that like the Chinese or someone will step up?
No, I'd say I would get the feeling it's probably mostly domestic. Just trying to get more domestic support.
Okay.
Been in over a year now. There's arrests happening on the streets all the time to anybody that's willing to like try to protest against things,
Right.
Probably just trying to get some more domestic support, I would say, concrete some things. If there was anybody that was like generally a Putin supporter or a Russian supporter within their border, but like kind of was wavering, this might have bolstered their patriotism a little bit, bring them back over to the other side. And at the end of the day, Russia didn't lose anything from this.
Yeah.
What do they have to lose at this point? A drone? 2 drones, I guess, that was technically. Okay, that's fine.
Some surface damage to the outside of the building.
Yeah. We're creating jobs, bro. Get up there and repair the roof. Let's go.
Paint it.
Let's go.
Paint it red.
So, yeah, I don't know. Out of all the things between Russia and Ukraine, I was like, well, this is dumb. It would have been, if there was like an actual attack and somebody caved in the fucking roof of the Kremlin, we'd have something to talk about here.
Yeah.
But this just seems like, I don't even want to call it a false flag. It was like it's like a self-subterfuge piece of propaganda. Like I wouldn't even call it a false flag because, everything that happens in Russia now, the West did it. The West did it. We're at war with NATO.
We're victims of the West.
Yeah, I mean, this just adds to that same narrative. That's all. I don't see much more than that, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, that's really all I got to say about the actual drone attack. Unless you had something else in
No.
particular for that one. The real interesting story that's going on is, for one, let me show you this video I came across. Been having a hard time like pinning it down to how real it is or when it took place. The video is supposedly of Bakhmut, where like the Wagner Group is, right?
Right.
And this is supposedly some kind of incendiary attack that took place in Bakhmut and observed with drone data.
And all those dots are
fires.
Yeah.
They're like white phosphorus that are helping to essentially burn the entire city down. But
Yeah, and so there's some debate on whether it's just incendiary or actual white phosphorus that I'm seeing, and I don't know enough to like actually tell the difference.
Yeah.
You know,
it's even there. They're timestamping at 2022. So this footage,
Could
if
be
actually
old.
authenticated, could be from the initial invasion, more or less.
Yeah.
So pretty dark shit when you look at it.
But the Wagner Group, like we were talking about, is now saying that they're receiving such little support from the actual Russian government that they're threatening to leave Bakhmut, which is the city that they took back.
Yeah.
So they're threatening to leave. The leader, whatever his name is.
Whoa.
Yeah, that guy.
Hang on, so we got to put this into Google Translate and see if we can get the computer to announce it.
There you go. Yeah, he is the one that he made a big video initially. Well, two videos. One of them standing in front of a shitload of dead bodies, saying that that's the result of the lack of support from the Russian government, and then a larger video with a bunch of his dogs behind him, saying, we're gonna go. Like, we're not gonna stay here if we don't.
We're out.
bullets. Yeah.
Here, let me put this so we can actually share it with the class. Here we go. This is how we say his name according to Google Translate.
Евгений Пригожин.
Yeah, I'm not going to
There
do
you
that.
go.
I'm not going to do that.
That's his name.
There's a few languages I just can't cross.
No.
Just can't do it. That's deep.
Yeah, and
So,
I
the
haven't
leader of the
heard-
Wagner Group.
I haven't heard anything from the Russian government since then, because he's not. You and I were talking about this earlier. Like, he's not part of the Russian government. He's the head of the Wagner Group. He is the head of a
Blackwater.
a military contracting company
Yeah.
that is paid by the Russian government. And so I don't know. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from the Russian government yet. What their response is to this.
And I would imagine that that's going to come out twisted all to hell whenever there is some kind of update about it. It'll be
Yeah.
all twisted and propagandized all to hell, and we won't have any idea what was actually done, and it'll be well past the time when it was done. So who knows? I mean, if Bakhmut falls over the next week back into Ukrainian hands, essentially you'll know like the Wagner Group they dipped out.
Right.
Like, you're going to have to see essentially as much as we possibly could through the fog of propaganda and war. If Ukraine starts boasting about taking out Bakhmut, we know the Wagner Group pulled out.
Yeah.
That'll probably be how we hear it. Russia's pretty tight-knit with the releases that Putin lets hit the internet.
It'll just be the results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be something like that. But that's an interesting sign, though, in the overall strategic makeup of the war. If the Wagner Group, who has done like the mainstay fighting, I mean, how many people? They had like 50 people, and they took over the entire city.
Right.
They occupied the whole city with that many people. Like, that's a big deal. I don't care if the city was empty to be able to hold a city with 50 dudes. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of hardcore shit going on there. So there's obviously some kind of rift happening between them and the actual government of Russia. If they're not getting the support they say they're needing, would that just be a logistical issue? Would that be some kind of grand strategy thing, like we're saving up all our fucking arms for the big war to come? Or why are they not getting? This is just their job. They're supposed to be there to do it, and if you can't do it, well, go fuck yourself. You're not real Russians. There's endless possibilities of why this could be happening. But it is interesting that there does appear to be some kind of I don't want to say fracture, but friction between the two groups. You know what I mean?
A schism, as
A
the
schism
article says.
might be forming.
Yeah.
It's a schism between Kremlin and mercenary chief boils over. So we'll see. We'll see about that one. That's another one of those. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just see what happens. You know, we were talking the other day. I'm like, man, why we haven't seen like videos of like the Spetsnaz out there doing their shit?
Yeah.
That's a weird thing. It's a weird thing that we're not seeing the actual Russian special forces going on here. It's all been PMCs, which is weird, or conscripts. Again, weird.
Right.
You know, the Navy has gotten involved very, very little. The Air Force is not being utilized very much. You know, they're losing a lot of air assets when they send them up, but it doesn't appear like there's an overwhelming force of fucking helicopters. And
So you think that they're restricting themselves so that the U.S. can't? They're
don't
doing it
know.
anyway, but
Yeah.
like, I don't know, to try and combat the global narrative that Russia is escalating. Because if they go all out, if they put the Navy out there and they just start lobbing shells, like, there's no doubt that they're, you know.
You know, there's part of me goes, well, I mean, they had the flagship out there in the Black Sea, and the U.S. helped sink it with the fucking Trident missiles or whatever.
They just don't want to
Like,
lose anymore.
So maybe it's like a, you know, how much of this do we really want to push? We fucking 20 years wars it. I mean, this is the way superpowers have been doing war for the last 20 years. It's never been all out full scale
Just
war.
trickle it.
And I just can't shake this feeling that, like, of course Russia hasn't put their entire military force in action on this thing. For one, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. If you're full blown, what's the right word? You're fully activated, like all your forces or whatever, however you want to put it. If you're out with the full front of your military, that would probably change the way the West reacted, would probably add more. Whereas if you do a policing action or a military exercise or whatever it is that they were calling it,
And
some kind of special operation.
I don't think that either side of this is prepared for an all-out war. Like, we aren't prepared for that. Russia's not
No.
prepared for that. I don't think anybody else really is.
No, because the world hasn't done that since the fucking 40s.
So the only way for us to continue on these military actions and have it be sustainable is for it to trickle out, so that we all still have the time to rebuild things and to make more munitions.
Yep.
Because we're already tapped out. We talked about that months ago.
Yeah, we tapped
that-
out as fuck.
That our own military officials are like, we're getting close. Like this, we're in a bad spot, and Russia has got to be in a similar situation than we are, because they're the only ones supplying themselves, other than maybe North Korea, whatever. They got some other, backdoor
Some
suppliers,
backdoor shit.
but nothing big,
Yeah, like China hasn't come out and been providing lethal aid to Russia yet.
If they do go
At
out,
least openly.
if they do go all out, then they could be opening themselves up to.
and they're keeping their cards as close to their vest as they can because they have other interests at play.
Right.
They don't give a shit about Ukraine. No, they care about their neighbor to the north and their most probably, their fervent ally of Russia. They want to make sure they don't get fucking checkmated by the West and get to become like a Potemkin village, more or less, and because then their only ally, then they're outnumbered and outgunned.
And they may
Nobody
not
wants
even
that.
trust. I don't know what. Now I'm totally speculating. I don't know what the level of trust is between like even Russia and China. If Russia feels like, or Putin is paranoid enough to feel like Xi Jinping might turn on him if China doesn't believe that Russia can win a war, then they'll side economically with the United States. Not totally sign a partnership. They would never do that, but just side economically with them
hedge their economic bets
to preserve themselves.
Yeah.
I wonder what the level of concern with that is in Russia.
Yeah. Well, we know
that if they don't think we can win, then they'll just leave.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I have a feeling that this is not, we haven't even come close to like a full scale war on either side. Nobody's pushing that way.
Nowhere near
For one, nobody wants to do it because nobody's done it in decades and decades. All the people that had done those things are well retired or dead at this point.
Yeah.
So this is just the way we do war now, for right now. We'll see if it escalates any further. So that's where we at in Ukraine. It's been fucking the last 2 weeks for some reason have been very slow as far as like substantive like liberty related news. We'll put it that way. Like other than a couple little laws coming into place that are cutting down on people's liberties and freedoms, nothing major's happening over in Ukraine and Russia. Everybody's kind of like getting ready for the spring offensive, and we had the drone thing was one, the schism between the Wagner group. I mean, we're talking about the insider politics of what's happening on the Russian front right now.
Right.
Because that's the biggest thing happening over there. Zelensky is meeting with Finland for some reason this week, but nothing comes from that. That's what he does these days. He's a smoozer. There's a video of him meeting with the BlackRock like C-suite folks, which we've already talked about. We already knew. And it's just been a weird couple weeks where it just seems like it's mostly culture war shit.
Yeah.
Mostly culture war shit, which leads me to ask you a question that I've been saving before we make the transition. Unless you have anything else for this?
Nope.
So let's do.
With that, let me ask you this.
I've been saving it. My first question to you is very simple, but I'm very curious about this. How do you find a PSYOP? How do you define what a PSYOP is? What is a PSYOP, Donovan?
Ooh, it is. Oh, let's see. It's almost like. I don't want to metaphor it, but like federally funded gaslighting. That it's something done by a government to trick you into believing something else.
Okay. So that being said, is the generalized culture war taking place within the bounds of American society, do you perceive that as majorly or mostly controlled in a PSYOP fashion? Or is this like a battle of our own making?
Ooh.
Basically, is the
culture war,
yeah,
right?
is the
Okay.
culture war a PSYOP? Or how much of it is? These are the big questions.
Definitely in part. Definitely in part. I would have to think a lot about that to give you like a full answer on yes or no. Definitely in part because of the things that we discussed earlier, those kind of 3 or 4 real mainstay issues that no one wants to solve. And not like, I don't want to be the one to do it. They don't actually want those issues to be dealt with.
Yeah. Need to be able to fight over them.
A certain part of that is manufactured because it behooves them, the powers that be, to not have. So 1984, right? If the proletariat only knew that if they could come together, then they could overthrow the party. And it's the same deal here. If we came together on issues that actually mattered, real legitimate issues that dealt with our rights and our freedoms and liberties, we came together on that, even not in a cohesive answer other than we should be able to choose. That cuts against everything.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even take full cooperation of the proletariat. It just takes an understanding and cooperation to a certain level of we're willing to compromise and work together so we can make our own choices.
What's the general, there's like a percentage of population that needs to get involved for something to actually get carried out, like on a grand scale, and it's like 5% of the population.
Yeah.
If 5% of the population all stood up at once and said, we're pushing back against this,
right,
you've got yourself the making of a movement that, like, I'm pretty sure was about the percentage that the Revolutionary War was started off with.
Yes, it's estimated that there 3% of the population fought in the Revolutionary War at that time. Those are people who physically fought in the war.
That's fucking nothing. I mean, do we count the French at that point? Was that included?
American population.
Yeah. Because we always kind of try not to remember the French in the Revolution, but we wouldn't have a country without them.
And those are just the fighters, but if you're talking about everyone involved, it's probably less than 10% still.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Because, I mean, the makeup of all the politicians, or what passed for a politician back then, was a exponentially low fraction of what we conceive of today.
When I just mean like the spies and stuff, the people that are willing to pass messages and involve themselves in it but not fight, you know, that's probably still less than 10% of the overall population that had a role in the war.
Yeah.
In some capacity.
I wonder what the percentage of people that like didn't even really feel that it was happening, and just one day were like, "Oh, I guess I live in a country now."
Right.
That's weird. 'Cause they existed. There was a lot of people. I would
Certainly.
imagine.
Because most
Wait.
Right.
You telling me you bunch of fucking 20-year-olds got together and
Right.
decided we were just going to do our own thing? Why didn't nobody tell me?
Because the bulk of the fighting happened in the north and on the east coast,
Yeah.
like along there. So if you
Because
lived
where the colonies and shit
Yeah.
were, but
and then where people had to land, you had to
Yeah.
come from the
Yes.
sea to go there. So they either came down from
Yeah.
Canada or across from the east
Yeah.
coast. So most of the people who lived on the far western side of America probably were like, "What is going on over there? These guys are fucking going nuts." These fucking knuckleheads, dude.
Y'all motherfuckers pissed off the king?
Yeah,
What?
you guys know that I'm
What?
free as hell over here, right? Y'all motherfuckers need to go west.
Joke's on you. Now I don't.
Right.
I was free until you gave me a country. Now I belong to you assholes. Oops.
Yeah, I bet there was a ton of them.
Well, that's interesting.
Went to trade in town someday. Like, did you hear? They signed a thing. You're like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, the Declaration, dude. Like, they declared it. Everybody.
It's like, bro, I just wrote my brother in Boston 6 months ago, and
Yeah.
I didn't hear shit about this.
Yes. That guy said, I do declare I don't give a shit. How about that?
It's just like we joke about it, but I mean, at the time, like it's so hard for us to like really truly comprehend what it would have been like back then. There's no communication. There's no postal service set up. There was none of that shit. I mean, there were mail carriers and letter
Right.
carriers, whatever, but like we can't even conceive of what life would have been like back then
No.
at all. Like we might have some makeup of what governmental structures were, or like some of the buildings in place and some of the actors in place. But I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, I would assume,
Yeah.
that were spread out all along this fucking giant ass wilderness with zero government involvement, essentially.
You may or may not even know who your delegate is to the Continental Congress.
You may not even know the Continental Congress
Right.
fucking exists.
Right.
So one day you wake up, oh, I guess we're a country. I hope the king doesn't know.
Someone tells you this
What do you
person
mean?
was actually
We fought
speaking.
a war over this?
Yeah. Someone tells you this person was actually speaking in your favor at the Continental
Like,
Congress.
who does, I fucking hate that
Yeah.
guy. Who is that?
No, you guys voted for him. You picked him. It's fine. It's okay. Your neighbors did it for you.
I just bought my first piece of property last year. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for this shit.
Just happened to be the farthest one west.
There's a fucking there's a sitcom in there somewhere. That'd be fucking. I could watch that. I'd be down with that shit.
At the very least, a Gillian Keefe skit. you know,
Yes, yes.
of the last person to find
Somebody
out about the
call Shane
Revolutionary
Gillis.
War. Like, what?
He'd be the only dude I would trust, like, to do it right because he cares so much about U.S. history.
Yes.
He'd be like, no, we're not doing it like that. This is how we're gonna do this. This is how it really was. Okay, so speaking of culture war topics, hence my question. We're going to take on another listener requested topic.
Josh
Keaton,
keep doing this to us.
MGTOW, baby.
Keep making us watch just pearly things.
You know, and it's, you know, what's funny is we watched Just Pearly Things last episode because Creatrix was,
Oh, right, it
we
was
were talking
Brandy
about
that time,
that.
yeah.
And then now, funny enough, we're back to the well
Yeah.
from someone else.
Because Josh had asked about the Manosphere a few episodes ago. The
Yeah.
last time we did the listener request, we talked about the Manosphere in general.
And now, I mean, the Tate brothers are out, bro.
It's all full
They're
circle.
back out. We're
They
back
are
out.
about, yeah, they're out and free.
Yep. I saw a interview, like supposedly his first appearance back, Andrew Tate, and I watched about 10 minutes of it. I think it was like half hour or whatever, and I just want to punch him in the face so much.
It's
it
too
was
much.
just so thick.
Yeah.
It was so, and he's sitting there shirtless with a fucking cigar and his hair, you know, the little bit of hair that he has left,
Yes.
and he's just pissed at the Matrix, just going off about the Matrix. And I'm like, but you can't stop me because I'm top G. Bud, what are we doing here? Come on. So anyways, that led us down this path. Thanks to Josh Keaton once again.
So we're going to watch this Just Pearly Things video, and we're going to react to her reactions
Exactly.
of whatever. I don't know.
Reaction Inception. You haven't seen this.
No,
Oh,
I have not. This is the full inception of YouTube, yeah.
Let's go. Hey, no free ads.
This
no free ads.
game
Although this is probably the greatest MMO game ever created. It's called EVE Online, but we're not talking about that.
Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel, and
There we
welcome to my
go.
reaction series. Before I start,
good
don't
camera.
forget to subscribe to the channel
yeah,
and ring
she's
that
got a whole-
notification
her whole
bell. That way
setup
you're
is
going
real
to be
nice.
notified of my daily videos. Like the video on your way in. Let's get started. So
HD
today,
camera's not always a
I
plus.
am reacting to a video that is the introduction to MGTOW, and it was a channel that I might have watched it like a long time ago, but I don't really remember. I think it's called Sandman. Is that it? I think it's Sandman. So I think someone recommended this to me on Instagram, which you should DM me if you want me to react. Just Pearly Things 1.
Hi everyone,
Okay, so the introduction's been made.
Is that Donald Trump?
You know, maybe. Yeah, we'll go with that. And it looks like it could be like a
Looks a little
Picasso-esque
Trumpy, right?
T-Doggish. You know, there's. I mean, the hair. I can't stop looking at the hair.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
But anyways,
It's a something.
the thing that really pisses me off about this video, right, is, and I can't stand people that do this.
Yeah.
And like I get it, but don't be a bitch. Put yourself on camera. Just put yourself on fucking
Oh.
camera. Don't be showing us clip art
Oh,
while
'cause she's
you
behind
narrate.
it. Okay.
She's behind it, and I started to notice because I thought it was like the back of her laptop or something like that.
Yeah.
And they were like changing the art. No, this is his video.
This is the video.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just him talking for 11 minutes with fucking pictures in front of it, which
Oh. Yeah, that's weird.
quit being a bitch. That's all I gotta say.
man here.
Oh, and for those of you that don't know, MGTOW is men going their own way. So basically, they don't deal with women until the laws change, as far as I understand.
I'm getting a number of people asking me
Until
to do
the
an
laws
introduction.
change?
Bro, we're gonna get super into it, but remember when I was telling you there's levels to this shit?
Yeah.
He's gonna describe 4 different levels of MGTOW.
Okay.
And you got to remember, this essentially is a group of men who have decided they've had enough with the fair sex, and I'm going my own way. I
Go
don't
to the
need
Philippines,
chicks no
right.
more. Go to the Philippines.
Yeah. Okay.
But even then, that's like a pretty early level MGTOW. If you get deep into the MGTOW, you don't fuck with women
Okay.
at all.
Until the laws change. And she's talked a lot about like divorce laws and stuff like that. So
And there's only a small group of these MGTOW people that believe that, because she's been super into like divorce court and stuff like
Yeah.
that, and men's rights and that type of shit. Do men generally get screwed on the legal end in standard divorces? Depending on what state you live in, yeah, they generally do.
yeah.
But that is not the overarching issue at play here with most MGTOW folks. They've just usually been wronged by women, been scorned by the dating world or something like that, and said, fuck it, I don't need them anyways. They're all just a bunch of bitches. I like being top G.
All right.
Video for MGTOW. So here it is. I'm going to cover 25 of the most important video topics that
Whoa.
I've covered since I've started my channel.
a
And the
multi-part
first thing to
series.
remember about MGTOW is that a man that has taken the metaphorical red pill is a man that has learned the ugly truth about female nature. Women
Already, I hate this crossing over the two worlds. They've adopted their own version of red pilling.
Right.
And because red pilling is more or less like you take the red pill, you are able to step away from the matrix and see the real world.
Yes.
You can look at the establishment, the corporate press, realize they're all lying to you and they hate you and they want you to die. But in this specific case, it's just men seeing women for what they really are. A bunch of backstabbing. He'll explain.
Women are made out to be harmless, beautiful creatures. But the truth is, many women
Hey, beautiful creature here.
man that has taken the metaphorical red pill is a man that has learned the ugly truth about female nature. Women are made out to be harmless, beautiful creatures. But the truth is, many women today will rip out your heart and testicles through your wallet and move on to their next victim.
That's true, though. The more I learn about
So what's your take on his statement, first of all? Men who have had their heart and testicles ripped out because of that's just the way women are. That's their nature. They use you up and move on.
I don't. Maybe I just don't have an accurate perception of what's really happening in my marriage. I don't feel like
I
that's
don't think so either.
what I'm living under, but
Of
I'll have
all
to
the
ask.
relationships that I know
Yeah,
or have known,
I'll have to ask Jordan if that's what her true intent is.
hit her up on the DM. Let's
Yeah.
go.
But the court system, I can't even fault you.
with absolutely no second thoughts. And they often have.
I'm so fat.
God damn it, Pearly Things. You're a piece of
Brendan,
shit.
you're not.
I know it's not your fault, but don't monetize your videos.
Is making yourself aware of
I can't even fault you.
with absolutely no second thoughts. And they often have no guilt or remorse in the process. So taking the red pill is making yourself aware of how women operate, and you stop being naive about it. With regards to becoming a MGTOW, there are 4 or 5 different levels to MGTOW. The first level is the purple pill man. This is the man that's aware that women use the government, the courts, and men's desires to reproduce to take advantage of men. But the purple pill man believes that the risks of a relationship and marriage are often worth the potential punishment. A level 2 MGTOW believes.
Okay, so level 1 MGTOW. Somebody that generally believes that women only are interested in relationships for the purposes of reproduction, and a guy he can understand that fact and be okay with it because he wants to have a family and a relationship. So he's willing to deal with the subversion and the possible use of the court systems to come after him so that he can have a family and get the things that he wants out of this deal.
That's very sad.
Super fucking sad.
I don't.
Super, especially you put this in front of like an incel, somebody that has
Yeah.
been just hanging out, pulling away from the world, especially after like COVID and shit. Somebody who is not in a good place mentally, and you feed them this fucking message, and they haven't been getting action on fucking Tinder or Bumble or whatever the dating apps are, and you start feeding him this fucking message. Where's he gonna go?
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I don't know what women want. You know, like I don't know.
Yeah, this makes a lot of presumptions about and generalizations about all women, first of all, and their
Yeah.
intentions in relationships.
I think one of the things men generally want is respect. Like that's a thing that drives a lot of what we seek in our lives is respect. And there are a lot of
Mhm.
other things that go into that. I can't speak for what women want. I'm not a woman, so I don't have a lady's brain. I
What
don't
is a
know.
woman?
There are obvious biological incentives for both sexes to do those things.
Mhm.
I think it's very reductionist to say that women will use the laws to take advantage of you. Anybody who can get in control of the laws will use it to take advantage of you.
Oh, yeah.
That's called government. That's not women.
Yeah.
That's called government.
It's called
So
government.
Anybody who is given power over you will use it to abuse you. That is how that is.
Mm-hmm.
If you choose a woman who is not good, then she'll do those things. But if
Uh-huh.
you pick a woman who is good, who has more value than just what she looks like, because if she doesn't have any value other than that, then she feasibly, theoretically, under this idea, right, has no choice but to take everything from you because all she has is her looks.
Yeah.
And if she's been robbed of that from you for the last 10 years, then she's no longer high quality by the way that you're rating her. She
Yeah.
has no other recourse to sustain herself but to steal from you by your own definition. So
This we used to have a term for women like this. They were called gold diggers.
yeah.
And that's what it was. They were in it for clout. They were in it for celebrity. They were in it for money.
Yeah.
And those people still exist. But that's, like you said before, it's completely reductionist to assume and assign that methodology and that kind of nature to just women in general.
There's not that many ladies in the government.
No, but I mean, government aside,
Yeah.
it's like if you know a gal who knows how to utilize the governmental system to take advantage of men.
Yeah.
Again, gold diggers. They're people that they will knowingly and then will seduce somebody. They'll get into their situation, whatever, and then like refuse to sign prenups and stuff like that. But, oh, I love you so much, Daddy, and you're fucking 75, 85 years old, but you're super rich, and I'll
and
be okay with half.
To me, the systemic thing drives from a much larger place of people trying to destroy family and community, not women trying to take advantage of men. I mean, that might be the way that it is manifesting itself under these current laws, but the people who put those things there weren't just trying to let women take advantage of men. They were trying to
Yeah.
destroy the family,
Yes.
the idea of the family.
And there's something we'll get into later on when we get to level 4, because he said there's 4 or 5 levels, but really he gets to level 4, and that's kind of where he ends it.
All right.
Which I think there's some good draws there that I think you'll actually be like, well, okay, I can fuck with this aspect of it, but I wouldn't have put it at a level 4 MGTOW level.
Right.
But hey, so we've got the purple pilled man as level 1 MGTOW.
Okay.
Okay, somebody who's down to get married, but just because of the utilitarian purposes of it, and he wants to have those things. Got it. But still understands the nature of women to be, you're always going to be checking yourself and watching out because she will come after you at some point.
You know, dudes
their
fuck over
thinking.
dudes too, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Like
But
a lot.
This is what's so depressing about this whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm really glad he's breaking this down for me. This is very helpful. Okay, so purple pill is, because I've heard purple pill and I really didn't understand what it meant. So it basically means they're aware of how women are, but I'm still going to deal with these because I want a family and kids.
Dating and short-term relationships, but not marriage, long-term relationships, or cohabitation with women.
Okay, so level
Yeah, so
2
go over it,
is
go over
I'll
it.
date the girls, I'll screw them, but that's it. No marriage, no kids.
To him, these often seem very dangerous. A level 3 MGTOW doesn't believe in dating women at all, and limits his interactions with women as much as possible. A level
incel.
4 MGTOW tries to limit his interactions with the state and everyone else as much as possible too.
3 limits his reactions, and I
Fuck does that
understand
have
why.
to do with anything?
I know, right? I know.
What the fuck?
So we took a few steps there.
Yeah, what?
right? So level 2 MGTOW in this guy's definition is somebody who is willing to date and fornicate, but not commit to any kind of long-term situations, right? Okay, cool. And then third place is somebody
So-
that won't even do that.
Is it safe to assume at level 2 you also won't have children?
Yeah.
So you ain't a real dog then. At that, you've already turned in your card.
Yes.
Because if you don't want to spread your seed, you ain't a real dog.
I'm going my own way, bro.
Yeah.
I'm
If
going
you
my
don't
own way.
even have that biological urge, you ain't a real dog then. You already turned. You can't be top G if you don't want to spread your seed.
If I do believe he addresses that later. Because
right.
we just hit all 4. We're 2 minutes and 50 seconds into this. We got so much more. It's so wild. This is like, I worry about how many people might be adhering to this message and really taking it at heart and acting upon it. It's like that. There's two sides to the coins. Like, you know, we'll save the overall MGTOW take till afterwards. We'll do that.
Why level 3 would limit their interactions with women, because they also could get
Me too.
like a false allegation. Like that's, I think, their primary concern. And the fourth one, they don't want to talk to anyone at all.
He is what is referred to as a guy that's ghosting or trying to stay invisible to women and the state. All of this is explained.
Okay, so to women, the
Women
state.
and the
Greater-
state. That's so weird.
Yeah.
That's so
So
weird.
you only care about the state once you hit level 4 MGTOW level. You know, once you've gotten to the point where like I'm not dealing with women at all because I don't want them coming after me in some kind of paternity thing. I don't want them to accidentally Me Too me. I don't want to get canceled for anything that I might say to a woman. I'm just gonna not deal with them at all altogether. And then level 4 is like all those things, but also I'm going to limit my interactions with the state as well. And I'm like, one of these things is not like the other. I could be not a level 1 MGTOW and still distance myself from the state as much as possible. Like that's those two things. They're not required for each other to be taken up. You can take up an individual stance about
so
walking away from women,
weird.
and
That's
then
so
it's
weird.
like, and the dude likes the smell of his own farts. Obviously, I mean you know it because the way you speak. And
He wants to be Benjamin Boyce so bad.
well, you know what Benjamin Boyce does? He nuts up and puts his fucking face on camera.
Yeah, he does.
I got a serious problem with that. Apparently, I didn't realize how much I
not
despise
being
this
on camera?
If you're gonna sit there and give me one of these charismatic fucking speeches about why you should be doing this thing, or it happens a lot in the conspiracy world, like I'm gonna convince you to be on my tilt about why the fucking ice wall is hiding the giants, and I'm not gonna show you who I am. I'm just gonna put up a bunch of pictures and
Right.
stills. I'm going to show this fucking article from a 1825 newspaper. And then I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk like a very educated individual who is going to talk monotone and explain to you very calmly how this is the right thing.
Obviously, this proves the existence.
So I can't
Interesting.
stand these pieces of shit.
Yeah.
If you want me to take you seriously, put yourself on fucking camera.
Yeah, and the Me Too thing, I think, kind of started to sort itself out pretty quickly. You know, when men took a total step back and the women were like, we can't find any men that will advance on us anymore. We're like, well, This
You
is
know.
what you get. And when
Yeah.
you fucking start reporting motherfuckers for touching you, this is what happens. No
Yeah.
one touches you anymore.
Fucking what's the comedian Aziz Ansari? He
Yeah.
had the whole bad date thing,
Right.
And he got Me Too'd for a bad date experience, and some
Yes.
later on regret. I feel like we kind of we move past such things. I thought, and for the most part, Me
Yeah.
Too has peaked and has since plateaued
The only
at a
people
certain
getting
level.
Me Too'd now are like, pretty legitimate and like, hey, you raped this person.
Yeah,
You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that was bad. Now we're gonna lock you in a cage,
Right.
like you should be locked in a cage.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, even Cosby. He's got Cosby back out on the streets, bro.
Yeah.
He's still doing his thing.
Your detail in a video marked number 1 below in the description called MGTOW dating. So once you know where you stand with regards to the spectrum, then you either have a choice to stay away from women entirely or take varying relationship risks. Then you basically can start to gain
We think some of the details that make
Motherfucker.
Thursday Boots most special are the ones that you can't see. Hey everyone, I'm Connor, one of the co-founders at Thursday.
true situational awareness. This is where you start to identify different types of female behavior and begin to understand what motivates women to act in such ways. One very important thing to remember is that many more women today, in their 20s, than in past generations, are riding the cock carousel. This means they are having...
What? Okay. This means they're loose?
He'll explain.
no strings attached sex with, in some cases, dozens of men before they decide to settle down with a single guy.
Dozens, Jesus Christ.
If they decide to settle down at all. I'm linking to my video called The Cock Carousel, which is number 2 down below.
I'm surprised you can say this on YouTube. Are you surprised? I'm surprised YouTube hasn't flagged it. Yeah.
From now on, each and every topic that I bring up, I will put a link to it below. And at this point, I'm going to stop mentioning it and let you explore these particular topics on your own.
What a fucking tool bag.
I'll sit and wait.
I'm just like,
That's awesome. I'll wait. The video will be here. Go ahead. That's hilarious.
I'm like, you did the fucking, you had your computer read a portion of an article and you put it on an Instagram reel, right? Why does this dude insist on sitting down and pre-recording a video in which he talks into the mic very similarly to the way your computer AI reads your fucking writing?
Yeah. Just about as much life.
This is a real person. This is a real
It is.
dude who sat down
Supposedly.
and either that or he's got some sweet AI language
This
software.
is ChatGPT.
I've heard ChatGPT, bro. It don't sound like that. Okay? Maybe that's in a couple waves.
It's 4.0 or whatever.
Explore the description on your own as well. Women look to settle down with a beta male provider, a blue pill man with little to no understanding about female nature. If he's ignorant about the way women operate, then he's more easily manipulated.
So hold
a
on,
man
let me
aware of
ask.
how women...
If women seek beta males, then what's the point in being an alpha male? Why do all these dudes want to be alpha males if it doesn't actually bring you women?
It's a really good question,
Yeah,
Donovan.
riddle
I
me
don't.
that.
You know, at that point, you've already decided to walk away anyway. So I guess maybe you have to be a red-pilled alpha male, knowing you're never gonna have a woman, because you've decided to walk away already. The whole context is I'm walking away from women. I'm going away.
That doesn't make sense.
None of this makes sense. It's fucking crazy. This is a recipe for you dying alone and lonely in your not old age.
You just have to be so rich and powerful that even when women take all of your stuff, you still have stuff when you're done? Like what?
Yeah. Or you'll never put yourself in a position once you've reached top G status. You'll never put yourself in a position to lose your wealth, but you'll have all the wealth to get the women if you want them. But you've
But not
already
have
decided to
children with
walk
them.
away.
Yeah, but not have children with them because that also legally ties you to them.
I believe we get into adoption talk eventually.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
function in society and manipulate men in covert ways are harder to guilt and shame into doing the things that she wants. He knows the game, so he's harder to trick into marriage, protection, and resource extraction. Shame is the name of many women's game, and in this case, it doesn't work. After a woman convinces her beta male blue pill man that marriage is a good idea for him, then she has a child or two which, at some point, allow her to leave that relationship and use those children as a way to get child support from her husband. People wonder why men go their own way, and one of the biggest reasons is that they have been burned by women through the divorce courts and are often paying lifetime alimony as well as child support to their ex-wives. In many cases...
Okay. So show, what he's explaining here is that this level of this type of woman, I guess in his words, would convince a blue-pilled beta male to marry them so they can have kids, because that puts her in a situation to leave him, because then there will be guaranteed alimony checks for the rest, or child support, and I would assume alimony for the rest of their lives. So you get married to somebody and have kids so that you can go back on your own, because there's checks involved, because because women know how to manipulate the system of the courts to side.
Yeah, that one doesn't track. I mean, not that any of it does, but that one I don't understand.
You can't tie these things together. I don't. That's the one thing that I love about all of this. Right?
It's not coherent.
None of it's coherent at all. It defeats itself 1,000 times over. Like, you don't have to find the manipulations or the twists and turns. No, none of it's all bold-facedly ridiculous right off the bat. It's all fucking crazy. But there's never a single thought that passes through these people's minds that, like, you might actually, like, love and care about somebody and want to be with them.
It's all just transaction.
It's 100% transactional. He will never mention that whatsoever. It's all manipulation, coercion, and trickery. It's all that. That's all relationships are to these people, apparently, because they've taken the red pill and they've figured out that relationships and love doesn't exist.
So you're dead inside.
Seemingly.
It's cool art, though.
Yeah, right. It's the only thing
Cases,
he's
the
got.
family courts also award the full value of the family home to wives. And the majority of men visiting this YouTube channel are often in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. Men that have been taken to the cleaners, so to speak, and have had their eyes opened a little too late. They are here to become MGTOWs because they are shocked at the way women took advantage of them. As well, they're here to understand how women use their beauty and behavior to trick men.
No part of their burning was their fault at all. They're just here because they've been scorned by women in the system. They didn't do anything wrong to end their marriages in a fashion that left them fucking broke and fucking paying out alimony and shit. No.
That's weird, dude.
I mean, maybe in a couple states, but come on now. Come on.
Important thing to remember is that women age like milk, while men age like wine. And I'm putting a link to a video called Women in the Wall down below. Many women's looks...
I mean, me and Joseph had a moment yesterday about Megyn Kelly, but, you know, that's rough. She's a very particular case, I think.
There are plenty of women that are in their, like, 40s, 50s that are still hot as shit.
Yeah.
Plenty.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm not that old, right? Because
No,
I'm like, because I know how old Megyn Kelly is. And it starts with a 5.
No, there's women in their 50s that even now, like, dude, dime piece. That's I mean, even if they're like it's a ton of movie stars or whatever. I mean, there's a fucking Selma Hayek and like Angelina Jolie. I mean, there's tons of women that are in their 50s. That are still right up there.
Right up there.
Yeah.
Top tier.
Yeah, you probably find a gang of women in their 60s that are still up there just because of the way they can preserve themselves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not saying.
Yes.
I'm not saying that a 60-year-old woman is going to stack up against a woman who's 22. Like, there's an obvious difference. But
Indeed.
I think there are definitely women in their 60s who are still hot as shit.
Okay. Yep.
I
show
can't
me some
name
examples.
any. I can't name any. I don't know anyone off the top
and that's
of my
why I'm
head,
like,
but
I guarantee you there are.
Yeah,
But
guarantee.
I'm not quite getting there.
No, I guarantee they're even like just celebrities, you know. But outside of that, there's tons of women walking around, you know.
Oh,
that
yeah.
are just women who have been fit their entire lives, and so they're 62, but they are
There's a
in
reason-
the shape of like a 42-year-old.
There's a reason the term silver fox exists.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing. He's not wrong about dudes. Dudes generally do get better looking as they get older.
Yeah.
But I think that's because you can still make babies when you're fucking 50, 60, 70. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have something to still bring the women around.
Yeah, essentially, for the most part.
Physically,
Like, generally speaking, you could be popping kids out almost till the day you die.
Right.
Like, generally, there's some withdrawal of sperm count and all that, but
The ability
Just a little
is
fucking
still there.
TRT, bro, and you're good to go.
Joseph's
back.
Just in time for MGTOW.
We're talking about MGTOW, baby. Let's go.
For those of you that don't know, the wall is like when we hit, I don't know, I've heard different ages for the wall. The
Tell me, Dom
earliest
Lemon.
age I've
Tell
heard
me.
is 26. The latest age I've heard is 30. You know, I have had guys say up to 35, but I think those guys are like capping a little, like we know. It's basically when your looks like fade.
no.
Is the best way to say it.
I can tell you right now. I have seen, met, chatted with multiple women that are 35 plus.
Yeah.
Ain't no wall they hitting anytime soon.
Right.
They some fucking genetic unicorns maybe, but
Right.
they're not hitting no walls for the next few years. But tell me how it is, Dawn Lemon. At least she's a woman, so she can say that, I guess. I don't believe her.
It's like, it doesn't mean that your
Let's talk
looks are
about hot women in
gone,
their 50s.
but the way that I
Yeah.
understand it, it's like at 18, you look one way, and at 28, you realize you don't look the same way you did at 18, and your options are significantly less. Or you could do 20 and 30 if you think 18 is weird.
Ability to attract a wealthy, attractive mate decline rapidly as they hit the age of 30. Men's attractiveness often increases with age because they tend to make more money as they age and often have larger bank accounts and savings.
You get hotter when you get older because you have more money. It transmutes itself. It's the same way on
It's like-
South Park that Magic Johnson cured his AIDS
With
just
cash.
liquid money.
That's right.
The moment you're more liquid,
Oh.
it transmutes itself through the property of osmosis that you become more attractive. The beauty molecules
Yes.
go the transitive
come off of
property of beauty
dollars.
molecules. Yeah, from cash to your face. That's it, isn't it?
So you know,
what the fuck?
That's really funny. It's like there's so many little telltale things about like you have to pick it apart over the period of this whole video, but you're like you think of attractiveness not in physical beauty unless it's with a woman.
That's weird.
When it comes to men's attractiveness, the only things you're saying matter are like experience and wealth. And that's it. That's what makes you an attractive man because you've worked longer and have more money.
Right. So it just kind of solidifies the only value that they're deriving from women is their looks.
Yes.
Which seems
like not
very
necessarily what you
weird.
want to do. If
that's all she has, then why are you marrying her?
Maybe I should go my own way because this bitch, she ain't going to be 22 forever. It's so incredibly insane. Yet, we're not even a third of the way there.
While generally women's earnings potential withers with their looks, especially if they've had children. The age of 30
you're
is
ugly,
roughly
you
where
can't
male
make
and female
money. What the
values
fuck?
intersect. And the
If you're ugly, you can't make money.
This comes
because all women are prostitutes, right?
Yeah, it's everyone is just an OnlyFans model
That's
apparently.
pretty awesome,
isn't it?
That's so interesting because, that's so
She's just
true
like,
because
yeah,
they
that's so
say
true.
that men or women out earn men under the age of 30 in major cities. But I guess the idea is that some of that comes from the money they make off of their beauty. I'm guessing anyway.
opposite direction. If a man doesn't
Don't worry, Pearl. There's no through line to be grabbed there. You look confused for reasons because you should be confused because that's fucking crazy.
The fuck?
I don't think I had that pulled up. Shit.
Idea is
There we
that
go.
some of that comes from the money they make off of their beauty. I'm guessing anyway.
the opposite direction. If a man doesn't get married by the age of 35 or 40, then there's only roughly a 12% chance that he's going to get married from that point forward.
Wait, wow. If a guy hasn't got married by the time he's 35 or 40, there's a 12% chance he'll get married.
Another reason men should go their own way is because of tests. Women often test men's ability to be providers and tolerate their horrible behavior. The idea is to turn a man into an obedient, broken shell of his former self that walks around saying, "Yes, dear," all of the time. His spirit has to be broken in many cases, so his resources become more easily extracted.
We really need to have a conversation with Jordan about this because this seems abusive.
Certainly
it's-
some women do that. Certainly some women break the souls of their husbands, but those
Some.
are weak men.
That's
Also,
what
I
I'm
don't.
saying. It's so fucking crazy.
So
it's
it's
like, bro,
easier
you
to
had a
take their
bad
shit.
you had a bad breakup. Where's your homies to tell you just buck up, dude, get back out there, get on the horse. You'll find somebody that completes you, that makes you happy, that you could build a life with, and everything will be fine.
I wonder if this
Like,
is
where's
what
your friends at?
I wonder if this is the prism that he views his parents' relationship through. Like, is this
That
what you
is a
think happened
very-
between your parents? Do you think that your mom was just trying to extract the wealth from your father? And I'm sure for some
I'd
of
love
them,
to ask people
I'm
about
sure for
that.
some of them, the answer is yes. But
Yeah. Otherwise, they just become comedians.
some of you have to have healthy upbringings. There has to be at least a few of you
Yeah.
that had good parents and a good house and like a good upbringing. I mean, so.
But man, that's like your mom. You got to perceive your mother as being an evil, evil woman.
And do you not have
If
any
you're gonna-
friends that are in good relationships with good women? Like,
Right.
or do you just not have any friends? So because I'm confused as
Well,
to
if
how
most of these
somebody
people-
could make it through to adulthood and not see one version of a relationship that counters this narrative that all women are trying to do this.
Well, I don't think it would be that difficult. There are plenty of other crazy ideological narratives that, you know, me and you talk about all the time, that you can shatter their facade in 3 seconds if somebody does. But these people believe it. They go through life believing it. And they will, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, they will religiously push it away because it alters their state of their mind. It's no different in this type of situation. This is just a different crazy ass culty ideology that the minute you become convinced that this is a reality, your perception of every relationship that you see, this guy's getting fucked.
Right.
She's fucking him over.
He just doesn't know
he's
it.
Yeah, he just doesn't know. This poor bastard, if I can only teach him the ways of MGTOW, he'd get away from this
That's
thing.
weird.
It's fucking dark is what it is. Because this is, whether it's from broken families, perhaps somebody that had a really bad, really bad upbringing with their parents or something like that, saw some very terrible activity take place in their life. But most of these people that are, they're like people that are getting out of bad relationships, went through a bad relationship, or just never got a chance to be in a relationship.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really, like, societally, this is not a message anybody should pick up and run with at all. Like, it's fucking creepy that there are dudes that are proud of this state of mind.
And he is more malleable. He becomes silly putty in her hands. A woman asking a man to do something over the top is not her being loving or showing love, but instead she's testing him to see if he can be manipulated. And the ironic
So if a girl says that I need you to do something over the top, she's trying to see how well that she can control him. You know what?
What's over the top?
It's interesting that this woman is letting another man explain to her how women operate.
She's a woman, correct? Like, it does not make... I don't understand. Maybe because she is so into the manosphere, she's bought into the narrative so much.
She doesn't understand her own true nature. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, it's just at
Are
this
you
point...
exempt from this because like, is
you're
she
in the
exempt
club?
because she's in the club, that she isn't one of these women?
There's so
Because
many
you
things I
have a
wanna say.
vagina, right? So how are you not grouped in with all women?
It's a good question.
And if there are some exceptions,
She's buying
then
into
there
this.
are other exceptions, right?
She hasn't pushed back against a single thing he said.
The fuck is this?
Oh, that's interesting. That's so real. And I mean, so she is buying hook, line, and sinker into all this stuff, apparently, right? She's not pushing back on any of it, so that's a thing. To your point, how can you participate in this world? I mean, you are a woman yourself. Do you feel like you have this perception on men? Are you prescribing to men that, like, you're the only thing that they exist for is for you to take advantage of?
I don't. This is so confusing.
It's a real deal.
I don't think I've ever asked for anything over the top, like, crazy. I think everything over the top that's happened, like, that I've been given, like, he just gave it to me. Like, I never asked. But I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about those guys that do the rose petals and do, like, the full, like, Valentine's Day stuff. And they always are a little bit simpy.
thing is that women want to manipulate men, but when the
Heaven forbid you occasionally simp on your wife or girlfriend. That just seems...
What the fuck,
Heaven
dude?
forbid, bud.
manipulation works, they tend to lose interest. With regards to love, there are often questions as to
So we're always trying to manipulate men, and if it doesn't work, we lose interest.
whether women are even capable of loving men the way that men love women. Men scale mountains because they love women. They cross seas, invent things, write poetry, and revolutionize the world. It's my own opinion, as well as the
So I guess
opinion
there
of
was
many
some
other
love stuff.
MGTOWs, that women are not hardwired for the same level of love.
Did you know that this?
My God.
You know that they push humans out of their bodies, right?
It's all just a manipulation tactic, don't
They don't actually love their children.
No.
Because they just use their children as pawns to take advantage of the men that they also tricked.
Apparently.
They're incapable of the level of love that men. That is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
And yet, Andrew Tate is one of the most popular people on the internet.
They're incapable of the level of love that we have for them, even though they created a person's life.
Joseph, I need your input on some MGTOW action, buddy. We need you on this one. We can't make heads tails of this nonsense, except these men are all very mentally ill, and I mean, this is just a recipe for disaster, bro. Get a bunch of disaffected young men who are pissed off at women.
What the fuck?
Men are. This is partially to do with the fact that women need to look after children and need to divert those resources elsewhere. Anyways, MGTOW men want North America and Europe to turn into Japan. We want men refusing to provide love and resources to women on a civilization-wide scale until society crumbles. Women are
You know that
selfish.
they buy panties out of vending machines, right? These men are not in control. They're not well adjusted. They're buying used panties out of a vending machine. Is that what you want?
Sounds like a fat sack of generalizations. Amen, Joseph. All women are evil, and they're trying to manipulate you and take everything you have. They just need you for they just need you to make babies that they want so they can take them away from you and make you pay for them the rest of your life. And first of all, okay.
And he said that
He brings up the Japanese culture,
he loves
right?
the children, or they love the children, but they can't love us because they love the children so
Indeed,
much.
indeed. Yeah, you can't cross boundaries there. Your wife doesn't love you. She just loves your kids. She
Not
might
as much as I love her.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a problem. That means you've bought in hook, line, and sinker into her lies and her manipulations.
Yeah, because she would choose the children over me, and that's inherently wrong, right?
Right?
The
Yeah, no.
fuck?
Oh, man. It's so bad, dude. And this guy, he has zero concept of the complexities of what brought the Japanese culture to have such a low birth rate and for the men to be so single and the women to be so single. That's a very complicated topic that goes into deep levels of culture and work and so many different
What the
things
fuck,
that
dude?
he's just glossing over to say these men, they want it to be like Japan, so then society will crumble. They're still kicking along, bro.
Yeah, they
okay?
also live with their dads still, and their dads tell them what to do. So that's what we want?
That's
I want
what-
my
it's just men.
80-year-old dad telling me what to do when I'm fucking 45.
We just need
That's it.
we need a full-on patriarchal structure where the women are just birthing people.
Yeah, because all men are at an advantage in a fucking patriarchy, right?
This guy is an incel and has no idea what he's talking about. Amen.
Yeah.
But then being boosted by one of the biggest manosphere women, fucking pearly
Also,
things.
that just means that he's level 3 MGTOW, Joseph, and
Exactly.
you don't even get it.
You did miss the early levels of MGTOW, so you can't be faulted for that.
Okay, is that what's happening in Japan? I know I've seen that, like, single women, that's really bad in Japan.
Able to man up and take responsibility. And we don't want to take responsibility for childlike women that have given up on their own responsibilities, but continue to demand that we
What's up,
men
dog?
provide them entitlements because they have a golden vagina. When a man tries to live for
That's
himself,
right.
women...
He's kind of funny.
I love that
this
he
dude.
can say cock carousel, but not vagina.
Don't say vagina. Okay, that's a play into their manipulative narrative.
Don't
We're
even
not even gonna say
talk
it.
about.
It's a curse word.
Oh my god.
What up, TH?
Cock carousel, but can't say vagina. The guy is 5 years old. He is officially 5 years old.
He's 1,000% an incel who likes to. He doesn't like the term incel, so he attached on to MGTOW.
Level 3, dog.
a midlife crisis and try to shame him back into submission. Yet when a woman goes through menopause, men are supposed to just tolerate her hot flashes, as well as mood swings, But a man in a midlife crisis needs therapy, according to women.
Oh, that's so true. That's so
We deal with their hot flashes.
And then when we hit a midlife crisis, we're told to go get therapy.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
ladies
bro,
are in
go
therapy,
get some
right?
therapy, man, if
No
you got
ladies,
issues.
no ladies are in therapy, right?
None.
They're definitely not the number one demographic seeking psychological care at all, right? It's
Nah.
definitely not white women.
No, they're just going through menopause, and when you have issues with it, they tell you to go to therapy.
Yeah.
The scary thing about this, right? Or a Corvette, Joseph says. Yes, get yourself a good old-fashioned T-top Corvette. That's the
motorcycle,
standardized. Yes,
something.
I thought about getting a motorcycle the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm almost 36. It makes sense. Oh, Jesus. But the scariest thing about this is, again, she's just, yeah, that makes sense. I totally agree with this.
true. They never send women in menopause to therapy, but they
That's
always
not
talk
true.
about how men
That's
that
not
are in
true.
midlife
That's not true
crises.
even a little The guy we MGTOWs
There's
look up to the
women in
most.
menopause seek medical intervention. That's not true.
All the
Like,
time.
That's not true.
Exactly.
You have a pussy, right?
I'm starting to
Like,
wonder.
you have a vagina? Sorry, vagina? Like, what is happening?
The golden vagina?
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? I don't understand this.
I'm so glad you didn't watch this earlier this week. You're it's such an honest reaction.
Is Nikola Tesla, a lifelong bachelor that invented many
no,
of
you
the
gotta hear
technologies
this.
that
This is it.
Nikola Tesla, a lifelong bachelor.
True. They never send women in menopause to
Tesla line is
therapy, but they always talk about how men that are in midlife crises.
The guy we MGTOWs look up to the most is Nikola Tesla, a lifelong bachelor that invented many of the technologies that we use today. He registered hundreds of patents and invented the 20th century by many accounts. Do you think that he could have invented all the things that he did if he had a wife and children to support?
Hey,
Most
hey,
MGTOWs...
you know what else happened? Someone stole all his shit, you dumb fuck. You know what we don't use to power shit? A Tesla coil, you fucking idiot. You see all those power lines that go to your house? You fucking moron. Yeah, he invented mad shit, and then someone stole it. You
Somebody
fucking
stole it.
idiot. He was a mad alpha. That's why someone else took all his fucking shit and made all the money, right?
Here, click the
Like,
button.
What the fuck, dude? I'm not shitting on Tesla, but how is that the guy that you're looking up to when someone jacked all his stuff?
And also, Tesla's people that generally love the Tesla conversation are super into all the conspiracies.
And do we not, dude? I don't know. All right.
Also avoid long-term relationships because women have multiple male friends that they use for different functions. Effectively, women have the equivalent of a male harem. One man to sleep
Wait, hold on.
with, one to bankroll her, another one to use as an emotional tampon.
Okay, one man to sleep with, one to pay for everything, and one to use as an emotional tampon. What else?
And other men for all kinds of functions. One man simply can't satisfy the modern woman, and the sooner men realize
I wonder how common it is for, and you guys will have to tell me because in my instance, it's not correct that your wives have multiple other male friends that provide them services that you are either unable or unwilling to provide. Because that's what they're saying is that they have a male harem for one person that they're married to, right? Who
Mhm.
feasibly would also be paying for all their things.
And then a bunch of other dudes.
Yeah.
That will give them other things.
Because their husband doesn't want to listen to them and doesn't want to pay for their things. So they have to find other my wife doesn't have other people that pay for her things or like other dudes that she talks to.
I mean, she talks to a lot of
don't
dudes
know-
on our soccer team.
I mean,
You
like,
know,
I
like
mean,
our
like for
friends.
emotional support.
Yeah.
You know.
No.
So I don't know.
This it really just paints like the saddest picture of somebody's like life and relationships. If you've come to this conclusion through experience, it's like you rolled a one every possible time you could have, and you just got the worst situations going on. You've been through the worst relationships, you've had the worst outcomes. This does not sound typical of anything.
No.
It's so generalized, but twisted in a fashion that is purely negative.
Because if I heard someone tell me this is their tale, like this is my experience with women, I'd say you got to stop meeting women at the bar.
Word.
And you got to find a better place to find women.
Yeah,
because
go
you're picking
somewhere
some
else.
Real non-classy broads.
Yeah. These are club people you're taking back at fucking 2 a.m. in the morning.
Women
No,
are just
man.
all savages, huh?
Just all savages.
All right.
Realize this, the sooner they can go their own way. A traditional marriage and family is a great
Male friends are really common nowadays. I mean, I don't know girls with straight up like sugar daddies or anything. I should say, it's not uncommon. Okay.
risk for men in this.
But if that's the case, I don't.
Just walked away
that's
from your entire point.
That's also a different thing than being married to somebody and having other men provide you with those other services. Having a sugar daddy is a different thing. That's a dude who's in a relationship or non-relationship with you that's also paying for your shit. That's not what you just described.
Nope. Not even a little bit. But it sounds good, so we just roll with it.
This day and age. If a man wants a child of his own, I would suggest that he go to either Mexico or Thailand and have a surrogate mother give birth to his own child.
This is the old go to the Philippines. He doesn't know what he's talking about because, as we know, if you're a YMH fanboy, we all know the only place to go if you're an incel who's been dejected from all women in the United States, you need to go to the Philippines. Mexico or Thailand is not the spot.
And you wouldn't get a surrogate here just because it's too expensive? Like, I don't understand.
Because what
If
makes
that's
the
what you
women
want-
different over there?
There are women who sell their wombs all the time here. So why would you not be able to do that here? If that's what you want is just a child. I mean, if you sign a surrogacy agreement, that woman has no legal rights to the child that she just delivered for you. So
I believe he explains a little bit more, if I remember right.
Way his child can never be taken away by the mother.
That's true. That is true. That's the one thing. The more I'm learning about the court system, the more I realize when men have kids, those kids aren't theirs anyway. It's the mom's. Because if she doesn't want him to see the kid, there ain't really shit he can do about it. And that's why I talked to a girl the other day that was like, oh, well, why doesn't he just keep fighting for his kid? And I used to think like that too. Oh my gosh, I totally.
Not true. That's not true. If you don't, my dad was a piece of trash. We still went and visited him. So that's not true. It's not,
in
if
this
you
state.
are a respectable person who doesn't have a horrific criminal history or history of being poor to your family. You have it will not be as much time as they get with the mother, but they cannot completely remove your child from you with no evidence.
Yes.
To indicate why that should be the case.
Even in this state, which is one of the more hostile towards the father, right?
Yes.
And let me put it
That's
this
not
way
true.
too. If you were to act the way he is insisting you act towards your wife,
yes,
and the mother of your children,
yes,
yeah, guess what happens when you go to court? You're going to lose access to your kids because you're a piece of shit who only sees your relationship purely transactional because you're a fucking psychopath.
As an extraction of wealth and resources. This is like
devoid of all emotion.
Yeah.
And I mean, that sounds pretty kind of textbooky fucking sociopathic behavior.
It's a remix of the Communist Manifesto to make women the government.
Yes.
Like they're just extracting your wealth and resources from you. That's all that they're doing.
That's why you can't become level 4 and actually see the state for what it is until you hit level 4 after you've been through all the other stuff. Once women embody the state, then you can go ahead and adopt the hatred towards the state. Yep.
That's the connection.
There it is.
Okay.
We got to.
It's incoherent, but that's the connection. That's pretty interesting. That's fucking wild.
Oh.
Really did. I was like, why wouldn't you go to court? Like, it didn't make any sense to me. Like, if you're a good dad, you go to court. Until I realized how bad the court system is. It's not really known to people, honestly, in day-to-day life. And so then he looks like a deadbeat. But the more I learn about the court system, the more I think that deadbeat dads are a myth. And I don't know, this is...
Say it again. Go ahead. Go ahead. Deadbeat dads are a myth, Donovan. That's the more she investigates the court system.
I'm not even going to rant it. I'm not going to rant it because it's so fucking ludicrous. I've talked so many times on this show about what an absolute pile of dog shit my father is. My father has never met either of my children.
That's right.
Not a single time. He's never asked to meet either of my children. Deadbeat fathers are absolutely a thing. She literally actually doesn't know what she's talking about. I Men's Warehouse it. I know for certain that she doesn't know what she's talking about because I'm living underneath a deadbeat father. I mean, you're wrong. You couldn't be more wrong. Deadbeat fathers don't exist. That's one of the most ridiculous things I've heard her say.
Congratulations, you discovered the title of the episode. I Men's Warehouse it.
Yeah.
It's just
Jesus,
Most
man.
men live lives of quiet desperation.
This shit is fucked.
out loud, but I think that deadbeat dads are a myth, because I think that it's not the men not wanting to be a part of their kids' lives. It's more the women not letting the dads be a part of their lives.
Okay,
more
so
so
now
than
that
men.
I'm 28 years old, I'm 28. I don't speak with my mother. I haven't in over a year. What is it that's hindering my father from reaching out to me and speaking to him? Is it my mom?
Nope. Is it anything but him? Nope. Hey, look at that.
Interesting. Does fatherhood end when the kid is 18 years old? Joseph, when your kids are 18, are you no longer their father? Is it no longer... Do you no longer have any responsibility in creating or maintaining a relationship with them? When they turn 18, is it totally on them? That's what my dad thinks, is that now that I'm an adult, it's totally on me to ensure that relationship happens, right? That's not deadbeat behavior at all.
Not even a little bit, right?
Isn't that interesting?
Come on now.
They don't exist. It's only the mothers keeping them from the fathers.
It's a lifetime.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
It's almost like you have some kind of like...
She has daddy issues.
You have instilled a sense of like duty and responsibility when you reach the level of fatherhood.
It's a lifetime, Joseph says. That is precisely correct. Your duties as a father do not ever end.
Yep.
They do not end until your life is over.
Yeah. Once you dead, you've done your deal. Hopefully you've done it well enough that you feel good leaving your kids alone in the world. Never ends until you end.
Not wanting to.
And he often pays $30,000 to $40,000 to have his own child, free and clear, that he can raise in any which way he wants. What's also really unfortunate today is that many men get married, and now that they're married, just now do they realize that they've gotten married and have kids, and are effectively MGTOWs. They see the benefit to it, but they're stuck in the relationship. This issue of being a closeted MGTOW is one that many of my listeners face. Other men get married because they like to play a game called Captain Save-A-Ho. They want to...
I don't even know.
It's awesome.
Yeah, we're just gonna let
Captain
it ride.
Save-A-Ho.
Captain Save-A-Ho, baby.
rescue women
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
by paying off their student loans, buying them a nice home and furnishing it, as well as spoiling them rotten like princesses. Yet many of the women they tend to rescue are used up sluts that have been riding the carousel for most of their lives.
Now they start to censor it.
Oh my God.
I feel like we need to have a conversation with this dude and be like, "Hey, bro, you do realize like you're in a real dark place."
Used up sluts who have been riding the cock carousel. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
That's wild.
And what he's describing at this point is sugar daddies. He's talking about a sugar daddy. He's talking about becoming a sugar daddy because you still want to be able to, you know, throw some of your wealth around and make this person's life and blah,
Oh
blah,
my
blah.
God.
But, you know, these people they're whatever podcast chicks in another 5 years. That's the only thing that exists anymore, apparently.
He's kind of funny, isn't he?
Prefer to date bad
Sad.
boys and jerks instead of good, loving, supportive, and good-hearted men. Many men can't even get dates or relationships these days because they seem to be unattractive to women.
Because you
and women
hate
have
women.
no interest in dating them and having sex with them. But it's much harder for unattractive men than it is for unattractive women. And men that are incapable of getting dates and getting into relationships are often called TFLers, or true forced loneliness type of guys. Many of them are...
No one is incapable. That's not true. You're not incapable of getting a date. You're a fucking creepy weirdo, and no one wants to.
Yeah.
You're not incapable. You aren't incapable.
Maybe if
That's
you-
not true.
If you didn't hate women so much, you might be able to get some dates.
Find an uglier bitch. Are you ugly? Find an uglier bitch. If you're ugly, like you just said, it's hard for ugly dudes. You're not going to date a 10. It's not going to work out that way. You might. That happens sometimes. That does happen.
It does happen.
But you shouldn't bet on that, and you should have realistic standards of what is attainable if this is what your goal is. If that's your goal is to just get married and wiped up and shit, then you need to be more... I don't even want to tell you not to shoot for the stars because ugly dudes get hot chicks. Like,
Yeah,
that
bro.
does happen. So
I've been punching away above my weight my entire life.
so I don't understand the That's very weird. That's a very weird way to think about that. It's not just women's fault. It's also hot dudes' fault and bad guys, bad boys, because they. That's why I don't know, how did that only come up now? That bad boys are also responsible because they're warping the minds of the women. So then I thought this was women's nature.
Yeah, we're not.
If they inherently want to find someone that they can be a succubus on, then why would they go for bad boys? Doesn't this cut against your original argument that this is just the true nature of women?
Oh yeah, baby. None of this makes sense at all. Which is even, again, more terrifying because, you know, the followership is not small.
Bitter because they cannot get female attention, and many of them focus on conspiracy theories instead, as a hobby. Some men go overseas and look for foreign brides to marry, and this too is a bad idea because female nature is the same everywhere around the world. Bringing a foreign bride back to a Western country ensures that in many cases that she will leave you. Many times foreign women are marrying foreign men just to get a new passport, and once they enter this new country, they find more attractive males. If she left the country of her own origin behind, what makes you think that she won't leave you behind?
There's an epiphany there. There's an epiphany, right?
Okay.
If the woman is willing to leave her country behind, what makes you think she won't leave you behind? She just left her country, which apparently is the most important thing here. Has nothing to do with you two and your relationship at all. No. You went overseas, you wifed up, you come back to the West, so you're insinuating you went outside the Western world for this. So you went to Mexico. Well, I don't know if Mexico counts in his book. He did say
man.
Mexico and Thailand.
Yeah.
But if he was smart, he would have gone to the Philippines.
Was that a good point?
No.
Wait, that was kind of a good point.
It's not a good point,
I mean,
Pearl.
most of the time, passport bros leave their wives there.
No, I've seen a couple that brought him back. If she'll leave her country, but I never thought about it that way. That's kind of a good point.
Another
Why, 'cause
possible
it's funny. That
Yeah.
doesn't make it a good point. Just 'cause
Exactly.
It's funny.
It's like, oh yeah, that's hilarious.
Right. It's a good tagline on a bit, so it's a great point.
Yeah.
Like, that's not how
That's
it
not-
works.
No.
Solution for men looking for love are synthetic lovers. In Japan, people pay for affection, conversation, sex, and often each of their needs are met in a service type of setting. But some men are not content doing this and choose to search for NAWALT. NAWALT stands for Not All Women Are Like That. And apparently there's a
Okay. I swear. I used to, I feel like I probably said that at some point, but it's the most annoying complaint to me. Well, not all women, but and I was looking at the virginity rates from 100 years ago. Like what % of women admitted to having premarital.
Johnson, why are you
Oh
naked?
my
Because my
God.
t-shirt sucks.
I
Look
hate
at you.
YouTube so goddamn much sometimes.
Like I think 15. It was, and it was only like I think 15. It was less than 30% because I think I said it was 15%. And let's say women lie, right? Women lie. So let's double it. Let's say we're gonna double it. 30%. That means 2 out of 3 women, I mean slightly more, were virgins on their wedding night. So you could say, well, not all women are like that. Not all women have OnlyFans. That's true. But it's like you're taking away from the point, which is, to be honest, ladies, we don't really bring a lot to the table nowadays. Just as a group, like you could say, well, I'm the best player on my team, but you're still on the losing team. You're still on the team that's bringing down.
That makes all the humans. You're on the team that make all the new people.
What the fuck?
This is some serious Inception level, like, women hater talk, man. It's so fucking dark. Like, I can't imagine meeting a dude that actually felt like this. That's fucking tragic, is what it is. It's tragic that there's a group of dudes out there who think that all women are fucking evil and who only exist to ruin your life.
A group big enough to name it.
And there are women out there who will be like, yeah, word, we fucking suck. I'm probably different, though. Bro.
society anymore.
Number of women that are not into marrying men for their money and resources as their primary motivator, but they genuinely care about men. Such a woman is rare and often like a purple squirrel or a unicorn. But sometimes a man that goes after women constantly gets friend zoned. The friend zone is a place where a man becomes a utility for a woman, but gains no sexual favors, pleasures, or a relationship in return for the friendship that he provides a woman. And even if he does marry her, she will tire of him almost certainly in her 30s, and she will say things like, like, "Not tonight, honey," and deny him sexual release and possibly use that as a way to control him. But the truth of the matter is that what is happening today has ultimately been caused by men's ingenuity. Without the oil to run our economy, women would not have all of the benefits of cheap food and tons of leisure time. Men have released the oil genie out of the bottle, and some male functions have become obsolete because of it. Women are also using new communications technologies like smartphones and computers to increase their pool of available men. So in turn, they're getting...
This guy's smart. Because so he's
This guy's smart, man. Oh, and my phone just died. That's what I get for leaving YouTube on for
What the
fucking
fuck?
5 hours, 15 minutes.
I don't know, Joseph. I don't know if it's a computer-generated voice or not. I don't...
There's too much of an accent
Very
in it for me.
confused.
There's too much of an accent in for me. You could tell he's recorded this whole thing and chopped it up because there's very inconsistent spacing in his words. But it's still like I totally believe this is a dude that's sitting there working real hard on this, recording it, editing it, all that good shit. Because there's like accent in his voice and all this stuff. Like this is a real dude, and if it's not a real dude, if it's not a real dude's voice, it's a real dude behind the keys. But again, I still think it's a real person. There's too much of kind of like this accent in there that is like it's too authentic to be a computer. I don't know. Maybe there's some uncanny valley shit in there that I just can't get over, but I still think it's a dude. And I mean, he talks about his listeners, blah, blah, blah. And there's a few like points of inflection and stuff that I'm just like, no, that's a dude. He's just, as somebody that's done audio editing and stuff like that, sometimes you just can't make a really smooth transition and there's an unnatural cut somewhere in the audio where there might not be like clicks or pops or anything like that, but like the standardized spacing and how you intonate between words and things like that.
Yeah.
You just can't fully, look at the book show. There's a couple cuts in there that I'm just not proud of, but it is the way it is. And that's the sense I get from this. This dude's sitting down trying real fucking hard to sound real fucking smart. And he's convincing somebody of his bullshit.
Basically saying that men created this society and invented all this stuff for women to have a better life. And basically, okay.
Here about the types of men that they date. Modern technology means that women can keep searching for a better man, even when they have one at home. It's just good enough for now. And I want to close this video by talking about the
mean
true...
that men can always search for a better woman, right? That doesn't work the same way?
No, you just get wronged and have to bolt, apparently. You got to become MGTOW.
You're just a victim to your wife the whole time.
Yeah, or your girlfriend, or this is why you can't have more.
Right.
Because they're all going to do you dirty.
You know that we know more than one person who doesn't share money with their wife. Like, more than one.
More than one.
So, and they have, so it's not, that's not an untenable way to proceed, It's all dependent on your, like, you don't have to be like, here's all the credit cards and the debit card.
There's a lot...
If you want to control your wife like that, you can dole her out cash, you know, spending money that she has for the week if that's what you want. Like
if that's how things work.
I don't think that's a healthy way to roll, but if that's like I don't know. There are women that do that. There are people with relationships like that.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Especially if you really feel like the only value that she's bringing is her looks. So she's got nothing else. Why wouldn't you do that?
Or maybe you would just buy one car.
Yeah.
To make sure that they can't drive anywhere.
I
without
respect
you.
my wife more than that. So she has a copy of we share a bank account and she has a copy of all of the credit cards. Like
if she needs to handle something for the family while you're out working, she can go do that.
She manages my house. She manages my house. So I don't.
It's like almost as if there's like a collaborative effort to ensure that there's a stable family unit happening between two parties.
It's very weird.
And it's a nice give and take thing between two people that really care about each other. Wow, what a fucking concept.
I don't know. It's difficult from...
Well, and everybody's situation is going to be different. Every couple works different. Everybody finds ways that work for them. And I just can't help but come back to, like, I feel real bad for this dude. I want to know more about him because... I'm only assuming that you only come to this place by getting fucked over in a really rough relationship at some point. Or, again, because even, like, you could be an incel and, like, never have had a girl, But I don't like. There's too much hatred involved for you have not to been scorned at least once hard in your life.
Especially because all of these things that he's talked about are issues that can and probably should be dealt with in an open discussion about expectations before you marry somebody. Like even the frequency in which you have sex. It might be an uncomfortable or weird discussion for you to bring up, but if there's
And it
a
shouldn't
certain,
be
like,
at that point of your
no,
relationship.
No, but if you have the expectation of like I expect that we will have sex 3 times a week, like then you should state that, because
Yes.
then you could find yourself in a situation in which you feel like it's being withheld or whatever. But I don't.
Well, and it's encompassed on both parties that at that point. Like, I don't know. I'm going to ask you a very personal question now.
Yeah.
Feel free not to answer it. Have you ever been in a position to like pass on sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And you made that choice.
Yes.
And did your relationship fall apart afterwards?
No.
No. People are in different spots all the time, man. Like if wifey's not in the mood for whatever reason, maybe you want to find out if you have anything to do with that. Maybe you have a conversation about, just to like boil it down to the points.
Right.
Am I doing something that's making me less attractive to you? Am I getting too fat? Am I being a dick? Am I being short with you? Am I being an asshole? What's going on here?
Right.
Because we used to fuck all the time. What is happening right now? Is this if this is different, I should know about it so I can adjust and I can make, if this is something that I can control and I don't like in my own behavior and maybe I'm just not recognizing it.
Yeah.
I would hope that my partner would tell me about it so that I can adjust those things and we can get back to fucking. But
yeah,
and it goes both ways. Women are very different. We think very different, all that good shit. But like, men are pretty straightforward, man. If you got an issue, we should solve that issue. We should figure out what's going on so we can get down to brass tacks and figure out how to fucking fix it.
Yeah.
It may not be that direct path with a woman. It might be. It might not be. I'm just saying I don't know. I'm just leaving room for there to be wiggle room and be
That's
different.
so weird. No, and I agree. I don't.
Men invented the dishwasher and washing machine so women could spend more time bent over that.
Everyone knows that.
Just kidding. Don't get your panties
No.
in a bunch.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree with you. I'm on like a 3-day tilt. If we're on day 3 and there's not even been like discussion, like what's up? Like what's up with,
Because
what's
something else is
going
going on to
here,
distract you at least.
Or whatever, what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah, if something, if there hasn't been some type of even like a, yo, I want to fuck you, like whatever.
Sums up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with this?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
And it could be that you've just been in a bad mood all week and you've been a dick or something, right?
Yeah.
Could be on your end.
But-
you're not the fucking godsend, I'm the man, what I say goes, I expect sex 3 nights a week.
No, but at that point, I will inquire
Red flags.
what is up with that.
If that's your standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you would enter into a conversation with somebody that you care about deeply, that you don't assume is just using you for your
Right.
resources. This is so fucked up, man. It's so fucked up. And again, this is only one. Actually, I don't think I should say again because I don't think I brought it up. But this is only one dude's perspective on the MGTOW thing. But it is being amplified and agreed to
so weird.
by somebody, this Pearly Things
Just
gal,
Pearly Things. Pearl Davis.
who is huge in the manosphere space.
Yeah.
Which is why this video matters.
It's so weird.
Because even if he's totally off base and totally wrong to the MGTOW thing, she's agreeing with it wholeheartedly. She hasn't pushed back at all. She's agreed with this guy and acquiesced to his statements of fact. So, well, that's interesting. I didn't really think about that. That's a good point, bro. If you got any issues with this, you should be pushing back against it. He doesn't even have a fucking face to show you, so you should have zero fear in calling his stupidity out.
Yeah, this is
like I'm
so
doing right
weird.
now. Whoever this fucking idiot is, I would love to have a conversation with him and really, really dig down into like the true depths of like who fucking hurt you, bro? Who fucking hurt
Yes,
you?
'cause there's something at the root of this.
This is fucked. Is it your parents?
You don't just naturally arrive at this conclusion.
No, man. No, you cannot look at the landscape of every relationship that exists in your life, anything around you in the vicinity. you're going to assume that every single one of them is being manipulated by that woman? That seems mentally ill. Seems mentally ill.
Nature of women. Women cower and hide under their beds in a real emergency. And last Christmas, the power in my city went out for a few days due to a giant ice storm. And most of the women were
you know why I
inside of
tell
their
my wife to use a gun? Because I trust that if I'm not at home, she'll shoot somebody with that gun.
Yes.
I trust that.
And
I
also,
do, you know why? Because she loves those children more than she could ever love me.
Amen.
So I trust that she will shoot somebody with that gun.
She got what she wanted from you already, bro.
Yeah.
Done. I don't
Per
even
se,
know
she
why.
don't need me anymore. She just need those babies.
Oh, we fucked up. We fucked up. We should have done a segment on this with Jordan in the room. Oh my god, because she'd be having a fucking field day. I can just imagine.
Next Pearl Davis one, we'll save it. We'll have Jordan in.
Yep.
We'll get her parents to watch the kids, and because
Yes.
I think it would be she would be great. Once
So
I
good.
get the studio set up, I can do one with her.
Exactly.
Like, we can just watch them just Pearl. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. So expect that. My wife has. We talked about it a little bit when Creature was here. It's like she's got a whole theory. We've talked about it many times. Her and I have the theory, like the resurgence of the divine feminine. So I love sharing this
Yes.
stuff with her because she just, I listened to that trigonometry episode with Pearl Davis with her.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
she
yeah.
had some pretty good shit to say.
Oh, I bet.
It was pretty interesting.
I
yeah.
bet.
homes or at the shopping mall, while the men were out in the cold working to restore power. Without
And also, he's talking about losing power during an ice storm. Bitch lived in Texas.
Awesome.
He either lives in Texas or he lives over in like fucking Sweden somewhere, which I
Right.
highly doubt. This dude's got Texas written all over him.
men, civilization would collapse. Yet somehow women think that they no longer need men
Okay,
and
he
that
said
men are
without
obsolete.
men, civilization would collapse. How do you make a baby with no woman?
Just go down to Mexico. Or
With
Thailand.
with no woman. With no women at all. How do you make
Not
a
in
baby?
this country.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
This is we only do dudes here.
Yeah.
That's our shit is we only have dudes up
Only
here.
butt babies.
That's
the
it.
only type of baby we have here is butt babies. We figured out a way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a really
I'm
hilarious
surprised
thing to say.
he's not making a case for gay marriage at this point. Going, I mean, we're all bros.
Right.
We're all bros.
It's more
Why
fun.
bring women into it?
Yeah.
Just marry your best bro.
Hang out with
and then
with your dog all the time.
you guys both go down to Mexico, Thailand, or the Philippines.
awesome.
You surrogate some kids, you bring them back, and then you raise them up as a family unit.
That's so
Oh
awesome.
wait, shit, we're gay now. I didn't realize we crossed the threshold now that we're living like a gay lifestyle. Done.
Next,
That's what you're describing.
The next level of MGTOW is you don't have to fuck your best friend to be married to him. You can
that's
marry
level
him.
5.
Yeah, you don't
That's
have to
level
fuck
5.
to be. Yeah, you don't have to fuck to be gay married.
Oh my god.
That's awesome. Only one. No. It won't be.
That's the
it's
next step.
It's no. This is it. This is the net. This is it. This is it. This is it.
Level 5 MGTOW. Let's go.
It's not gay to consummate your marriage with your best friend.
Word.
If you keep fucking him, then it's gay. But if you just do it the one time to make it legal, then it's not gay. That's the next level. That's the next level of MGTOW. Is it isn't gay if you only fuck him one time.
I mean, that's the logical path he's on.
Yeah. You have to consummate. So it's not gay to consummate. That's
but,
it.
But we've already reached level 4. We don't need to bring the state into it anyways.
Hashtag not gay to
So
consummate.
this is purely
That's
is
awesome.
purely a spiritual connection that we need to
Right.
do.
This is so awesome.
That is true. That is so true. When I hate women's empowerment, I hate it. It's the stupid. If you want to go, okay, let's talk real women's empowerment. Go be an electrician. That's empowering. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I just want my boss.
My brother-in-law, who's an
Yeah.
electrician,
Yep.
is engaged to another electrician.
It's awesome.
I'm just saying, like she's
Boss
making
babe
the wrong
CEO
point.
position because
She's
I've
a
watched all these
dope-ass chick,
movies and
too.
these girls have these boss babe and it's just so Diane. But that's true.
Tons of ladies
Men
wearing
have built up
Sperry's in the yard.
society for
Tons.
women to
Or
shit
not
on them as a
Sperry's,
thank
Romeos.
you in a way.
Oh yeah. Well,
The
especially
Sperry's,
around
yeah,
here.
The Sperry's are the boat shoes, the Romeos. Tons of ladies wearing Romeos in the yard.
Romeos and plaid.
Yeah, tons of them.
Well, that does it for my introduction to MGTOW. I've added about 25 videos in the description below.
That's so.
He also
He was
might be
kind of making
Canadian.
points, wasn't he? A little bit. The passport bros thing. If she'll leave.
So that is the introduction to MGTOW by
God
fucking
damn.
sloppy dude.
God damn you, Josh Keaton. God damn you. You teaching ass motherfucker. All right.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
So we did it. You did it. How was your first MGTOW lesson?
Dude.
What do you think about these fucks?
That guy don't need to be with anybody.
Pussy ass bitches that don't deserve.
Stay at home, dude.
Yeah.
Just stay home.
Just go back to your old incel title.
Yeah.
Live in the basement where you belong.
I don't want you procreating anyway.
And you know what I got to say about all this? That's fine. I think the MGTOW army should grow because more women for us.
Yeah, grow it,
Let's
dude.
go.
It's gonna get so big. We're gonna have to bring back polygamy just because there's gonna be too many ladies out there.
Yeah, but exactly.
Yes, there's gonna be too many ladies.
It's like a tweak to the Elon Musk status. You know what I mean?
I've truly been blessed. All I can say is find the right one. I've never been told no 3 times a day or more if I want. Sorry, incels, you're just not trying hard enough. Probably just quitters. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. No one is incapable of getting laid. No one is incapable of getting laid. Prostitution is the oldest profession in known history. No one is incapable of getting laid.
This is true.
And if women, if their only value is found in their looks, then pay them for what their value is. Yeah. Pay a whore. That's what that is. I mean, that's the end result. That goes along with level 5.
Yeah.
It's not going to consummate as long as you continue to pay a prostitute afterwards. It's fine. Because
you've
you
already
like to fuck women.
You've already set yourself up as a highly attractive male by becoming wealthy.
Yes.
Which is the only thing apparently that really controls your attractiveness. So go to town. What are we doing here?
I was listening to Matt and Shane's yesterday.
How was this a Josh Keaton topic? He's in a very nice relationship. How are you getting exposed to this MGTOW stuff, bro? Is it just the Andrew Tate stuff? That's what I'd be curious about.
How did you find out about this, Josh?
What is this? I didn't even because you had told me the comment earlier this week, right? And I was like thinking MGTOW. I was like, oh, that's the men going their own way thing.
Yeah.
Did not know the depths of which I would be reaching when I started to look into it, but.
Jeez, Josh.
Shout out Josh Keaton, buddy.
Okay.
We love you.
Yeah, with that, I think we can end our third segment.
so.
We'll take our last break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4, the official grab bag of the Grab Bag Show. Woo! Salt of the Streets, episode 147. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets for the articles and for all kinds of back episodes and all the stuff.
All the stuff.
And if you choose to subscribe at a higher tier, we will fulfill those rewards. So that is that.
And we will see you on the flip side.
Thank you very much.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode.
Everyday normal person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode.
Everyday normal person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 4 of episode 147 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are thrilled that you are still with us. You can find us on all of our social medias. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. The more beers that I have, the more difficult that becomes every time.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Every time. Joseph is out there working on some poor man's burn ends. We talked about this before.
Ooh.
Delicious. It's about time to
Problematic.
get the smoker cracking again.
It is indeed.
It's about that time.
Just about that season.
Yeah.
Very
well,
excited.
we're fucking working on studio next weekend, so maybe I'll see about some ribs or something like that.
Fucking A, man. That would not suck.
Yeah, it won't be rainy and pissy, I don't think, so it should be easier to cook them. It took me a long-ass time last time because it was raining.
Yeah, that's right.
For
Took a
Dax's
minute.
birthday. But most of them were pretty damn good, those ribs. So...
No, they weren't pretty damn good. They were, what's above that, just go there.
Yeah.
I remember, because, I brought a whole fucking extra plate of them back home that night.
Yes.
And did they last more than 2 hours once I got home? They did not.
Well, at Costco, they that pack was always 3 racks, So, because I was thinking about inviting Cody out too. So that would be worth it if it's going to be us, because Cody would probably bring Mike and the kid.
Fuck yeah.
At that point, 3 racks will just be worth it.
Yeah. Have little buddies running around.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be fucking dope. That'll be dope, and I'm excited to get the other studio up and running. It's going to be sweet.
Yes.
I'm ready to start making the commute, baby. I'm ready to start.
It's going to be sweet. This is the grab bag of the grab bag. This whole show obviously has been listener request and grab bag type topics, but this is, of course, the part of the show where Colin tries to break my brain like he did a few weeks ago, but that was with monetary talk. That was different.
No, we're going to have fun this time. We've talked a lot about we'll say the show has a great long storied history with Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yes.
And I mean, if there was one character or actor that you truly love on Always Sunny, would Charlie Day not fit that?
Probably
that role.
Yeah.
You know,
I like Rob McElhenney, but I think
what?
McElhenney.
McElhenney?
Yeah.
McElhenney. Okay. I don't know
it's
if that's
McElhenney, I
yeah.
believe. Yeah. It's McElhenney. That's what. Yes.
I was like, because if you don't know how to pronounce it, we'll get there.
It is McElhenney. I've heard him break down why it is that way before. I don't remember what it is, but that's why his name is Mac on the show, is because his last name is McElhenney.
And Charlie is Charlie.
Right. Yes.
So this is a clip from the fucking whatever, one of the stupid canceled shows thanks to the writer's strike, which is how you can tell it's a bullshit show because this so-called comedian doesn't even write his own fucking jokes, so now they can't do the show.
It immediately shut down.
It's game over.
All of the late night shows.
Yes, all of them.
And I think SNL is finishing only because they already have their shit written.
Yeah. They're going to run it. Like these guys, they come off Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because it's done. But we'll get into the strike actually a little later. But this is a show from Jimmy Kimmel. It's a clip from Jimmy Kimmel. So we're going to watch this and then dive into the complex nature of men's relationships. And we're going to get real personal and we're going to have some discussion about this.
I saw your buddy Rob McElhenney yesterday. No, yesterday on Saturday. Him and his new best.
Damn it. I did it again. Forgot to turn the fucking desktop audio on.
I saw your buddy Rob McElhenney yesterday. No, yesterday on Saturday. Him and his new best friend Ryan Reynolds.
Indeed.
How does that?
New best friend. He's very upset
What's
about that.
going on there? Does that cause you any, I don't know,
Heartache?
jealousy, envy, bad feelings a little bit?
Yeah, he's trying to trade up on me, you know?
I mean, he comes up with this idea to buy this soccer team or football team, as they call it now that they're
he
Welsh.
he calls it football. But
Yeah, he's
it's
learning to
soccer.
speak Welsh also. You know this.
Because Rob and Ryan Reynolds have purchased the Wexham town, I forget what
They
it
have,
is.
they have too much money, is what you're saying.
There's 2 seasons of a documentary out about them doing this.
Yeah.
And I watched the trailer for it finally, by the way, and I'm like, I want to watch this fucking show.
I'm sure it's hilarious.
It looks great. I mean, and it's a documentary about it. It's not like some satirical thing, but you put those 2 dudes together, and you could see why Charlie Day is upset about losing his best friend.
Yeah.
He's trying.
Yeah, I mean, that's all fine, and I'm proud of him. But it's the fact that he's got this super handsome movie star best friend who just keeps being like, you know what? I made another $1 billion today. I sold a phone company. You know, it's time for this guy to stop, right?
You need that. That's what you need. You need one of these guys like that.
I need a guy.
Who would be your guy that you could buy like a team with or something?
I'm talking to you, DiCaprio. You hear? Let's start hanging out, man.
I have judgment on that one. I feel like if I'm going to find a dude, which we will discuss about, so think about this, who you trade me in for, but...
a famous person or a regular person?
Well, obviously, you need to find somebody rich and famous.
Okay.
Because you need to trade up.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm
There's
not
no
rich.
regular person who could trade up.
Exactly.
Okay,
You can't trade up for me in the regular world. You know where you're at.
Yes.
Let's start hanging out. Let's buy the Mets or something.
Mets not for sale. They were just purchased. But you can go, I think, shoot a little bit lower. You know what would be good, though, is Hugh Jackman, because he and Ryan, I'd like to see you steal one of Ryan's friends from him.
Okay, yeah, exactly. You know, Ryan did a thing, too, where he had this, like, high-production birthday song for Rob.
Yes, they do birthday videos.
Did you see that?
The guy put it...
Because you're about to. But we got to the important part. You need to trade up to a rich friend. This is the kind of... This is Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer level gift giving.
That's awesome.
This is Ryan Reynolds' gift to his friend.
To Rob McElhenney.
Sure, he's got a pretty face that people know they know. They think they recognize him from his big-time TV show. But despite the accolades, despite the load of fame, one thing that they do not know is how to say his name. Pronouncing all those N's and E's and H's can perplex 'em. So here's a little birthday gift from all your mates in Wrexham. It's McElhenney, McElhenney. While ways to massacre and mispronounce it there are many.
McElhaney.
It's McElhenney.
McElhaney.
McElhenney. If there was doubt, now there won't be any. It's McElhenney.
That's right. And notice who's conspicuously absent, by the way.
First it's Mackle like a tackle
You get
when
the
we
rest of
take
the
them
crew.
to the ground.
Then Henry like the penny that he's in for with the pound.
It's MC.
You see Charlie Day? You see Charlie Day? He's not here. And I will tell you right now, because we're not going to watch the entire thing, but because it's just a song about how to pronounce his buddy's name.
Yeah.
An incredibly high production at Patty's Pub to include Dee. Dee does her part.
That's awesome.
But Charlie Day is explicitly absent from this.
That's really funny.
So-
That's really, really funny.
So the real question of the day, the true,
With that, let me ask you this.
who are you trading up for in our relationship?
It's Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake
It's Jake
Gyllenhaal.
Gyllenhaal, of course. Who else would it be?
I guess at that point I have to go with Tobey Maguire to make Gyllenhaal. Oh wait, I forgot they're the same person.
Yeah. No,
but-
I watched the Hot Ones with Jake Gyllenhaal a couple weeks ago, and I was like, this guy's actually very funny.
Yeah, it is. It is really funny. I got to try to figure out where I can actually watch this show at, because it looks like it was on FX.
Yeah, which means that it's on
Originally?
Hulu.
Okay, perfect.
FX, all FX shit goes to Hulu.
Goes to Hulu. Yeah, because it looks. I watched the trailer earlier today. I'm not going to play it because we're already rolling the fucking dice with those high
Yeah.
production things. But it looks really good. Like their relationship with trying to like become, friendly with the town, and you got these two fucking rich ass Americans coming in buying this fucking,
Right.
your sacred soccer team of your town.
I'm sure some
It's a
people
huge
weren't
deal.
pleased.
Yeah. And because I think this is like Welsh too. This is like Wales, England. So shit gets wild down. They have a whole nother language, bro. They speak Welsh, which is crazy.
An ugly language.
Yeah, everybody's got their own. So that's good. You're trading me in for Jake Gyllenhaal. At least his expiration date comes before mine.
Yeah.
So
I think he's in his early 40s.
Bitch, he in his 50s?
No.
Look at all that gray hair.
Google it right now.
Let's
There's
go.
no way.
Placing the whole bits.
No, I'm
So what do
putting
we
him,
got here? What
I'm
do we
putting him
got?
at 43.
How old is Jake Gyllenhaal in the chat, everybody?
Yeah, I'm calling him at 43.
Is it a G or a J?
G-Y.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He spells it all fucking Gyllenhaal-y. He is.
Let's fucking go.
42
I said
years old.
43. Let's go.
Hey.
What's his birthday?
It's
in December. He's coming up. He's going to be 43 this year.
Price is Right rules, bro. Close without going over.
Dude,
you win over.
his birthday's only 5 days
You
before
win over.
mine.
You guys are just two fucking peas in a pod now,
That
aren't
means
you?
we'd be that means we'd be kicking it. That's why I think he's so funny.
Fine. No, it's fine. That's fine.
Says he's only 6 foot. That means he's probably shorter than that. Usually they
I
mark
would
him
wonder
up.
how they.
Usually they mark him
Yeah.
up a little bit.
He didn't seem like a really tall guy, but never really
No.
crossed me as like super short or anything.
No, I would say like 5'10". Like I don't think they're getting
Yeah.
6 inches or anything. But, excuse me.
Okay, then let's jump into this one. That's fun. Contact from another world. Thousands of space radio signals have officially reached Earth. It's
All
not
right.
as exciting as it sounds, to be honest. Because they're Canadian already, but Canadian astronomers discovered thousands of deep space radio signals reaching Earth. The Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment.
Whoa.
That's a title.
That sounds like a new version of CERN, which is not a good thing. You shouldn't be doing that.
It's the Hemi, bro. It's
Yeah.
the Hemi. Or the Chimmy. CHIME. The Chimmy. The Chim. The Chim.
The chime.
Chime. Spelling. Words.
Grammar.
Hey. Beers. Talking.
7 hours.
So they have reported discovery 25 new repeating sources. They are also referred to as fast radio bursts, the FRBs, originating from the depths of the universe. The experimental The experiment employs a powerful radio telescope in British Columbia to capture these signals. Hence, 007 GoldenEye style mini radar dish.
I bet it's just
because when you look at this building, and then you look at that,
that's a big ass satellite dish.
I mean, it's a big ass satellite, but it's nothing like the one that they did in GoldenEye.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a fucking radar dish, bro. You want to talk to
satellite,
some
bro.
aliens?
Steaks. Alex Brooks said steaks.
What up, Alex? No, bro, burn ends, bud.
No, he's fucking talking
Different
shit.
steaks.
No, Joseph said I didn't get pictures the last time I did them, but I did just send pictures of some previous steaks cooked directly on the coals.
Gotcha,
but he spelled it wrong,
Yeah,
and Alex
yeah.
is fucking with him. Alex is trolling him out here.
Alex is a master troll if I ever met one.
He's funny.
You
gotta come back, bro.
Yes, howdy,
What's up, G?
Alex. Good to see you there, buddy. Yeah, everybody go back and watch Alex's episode. You should know your number by now if you don't. But it's, I think it was the last one we did before we left the old studio. Right?
We hit him with a good
Space is fabricated.
We hit him with a good interview.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah,
it was good. He had some hot takes on JBP too.
I bet this is just us in the past or something like that.
I don't know. Like, it could be anything. They're talking about an experiment with this giant fucking radar dish.
It's just the sound from the nuclear bomb test that we did coming back from the back of space.
So it reached the end.
Bounced off
of
the wall
fucking-
and came back.
It bounced off the wall of fabricated space, and now it's coming
Yeah.
back. And, I mean, again, they're Canadian scientists, so there is some level of, there's a margin of error
Like, it
here.
sounds
at which
pretty
we-
good, eh?
I just saw that, and I was like, there's been a lot of UFO talk lately.
That's a fucking psyop, dude.
That's a psyop.
That's a psyop.
There it is. There it is. So we've officially reached the fact the grab bag has gone psyop.
I got
Shit.
I got a difficult enough time, especially if I'm getting super high, of that we don't like. I think I've talked about this here before, that we
Mhm.
don't still live on Pangea, like how we don't have any way to prove other than the pictures that they've shown us that when you fly somewhere, they don't just go over the water and fly in a fucking big ass circle for 7 hours and then come back to a different part of the land. I don't know that. That's all that I'm saying. I'm just saying we can't prove Pangea isn't still real. That's all I'm saying.
It's just big lakes and shit, bro.
That's fine. Pangea has lakes, dog. There's still gaps in it.
Jesus Christ. It's funny?
Guarantee Pangea had lakes.
Alex, I need to know, because you're the dude that's going to know. Is this flat Earth Pangea? I mean, I mean, at that point, I don't know if flat Earth,
The Earth
comes
is
with
actually
it. But...
hollow and flat.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's a disc, right? Like a pizza tray.
Yeah.
So there's depth to it, but then right in the middle, it's hollow. That's where all the monsters live.
Joseph, yeah, steaks. I cook them. You could spell them if you want to.
I like Joseph.
Oh, you guys are a lot of fun. All right, let's watch our fucking debilitated president try to get through some
God.
shit and just try to remind ourselves of the reality that we do live in. We were just, Alex, you missed it. I would have loved to have your take on it. We just tackled an entire review, an introductory video of an introduction to MGTOW, men going their own way.
That was rough, dude.
It was rough. So I would love to see you in the comments later about that. It's going to be a long clip, but I'll clip out that whole section at some point and put it up there, just because MGTOW reaction I think should be key.
Yes.
I'm very interested in your take on that. You always have very interesting takes on all the things in the world. But for now, Daddy Biden. Got audio up. Good. Oh, yeah. I better turn it up because old man's going to mumble and stumble. You know that much.
We're not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills.
Talking about that was a weak ass clip.
Yeah.
Talking about the fuck. There's a couple of these that got a little sideways on me. We're not a deadbeat nation. These were supposed to kind of pigeontail with the debate on the debt ceiling. This is the one I wanted. Because this is how interviews with the president go. And I think this was very eye-opening, and I'm surprised this made its way to the internet. You'll find out why.
And you talk about fighting for the soul of America. But can we level set in terms of the soul of America? Right now, hate crimes are on the
She's pretty
rise.
hot. She's probably in her. She's definitely in her 50s. She's pretty hot.
Change the angle. That's TV hot, bro. That's not real.
You don't think that's real?
No. I'd like to see her Instagram when she's hanging out in Vegas with her girlfriends.
True.
Like Megyn Kelly posted last
True.
weekend, and I was
And that's
like,
what you guys were talking about?
no, we were just talking about Megyn Kelly in a white T-shirt on her show, and Joseph was talking about praying for rain. And he apologized for being a pig, and I said, don't apologize.
No.
I'm right there with you. But
We'll always talk about how hot someone is, Joseph.
yeah, exactly. I'm a shallow pig. That's if we've established anything on this show at this point, Donovan is very respectful and reserved when it comes to judging people's appearance.
Yeah.
I am right there with it. I'm not afraid to tell you if I perceive you as an ugly pig or whatever.
And
I will tell you my honest opinion.
Yeah.
And then you'll be like, well, she's probably a nice lady. And I'm like, you're probably right.
If you're ugly on the inside, I will roast you. I
Like-
don't have any
like
problem
Lizzo.
with that.
I'm just kidding. She strikes me as somebody who is. She was in a TV show recently. What happened? Is she getting? Oh, I smell it now. You're in the blast zone, bud. This is not the. Oh no, she's underneath me. I got a candle over here, bitch. So suck on it.
Oh my God! Light an incense. Oh my God, Chloe.
Bring in the incense. We're going.
Jesus Christ, this
I
dog.
could do it. Hey, she's got them geriatric farts too. Which
Jesus.
is well,
It's her rotting guts that are just.
She's not rotting. Okay, she just has a lot of cancer. Okay. But the big thing is,
oh God,
because she's officially cancer puppy these days, I bought this like freeze dried like beef liver cuts and stuff like that. So I mix all that stuff into her food, and so she's living high on the hog these days. And sometimes that high protein diet, I think, gets the better of her, and my eyes will bleed. My eyes will first water, and then that water turns to blood.
Yeah, we've had a couple of dog fart incidents on this show.
Indeed. Some of them during the book show.
They will get you.
All right, so we've established. I think
TV
you're
hot.
wrong. TV hot,
Yeah, let's
maybe,
hear it.
but let's hear it.
Now, hate crimes are on the rise. Random acts of gun violence. Women are under attack, Mr. President.
So obviously we got
He
some
hasn't even-
interference.
hasn't
from,
even finished the question
He
yet.
goes, we're not talking about that. And Joe Biden, no. I got this.
I'll do one.
I'll do one.
The answer is yes, because that's why we can't.
What was the question?
Because she had never finished the question. They stopped her. The
There
answer
was
is
no
yes.
question. Okay, so
That's awesome.
Don't pause. We won't comment. Listen for the question.
And you talk about fighting for the soul of America. But can we level set in terms of the soul of America? Right now, hate crimes are on the rise. Random acts of gun violence. Women are under attack, Mr. President.
I'll do one. The answer is yes, because that's why we can't we cannot let this election be one where the same man who was president 4 years ago becomes president again.
He doesn't know his name. He can't
This is-
remember the name Donald Trump.
This is why we need we need to ensure that we can't let the man who was in office 4 years ago come back. Bitch, you look at the calendar. You know, Obama was in 4 years ago, right? We weren't even. We can't do that. What are you talking about? Look at the calendar, bitch. Have you gone through an election yet? No. Well, then your homie was in. You were VP, bud.
No, Trump was 4 years ago. Donald Trump was in office.
How? Okay. Presidential term is 4 years.
Right.
This is Joe Biden's first term.
Right.
Fuck.
Donald Trump
Yeah,
won in
damn it.
2016.
Never mind. I'm trying to make whatever. This beer's talking.
It's all right. Yeah, we're drinking. We're out here. This is the grab bag. We fuck around.
Damn it. That was the question.
Did you shit yourself? That was the question. I think
Don't answer
the
that.
only feasible question is
No,
can
I'll
we
take it, I'll take
level
it.
set? Yeah.
Can we
and
level set?
Yes. We can.
What is level
That
set?
doesn't
even
mean anything.
Can we level set? Is this top of mind for you? Fucking communist piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is some more geriatric Biden. This is Today in Biden. So he's talking about infrastructure projects.
For example, you're going to be able to get an Amtrak, and instead of going through the tunnel of Baltimore at 30 miles an hour because nothing's been done under the Chesapeake Bay under the Baltimore Baltimore area.
Wrong body of water.
For 80 years, they're going to be able to go to 100 miles an hour. They're going to see more. They're going to see railroads going from Syracuse all the way down to New York, upstate New York. Anyway,
where is Syracuse?
It's upstate New York.
What the fuck?
The city, but Mike,
the city. You know, we'll get to it.
You know, from Buffalo to upstate New York. Like, what the fuck?
Thank you, Joseph. Fucking math. We're not doing it today. We don't do math on the podcast.
Not in part 4, we don't.
Oh God, Jordan's here. Don't let her see me. I'm saying some fucked up shit, Jordan.
Said Dax.
Dax says hi. Hi, Dax.
What's up, sweet boy?
I should have realized when she said that Dax was probably listening.
Oh, that's all right.
Not let off with a curse.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, Creatrix changed her fucking profile picture on Twitter.
We have Buzz Lightyear having dinner with the baby sis tonight.
Do we?
Full on Buzz.
Bud. That's... I can't wait till she's old enough to adopt characters of her own. And then it'll be like...
they'll be
it'll
assigned
like,
to her.
Yeah.
And they are already.
Yeah,
She gets
yeah.
characters. She doesn't get to choose. She
She's
gets
the-
characters.
Jordan, if you want that picture to become a meme, just take a fake potted plant and put it on top of Reason's head and just set it there, and now she is the plant. Buzz Lightyear and the plant.
That's from WALL-E.
Well, we're crossing the streams here, bro.
I'm pretty sure, depending on which movie Buzz Lightyear he is, she is either Hawthorne, which is that's the new Buzz Lightyear. Like whatever it's
the
called.
new
It's
Buzz
just called
movie.
Lightyear,
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. And that's his partner, or she's Jessie if it's in Toy Story.
Yeah.
Then she's Jessie. So it just depends.
It just depends, like the underwear. So, of course, today was the big day. Thankfully, it was British today, not American today. So it happened basically when I was first waking up to the world. But England has a new king.
Yeah, fuck the king.
Don't care.
Sorry, sweet boy.
But there was a really hilarious incident that kind of illustrates the security of the royal family. The extended royal family. I mean, he's the number 2 guy, I think, at this point. The younger guy who's married to Kate.
Yeah.
Is it Will?
Yes.
Yeah, because
I'm Woody. The sis is Jessie.
I'm Woody. Wait. But he's in. Okay.
He's in Toy Story.
He's Woody.
Yeah, I'm Woody.
You're Woody.
That's what she said. You're
Gotcha.
Woody, which means me. The sis is Jessie.
Okay. And we love you guys. Look at that. We love it.
And mom is Bo Peep.
That's a good title to
It's
have.
a good squad.
That's a good...
Yeah, strong
the
squad.
meanest of the squads. Okay, so here we go. We've got, king in the making, queen in the making. I mean, you want to talk about TV hot, bro.
No.
What's up? Anyways, this is how the level of security goes. Random dude suddenly realizing where he is, dips out like, bro, I just go to the pharmacy, man.
That would never happen here.
How the fuck?
That would never happen
He
here.
just pops out from around the corner. Like, I've just been walking. I'm like, it's like, holy shit, what is, oh my God, where am I? I'm just at the pharmacy, bro. I'm not trying to kill nobody.
That would never happen here.
She's like, what the fuck just happened?
Even Hunter Biden, you couldn't get that close to Hunter Biden.
I know.
There's no way.
Hunter Biden's got a ton of fucking security these days. I saw a video of him leaving some facility at some point, and there was like 4 giant humans.
Yeah.
Like, and they were in uniforms. They had little pins. I'm assuming they're...
There's a Hunter Biden?
Yeah.
He's got Secret Service.
Yeah, because he's the son of the president. He's got to, right?
He's the boy, yep.
So, yeah, dude. Hard, man.
Wow.
So, yeah, that was fun. I saw that. Just, if there was going to be anything I was going to show from the coronation of the new monarch in England which is a power we defeated back in the late 1770s.
Fought a war to not care about this.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't give two shits about it. But that shit's funny because, and so are his crazy, weird old man sausage fingers, which I don't get. So next up on the list, we need to all take a moment of silence and celebrate the end of BuzzFeed News.
The BuzzFeed's going under?
It's done now. It's over.
Really?
Their last day was on Friday. So
The-
they were bankrupt last week and had to close the business. That end, BuzzFeed News.
Vice too. Vice News also.
Vice is in. They're still in like the selling portion,
Right.
but they're gutted. There's
No, I
nothing
mean
left
that,
in
right.
Vice anymore.
Vice still exists, but Vice News has been canceled. Vice News no longer exists, but
The
Vice
whole-
the company
Yeah, Vice the company still exists.
Yeah, but Vice News, that particular chapter,
Yes.
because they have a bunch of other, like a food part,
and
like
Vice
other-
will be gone soon.
Yeah.
too. The whole thing is going on. They've consolidated to the point to try to keep their priors going, to try to just keep the company going. But Shane Smith, is that his? Yep. He was valued at one point. He became a billionaire, valued at over $1 billion. He's now worth less than like $40 million.
Ooh.
And that's the selling price of Vice right now. And they are in talks with everybody to try to keep the entity alive. But I think much like BuzzFeed News, they are going the way of Old Yeller. And the free market is going to take them out back and put one between the eyes and call it a fucking day. But yeah, BuzzFeed News decided to take this last day and kind of memorialize some of their nonsense that goes on over here to illustrate why it is that they went broke. So obviously you'll see a bunch of BuzzFeed News writers. They're sitting around creating all those stupid listicles that you probably got tricked into clicking on because they gave you some kind of bullshit little like, hey, do you want to see this this actress from the 70s show her tits on accident? Click through this slideshow and hit all of our sponsors so we can make millions of dollars. And then guess what? We're not going to show you the picture because it's not real. But I haven't been burned by those a couple times, if you couldn't tell. They done me dirty, so fuck BuzzFeed. But anyways, yeah, it's a fantastic thing that they're going under because I think BuzzFeed News helped create the clickbait culture that we all have become essentially slaves to in the social media realm and kind of like the generalized entertainment world. And I'm just so happy that finally Getting Woke has gone broke and they will no longer be an entity on my social media feed. And I have nothing but bad things to say about them and what they have done to society in their history.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye, BuzzFeed. Go fuck yourself. I don't like him at all. I'm sorry. I keep thinking about Dax all of a sudden. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
shit,
way to go.
I should just keep I did it again. Stay principled, my friends. Okay. Let's see. There's a lot of edited videos out there about dudes doing like crazy ass dunks.
Yep.
Doing cool moves. This is a single shot, real life version of this guy making the sickest fucking move I've ever seen my whole life. Action. Off the wall, under one leg, spin around, underneath the other leg.
God damn.
Boom! My boy shining on his birthday.
On his birthday. I forgot it's on his birthday.
God damn.
That's fucking that's what the internet's for. That is what the internet is for. It's fantastic.
I like that.
That was wild, dude.
Crazy clips, it's called. That's awesome.
Yeah. There's all these fantastic, like, no context humans. So one might be convinced that this is something other than it is right off the bat. But this is how MGTOWs get together and have a good Saturday night.
Hey, dogs have fun.
So we spin the bottle. And then whoever goes to grabs the eggs and smash them right, the dude right on the dome piece. I've never played this game with my friends.
I've seen this before.
Yes?
Not this video, but I've seen this game before.
So
that's awesome.
Would you have participated in that game when you were a young child? Yeah?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Okay, we'll switch things
It's
here.
worth it. It's an egg. It don't hurt that bad.
It don't hurt that bad. Yeah, it's an egg, right? That's it. I accidentally just opened up something that I am not willing to divulge to the internet. There we go. Okay. Well, I was just like, I don't know what's I just clicked on something. I saw my mouse loading. I was like, well, what did I hit?
Yeah.
Okay, so this, we've never touched on this because it's only been in the last couple weeks, but there has been a couple at this point. There's only a couple that we know of, but there's been a couple influencers that the Biden administration has, through a pact, been able to hire to essentially try to push for Joe Biden to become president. They're influencers on TikTok and things like that, and they're not being funded directly by his campaign, but they're being funded by PACs who contribute to their campaigns, right? So this is a good example of one of the guys. His name's Harry Sisson, right? Him and his partner did this. I mean, they're super cringe videos, but apparently this is what Gen Z does, and this is what they're into. So the Democratic Party has hired them to shill for Joe Biden. And this is what a version of that looks like.
Let's face it, the Republican
Bro.
Party cares way more about their right to own an AR-15 than they do about kids getting shot in schools, and that was never more apparent than after the Uvalde school shooting. During that shooting, there was a little girl on the phone in one of the classrooms begging the police to come in and telling them that she just put the blood of her classmate on her so the shooter wouldn't come after her. And the majority of the Republican Party looked at that and said, wow, I'm so sorry that happened, that's tragic, but too bad, so sad, I care about my AR-15. And that is unforgivable. So the only way we solve this is more gun control and voting every single Republican out of office.
Holy shit.
Right? Dude goes hard. And now this kid has had to, he made the mistake, him and the other kid that he did like the initial Joe Biden kind of pump for. They made the mistake of going on the Tim Dillon show.
Oh my God. Okay.
And
let's see.
They don't know the rules.
You
We'll put it that
fools.
way. You don't know what you just did.
To be honest, like it's actually really hard in this space, right? Like we have like 45 seconds to record a video. Keep it
Wait, hang on, I gotta adjust the audio here. That's way too low up here. Let's try that again.
To be honest, like it's actually really hard in this space, right? Like we have like 45 seconds to record a video, keep people's attention. And a lot of the people on our side, like if they start hearing, like I've actually done it before. I've criticized like Democrats, like specifically Hakeem Jeffries, and it all just went south. Like I started losing followers. Like it's bad, right? And I really want to be that person that like reaches the other side, because Democrats, I mean, they're horrible at their jobs, right? They do a lot of shitty things, although I'll vote for them all the time. But it's also hard in the space to criticize
That's a
them.
good. Can we clip that quote? They're horrible
Please
at their
don't.
jobs. They
Please,
do shitty
please
things.
don't. Please don't.
I
Please
will
don't
vote
clip
for
that.
them.
Please, no. Please. To be honest,
fool.
You fool, bro.
That's awesome.
You're a Gen Zer. You don't know how the internet works, bud. If
It's
you
too
say
late.
don't clip that,
Yeah.
you know what's going to happen? This clip gets generated.
Immediately. Oh, that's excellent.
Immediately. And it's Tim Dillon people, they don't even need to do that. The internet will do that itself,
Yes.
bro. You fucked up, kid. Learn how the internet works. Get off of fucking TikTok and learn the rules before you start throwing your fucking weight around, getting paid by the DNC to
taking
shill for
money,
them.
bro.
They will hang you out to dry so fucking fast. It's not
They
even
don't
funny.
care about you.
No.
Also,
you
your
just
hair is whack.
Yeah, well, you know, they're Gen Z. They do different things.
Your hair is whack. Your hair wishes it was my hair, bro.
I know I missed a lot, but have y'all touched on the whole Act Blue, Project Veritas revelations?
No.
No, we haven't. But actually, if you give me a second, I can pull up something from that, because it's a really... The only people that are going to do a super deep dive into that are going to be Project Veritas. Oh, nope. They're going to... OMG is going to do it, because it is... let me just put James O'Keefe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because, yeah, his new organization, OMG, I had actually one here that was pretty disturbing that could have been in our locals because of the women's prison over in Gig Harbor.
Yep.
And how they know trans people are coming into that and all that good stuff. It's a whole deal, but they did do a bunch of exposés on Act Blue, going around. We're almost there. We're almost there. I saw it a minute ago.
Act Blue is the Democratic campaign voter or like a
It's a
funding foundation.
Yeah, it's it's O'Keefe Media. There we go. They're a funding mechanism for Democratic nominees and things
Yeah.
like that for the Democratic Party.
It's where a bunch of BLM money went.
Yes, a lot of the BLM money that way. Here we go. We're almost there. We're almost there. That's talking to Walters, hanging out, shooting guns, Tucker Carlson. Here we go. So here's a great video about it. So what is essentially happening here is there's a bunch of people that have donated a few dollars. They make a donation to Act Blue, right? They put $5, $10, $25, whatever. And then upon OMG doing, I don't know how exactly they get access to it, but they find it because they're a PAC, all that stuff, all that info has to be made available to the public. And so they get a hold of these accounts, these people that are donating money to Act Blue. And they go, well, this lady made an initial deposit, a contribution of like $10. But their documentation says you contribute $125,000 to them. Did you do
No
that?
shit.
And so they're going to these people's houses and be like, hey, yeah, did you donate to Act Blue? Yeah, you donated like $10. Blah, blah, blah.
They're hiding money.
Yeah.
They're funneling money into Act Blue
And
through-
saying other people gave them to this. So we'll watch a couple of these videos just to kind of introduce you to the concept. But again, I haven't joined OMG yet. Like I'm not paying these people money just
Yeah.
yet to get access to the full documents like we used to be able to do. But and no shade, I get it. I get what they're trying to do. But so there's a flurry of donations made in your name. Is what this citizen journalist is saying.
There was a flurry of donations made in your name. About 20 donations. I don't think so. Have you ever donated to Act Blue?
She's got the T-shirt on. It's a little bit different
Yeah.
than the yard signs, but it's there.
Same idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. These donations made, do they look familiar to you at all?
Not necessarily.
We're with Elder Watch. We're just following up with people that are over 65 years old, that people are using their name and potential address to just make micro donations.
Just seeing that, we're like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. That's kind of, people have been donating 40-cent donations in your name. That's kind of why we're like, what's going on here?
That's odd. I have never.
I can't imagine, even though I make small donations, recently it's been, pretty difficult because finances are not very good.
So we go with the bigger.
That was a shocker. That was a shocker. That's not what I expected. That did shock me. I'm right there with you. That shocked me.
Sorry. That's. I'm sure she's a very nice lady. That
Usually,
was just shocking.
Usually, when people look up, their face is longer than when they're looking down. I think that's why it was so surprising.
Her face was shorter,
Yeah.
but all the other things were still way the fuck out there.
Holy shit! Yes, that shocked me.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Okay, sorry. We're back on it.
Donations, which are probably yours. You see 500 there, 250, 100. Those probably aren't mine. That's got to be in somebody else's name because I really haven't given that many.
What do you think is the biggest number you would have given?
Biggest number usually runs around $75.
So nothing like 500, 200, none of that?
No.
Oh gosh, okay.
I did not make a flurry of,
One would remember that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thicker. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's and it sounds terrible, but also this is the internet, so free game. So the story that this is generally encompassing, let me see if I can pull up another video. That's just a couple of those people. Is somebody would donate or sign up for monthly donations of $5, $10 or whatever, and next thing you know, Act Blue would be reporting that these people also made a shit ton of micro donations in their name, using their
40 cents,
address,
weird stuff like that.
but thousands of
Right.
times, to the point of, we're talking millions, if not $1 billion+ at this point in specific areas.
And who does that? Who donates 40 cents 900 times?
This is Office Space.
Yeah.
It's office space. We're just going to shave fractions. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Oh, fuck. How much money did we make?
Right.
Oopsies. That's what it appears to be. There's more. Here's another one. Here, follow the money. That's not a real good one because most of these people are very combative when they're approached by anybody.
Right.
So, yeah, I found out today in an Austin, Texas residential area, a Texas resident made 10,000 plus different donations to the Democrats from 2020 2022 worth over $106,304.45. The resident mentioned he has not used Act Blue, but the Federal Election Commission website says otherwise. So he is saying that he's never actually donated to Act Blue, but somebody with his name and address has donated to Act Blue to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars. Oh, play.
Sir, my name is Essela, and I am running some reports for a volunteer organization to find out that if someone's using people's names to launder money through Act Blue. And I found out that your address, home is, that you have donated over 10,000 times within 2-year time frame from 2020 to 2022.
How much money?
$106,304.45. Right.
That wasn't me.
Yes, and
That dude ain't making that kind of money, bro.
Right, because that's so. It says that he made $12,000 in 10 years.
Yes,
but donated over $100,000 in 2 years.
And he's one case out of thousands of cases where this has come into play.
What the fuck?
Yes, and it is only the citizen journalists that are working now with OMG that are starting to expose this stuff. These are people that are, they're going out, they're buying their own hidden cameras, and they're doing the fucking journalism themselves, and then turning their footage over to OMG Media that's turning it in and bolstering this kind of data. But no, this
Let's
shit
watch
is
the rest of the clip.
It goes deep.
And I have some other volunteers from going to different homes, and I just want you to be aware of that. And I could show you how to find this information on yourself, if you like. From 2009 to 2019, 10-year time frame, you donated about $12,000, which is normal.
So that's
he
donated that much between 10 years, which, what's a fucking, oh wait, my phone's dead, I forget. So you chop that up in 10 years, you're talking about $1,100 a year.
Yeah.
You're donating
That's
to
so
political
much money,
causes.
dude.
It's a lot. But if you're sitting fat and happy and everything's fine, you feel good about cutting a $1,000 check to a nonprofit that's going to support your, whatever your
so weird
politics and shit is. Yeah, well,
I just don't know.
People are trained to just shell over their fucking money to the government.
Yeah.
That then turns around and steals more of their fucking money anyways.
I just don't think that's what I'm going to start doing when I have a bunch of money, is giving it to fucking politics.
No.
But the red flags is from 2020 to 2022. 6 figures of donations.
I have never gotten a bill that big.
Right, and I believe someone is
No, I never
using
got
your
the
name
bill
and
that
your
big.
addresses to funnel money through Act Blue. And some of the causes that I noticed you donated is like Biden, NDTC PAC, Brady PAC, Stop the Republicans, Progressive Turnouts. But biggest issue is Act Blue. That's where I see small donation, just at least 3 donations per day. So you're not aware of any of that. Okay. Well, I have this page.
And there's a commonality here, which you'll soon find, which is all of these people being elderly from all things that, it appears that they're all elderly people, which, is scary in and of itself because somebody's just taking advantage of these people. This is your Democratic Party at work, man. This is what it is. Act Blue is just an extension of the DNC.
Using your identity to funnel money.
Yeah.
And then blame the Republicans for
And I
doing
guarantee
the same
you,
shit.
I bet you a lot of that money came from FTX. I bet a lot of that money came from FTX.
Oh, good God.
He donated millions and millions of dollars to people.
Right.
And one of the easiest ways to funnel that money would be just to give it in microtransactions, because you're in the fucking crypto world. That's the best way to do it, to Act Blue.
And they knew that he was shady, you know. They knew.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the biggest story of our lifetime, and no one is talking about it. Why? Where is Tim Pool? Where is Glenn Beck? Where is Crowder? Where is any motherfucker with a large following? Oh, Joseph, small cuts, bro. Deep cuts.
Yeah.
Large following my ass. They just need you on their team, bro. Hit them up in the super chats. Give him $100 and hope, and then pray to God he reads it on air.
Jesus Christ.
You know, honestly, what I think, to be real about that concept, right? Why aren't any of the big guys reporting all of this? Because at the end of the day, OMG Media and James O'Keefe is a big guy. He is doing it. He might be the only one doing it. The corporate press is never going to cover it, period, because these are the people that get them paid. First of all, it gives them the power anyways.
Right.
But, you know, Crowder he's not in it for what he says he's in it for. I think, if anything, the last 6 months have really shown us what his true colors are. And he's not going to cover something like this necessarily, because he's already been down that road. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's more interested in making sure he gets new subscribers to his new grift that he's doing, so that he can maintain the lifestyle that he so chooses to live.
Oh my God.
He's a piece of shit, and I'm not unwilling to say that. Glenn Beck.
Roasted.
Glenn Beck is a bigger picture guy. He's not really gonna. This stuff. There's so many points of corruption at which people can focus in on and bring to light and all that, and there appears to be new ones every other week. This was real big on my Twitter feed for about 3 or 4 days, and then it just disappeared, because that's the way the internet works.
About this.
And it's the same reason why none of the other corruption comes to play anyways, because we hit it, the internet hits it for a week, and then there's something else moving on. It's insane. James is suppressed big time. Y'all are too. Well, Joseph, it's because of people like you and your friends and the other people that watch us that we rely on wholly to make sure that we can smash through said algorithm by hitting that like button and subscribe. In the comments. You watch the video, just after the video, everybody that's watching it, if they all left a comment or commented on someone else's comments, instantly we're at 3 figures in the fucking views. That's how that works. I've seen that happen on a couple other videos that we get. You get a few hate comments, you reply back to them. Next thing you know, more people are getting in there. That's just the way the algorithm works. So it's up to you guys. We can only do so much. But I think that's why nobody's really covering it, because Tim Pool's a very what's in today's news. We talk about that.
Yes.
Maybe now Lauren Southern has got a documentary out about the Second Amendment. It's called Shall Not Be Infringed. Or no, I think it's called Infringed. It's coming out on timcast.com for members only. I think sometime this week coming up, so that'll be fun. So I'll watch it. And of course, it's going to be a Lauren Southern documentary, so it's going to be fire. And then I will make sure I reshare my password and logins, and you can watch it, because it'll be real good.
Deal.
Let's watch this other one. Then we'll move on.
So creepy videos.
Mm-hmm. I hope you're wearing a body armor, especially if you're in Texas. I would not want to be knocking on doors in Texas.
Hello?
Why is the door open?
What the fuck?
What is happening? Shut the
Come
door.
in, you said?
Don't go inside. What are you doing right now? What is this?
Okay. Hi.
What? Some lady just says, come into my fucking
my name's
house.
Clint. Are you Ann? I'm just going around asking questions regarding donations.
What is happening right now?
You shouldn't be doing that. What the fuck?
If this lady isn't held up in her chair because she's 1,000 years old, I'm going to be really upset that you just opened the door and then walked in.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
26,000 donations? Would that be the case for Act Blue?
At least that many.
Oh, she sounds
you
real
donated
old.
$161,000 so far?
I done that much?
I don't know. That's why we're just asking, making sure that people aren't taking advantage of you by using your name or your personal information to take your money. So we just wanted to see if you've actually made that many donations, because that was over 6 years, so it's 11 donations a day.
Well, I give a lot to Democrats.
You give a lot to give, and that's good. We just wanted to make sure that you actually gave $161,000. Does that sound about right? Or is that a lot of money?
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. I don't like that video at all. That really creeps me out. So obviously you get the tilt of what's happening.
Yes.
Right.
This is super weird.
This
though.
is what's
Yes.
going on. I don't like that one at all. But yeah, that one was 26,143 donations, or 11.9 donations a day for 2,190 days straight on average, totaling $161,541.70
So
in donations.
much money.
Yes, she's a 80-plus-year-old living in a retirement home. Hence, probably the ability to kind of open the door and her just willingly allowing that. So there's the Act Blue action. I meant to do that last week on the beer show, but we just, things came up and I could not make that shit happen.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, yep. Okay, we're getting down to the wire here, so let's go out on a decent note with some happy fun time action here, if we can. I don't know, I might have already given away all the fun stuff. We ended on Act Blue, which is, there's a fucking pick-me-up. Yeah, that's it. That's what we're going to do, because this is all super sad and depressing, and I don't really want to get into that action. So there's your grab bag for the day, my friends.
I like it. I'm here for it. Thank you,
Christ.
Joseph, for the last one. Yeah, no, that's wild. The Act Blue thing is wild.
Woo!
We'll
Yeah,
see
it's not good.
Yeah, we'll see what continues to happen with that. I mean, we can cover that on a future segment of
Yeah.
the show.
Hopefully, I would imagine, hopefully there will be some more from OMG as it gets bigger or develops, and if not, maybe I can come up with a more comprehensive and coherent story about it, other than a drunken grab bag segment, but better than nothing.
Yeah.
That's all I got, baby.
Okay,
that's it. We'll tap out.
With that, then, guys, I think that we will call that the show for the day. This has been Salt of the Streets, episode 147. Woo! Like we said earlier, make sure that you like, subscribe, share this with all of your friends, comment all of the things. Go to the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Subscribe there. Help us make more, better content just like this. You can find this at our website at saltofthestreets.com, including as well as also our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
So glad I added the social tags on the white shot.
It was a good call. Thank you, everybody, for following us and for listening. And we will see you in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. I will see y'all Friday.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.